and those lovely coconut trees are dancing rather merrily in the wind along with the West Indies flag and the Barbados flag. And when I look at the scoreboard, every Barbadian should be happy because it reads like this: 172 innings closed to the Hurricanes. Barbados at one stage were at the crossroads. They were in big trouble at 124 for 5, but those little pals, of course, Dowridge and Springer came together. They added 175 for wicket number 6, and Barbados progressed to reach 324 all out by the end of the second day with a handy, let's say a healthy lead of 152, and no doubt they'll want to tighten the screws on day 3. I'm Andrew Mason. Alongside me is Lyndon Yard. Lyndon, good morning to you. How are you, my friend?
Good morning to you, Andrew. Good morning to listeners in Barbados and indeed throughout the Eastern and Southern Caribbean. I'm in fantastic health, Andrew. You know they say once you get up and you are breathing, you should give thanks.
Yes,
give thanks
indeed.
And praise
yes,
to the
and sing Red Plastic Bag song, of course, the wonderful man from St. Philip, you know. Happy to be alive.
Happy to be alive.
When I wake up in the morning and I see the sun, it's a song that I love to hear. And of course, Plastic Bag is a man from Bayfield. I know that Keith Ola still wants to be born in Bayfield, as the short told me that this morning. All right, all jokes aside, as they say, talk to me, my brother, about the start of the third day. Let's look at the scoreboard. 172 all out. Let's say innings closed, so let's get it right. And 324 to Barbados. What are your expectations on day 3, Lyndon?
Well, on day 3 is a two-way cycle, where for Barbados, who are in the ascendancy, they want to press home the advantage and go for the kill, as they say. Look to wrap up this game today. And for the Leewards, is an opportunity for them to get themselves right back into the game. It's a tall, tough assignment. The wicket has been a good wicket up until yesterday. Therefore, their assignment is simple. They have to occupy the crease, but while they occupy the crease, they are in deficit by 152 runs. So the key is not to lose wicket, but you have to inch away at that deficit first of all. And if they can do that without losing a lot of wickets, then they can probably get themselves back into the game and not only look to save the game, but maybe want to take a chance and throw it open. But at the moment, they're way behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, the odds are stacked against them. You're right. Barbados with a very good lead of 152, and thanks, of course, to Dowridge and Springer got together. 3 sips of gully, there's a point, there's also a forward shot like deepish, there's also a mid-off and a mid-on. I'm not going to start the ball-by-ball commentary. That is never my responsibility, of course. We say good morning to Keith Holder after the word from Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and it's going to be Shamar Holder who's going to start from the Malcolm Marshall end. And while Keith suits up, he will have the first ball. Good morning to you, Keith.
Good morning to you, Lyndon, and listeners. 3 slips in a gully and hold the right arm fast over the wicket. And it is pitched short, just coming off the body of Monchen Hodge. And Dowridge behind the stumps goes towards leg slip to do the fielding, and there is no run. So a deficit of 152 on first innings. Day 3 of round 1 in the PCL First Class Championship. And Kensington Oval again looking in wonderful shape. Very green outfield. 3 slips, a gully, short leg, cover. There's the mid-off, again dug into the turf by Shamar Holder and defended down to the short leg by Hodge, who's partnered by Kieran Powell again. And there is no run. Mosley under the bat, the short leg, the 3 slips in Braffett, Warwican and Carter. So not for no wicket in their second innings. And here is Holder again, pitches short and play defensively down to the forward short leg by Hodge again. There is no run. Graves is at gully with Springer in the covers. And as he walks back to his mark, Holder having a bit of advice from Reefer, who's up at mid-off. Mid-on is Holder and the new bloke Simmons on the fine leg boundary. Mosley in that short leg. Here's Holder over the wicket from the Marshall end. Again, he pitches a trifle short, tucked up a bit is Hodge and pushes it down to mid-on. Picked up by Harding. There's no run again, not for no wicket. West Indies are swiftly tumbling to whitewash against India in that 3-match one-day international series in Ahmedabad. Day and night, set 266 for victory. They are 94-7 in the 20th over. Wickets over the last 10-15 minutes falling rapidly. And here at Kensington Oval in sunny conditions, Shamar Holt is in again outside of the off stump, too wide for Hodge to play, and it thuds into the gloves of Dorich. A reminder that on the first day, the Leeward Islands sent in 172 for 9 declared. The top score 58 from Devon Thomas. At number 4, the opener Kieran Powell got 43. 29 to Jamar Hamilton, the captain. 20, Casey Carty. Those were the batters who reached double figures. 4 for 42 to Harding. 2 for 8 to Carter. Here's Holder into Hodge, and he defends suddenly back down the pitch. The ball just passes the right arm of the bowler, and Reefer quickly from mid-off runs back and across to do the fielding, and there's no run. So the first over has been completed, and with a deficit on first innings of 152. Starting this, the third day, the Leeward Islands in their second innings, not for no wicket, with Munchin Hodge and Kieran Powell as the openers. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Keith, and a quiet start to the third day of the West Indies Championship Regional 4-day tournament, with the Leewards in their second innings, behind an 152 short over by Shamar Holder from the Malcolm Marshall end, which he tended to pound the ball into the wicket and generating some height in terms at average, I would say just under the armpit, but a comfortable over where Munson Hodge played quietly for those 6 deliveries. And we're going to see the opening partner for Shamar Holder, that is Keon Harding, right-arm fast bowler. He's going to pick it up from the Joel Garner end, and he had good figures in the first innings, where the Leewards tumbled for 172 for 9 innings close of 53.3 overs. And Craig Braffett allowed the luxury here of 3 slips of gully point, backward point that is, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. So Harding from the Joe Garner end, Keith.
So he settles himself and is about now to push off umpire Gregory Braffett. He passes now, bowling over the wicket, wide of off stump to the left-handed Powell. He lets it go to Dowrich, and that 324 all up from 113 overs and 2 balls after being 124 for 5. The defending champions pull around by that wonderful partnership between Shane Dowrich, 86, and Shamar Springer with a career best 91, and therefore having added 175. The chief wicket taken the first innings, and it's a drive over the head of the gully, and the Leeward Islands are on their way as the ball goes down to the third man boundary in front of the UA and in his stand. And sustaining his Thailand flair, Gregory Braffett signals the boundary first to the official scores and then to those on the electronic scoreboard. So, with a deficit on first innings of 152, starting their second innings on the third day, the Leeward Islands 4 without loss, a boundary to Kieran Powell.
Yes, and the Barbados team will be happy with that boundary in the manner in which Powell achieved that boundary. Just threw his bat at it, he pitched up outside in the off stump, took a tech edge and flew over the vacant, what would be first of 2 gullies had there been 1. Down the boundary for 4. Still
with the 3 slips in the gullies, very, very wide of the off stump for the second time in 3 deliveries. Harding to Powell and no stroke. So continuing, just a little recap of the Barbados Pride response of 324 all out, 91 Springer Dowrich, 86, 29 Braffett, 23 Reefer, 25 Carter, and a whirlwind 22 off 11 balls with 3 sixes by Shamar Holder. Here is Harden again from the Joel Garner end and pitches on the pads. Powell comes across and drives it down to mid-on, where it's fielded by the debutant Simmons, and there is no run. Raheem Cornwall was the leading wicket taker for the Leewards, 499 from 33 overs, 8 maidens. Archibald, the left-arm seamer, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 47. Terrence Ward, the off-spinner, 14 overs and 2 balls, 4 maidens, 2 for 42. And Devon Thomas, 1 for 52 from 19 overs, 5 maidens. Harden is in again to Powell, and for this delivery pitch short. Going through at a good pace, but no stroke from the tall left-hander, taken by Dorich, 4 for no wicket. So in Ahmedabad, India made 265 all out, and West Indies now 104 for 7 in the India innings. West Indies 104 for 7 after 21 overs. Iyer top scored with 80 from 111 balls with 9 fours. Here is Harden again, and forward goes Powell and clips it out through mid-wicket. They will turn and come back quite easily for the second run, as Simmons has to run from mid-on and a low return into the keeper Dorich. 6 now for no wicket in their second innings, the Leeward Islands. All 6 to Kieran Powell. His partner is Monchin Hodge, and therefore they are now trailed by 146. And quickly before Linden comes back in, apart from Ayers 80, Rishabh Pant got 56 on 54 balls with 6 fours and 1 6. Shahar 38, Sandar 33, with the main wicket taker Jason Holder, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 32. Alzari Joseph, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. Hayden Walsh, in his only match of the series, 10 overs, 2 for 59. Holder is short and wide of the off stump, and no stroke from Hodge, taken by Dorich. Odin Smith 1 for 36, and Fabian Allen 1 for 42 to complete those with the wickets for West Indies, and set 266 for victory. Shea Hope 5. Replays show that the ball would have gone over the stumps. Brandon King told him not to review. I don't know how Shea Hope could let a junior like Brandon King influence him not to review, but that's part of the game. Short and a tumbling take, good save by Dorich as it came off the body and it was going down the leg side. Brandon King 14, Darren Bravo 19, Shamar Brooks out after 3 deliveries for a duck. Nicholas Puran, the standing captain for the second match on the trot, 34. Holder 6, Alan no score. Joseph is not out 2, and Odin Smith has been throwing caution to the wind, unbeaten on 23 from 10 balls with 2 fours and 2 6s, 107 for 7 in the 22nd over. 3 slips on the gully, cover wide mid-off. There's a short leg mid-on and a fine leg, and much better delivery with the line and length on the stumps from Holder to Hodge, forcing him to defend it into the covers. Fielded by Reefer, there is no run. The Leeward Islands are 6 without loss in their second innings. Linden.
Yes, they're going fairly nicely along key before we get into that. What is the requirement for the West Indies at this stage with the overs left?
I think that I would say that is a bit of academic interest, because they require 5.54 runs and over. They need another 157 in 28 overs and 2 balls with only 3 wickets, standing at 109 for 7. A no ball now being called by umpire Blades as it was dug into the turf by Holder, rather innocuous to Hodge, and the score goes on to 7 without loss. Yes,
let me be facetious, Keith. What was the last wicket partnership yesterday?
Well,
in the regional championship.
I think that was. I think that was in different circumstances. I wouldn't want to make that comparison. You know,
I'm not making a comparison. I just want to know what it was worth.
It was a record 124 put on by Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. Short delivery from Holder down the leg side, coming inside of the wicket is Hodge is taken by Dorich. Mr. Yard, yeah, say what you have to say, sir.
And that was for the last wicket.
That was for the last wicket.
Basically, West Indies have 3 wickets available.
Yes, continue.
To get how much runs?
156.
Off how much overs?
28.
So
they need 5.57 runs.
So it's not impossible.
No, it's not impossible, but it is probably highly.
Is it so, Keith, you're not going to keep hope alive? I believe you should keep hope alive.
I would like to keep hope alive if based on the attack which has been shown by Odin Smith, 25 from 12 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s. But
Joseph, a 2 test half
I
centuries.
would suggest chasing 266 at 110 for 7, Lyndon. It's a very remote chance for West Indies to knock the runs off and at least save face by winning that final match in this 3-match series. Short ball from Holder, tucks him up, Hodge, it goes down to short leg. Moses, a fielder, 7-foot loss. But continue to make your points.
Right. I'm not putting you on the spot, Keith.
No, I don't think so at all.
I am just one who believes that you have to give hope to West Indies cricket, and this is the perfect opportunity. While they are steering the feet, and it looks as though they're going to go down.
Yeah.
You would like to think that they could at least get 100 and change of those runs available, even if the overs run out.
I think Odin Smith is listening to you. He's now clobbered another 6. A slip has been removed and placed, the leg slip. So there are 2 slips on the gully. Beautiful delivery, but a no ball. The right outstretched arm of umpire Jonathan Blaze for the 2nd time in the over. Shamar Holder overstepping, now 8 without loss. Yes, Smith has just struck Kuldeep Yadav for another 6. So he's gone to 31 with 3 6s and 2 4s. And he's faced only 13 balls. West Indies now 116 for 7. Lyndon 150 needed from 27 overs and 5 balls. Now suddenly the leg slip goes back to make a 3rd slip and hold the pitches short. Hodge pushes it down to the forward short leg. Mosley runs across to do the fielding, and there is no run. The end of the over. 8 without loss in their 2nd innings, having been led on 1st innings by 152. And Hodge yet to score. After 14 deliveries, Powell has 6 from 6. So it's 117 for 7 now, Lennon. We'll try to keep the hope which you have expressed. And where there's a will, there's a way. You know that song?
Yeah,
song by
where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
And I think that in this instance, as Harden is about to continue, there's also hope for the Leewards that they can salvage this game.
Okay. So the Leewards 8 without loss in their 2nd innings. 3 slips on the gully. Harden right arm fast over the wicket from the Joel Garner end. Pitch is short and Powell is right in behind it. He's a tall, elegant left-hander. Just needs to get some runs, being watched by the lead selector Desmond Haynes, playing that one back down the pitch to the bowler. West Indies 118 for 7, keeping interest alive, especially with the equation which has been put on the table by Lyndon Yard, or analysts. I don't know how that equation would come into the picture if he were to give me horse racing terms. And forward, guiding it down to gully, is Powell, the bowler Harding, and there is no run. Graves makes the stop diving to his left. 8 without loss. So let me hear how you would put that comparison or the equation into context from a horse racing perspective.
Where the West Indies is concerned,
Yeah.
I'll say they're under pressure.
They're under pressure.
Yeah.
Your friend David Harding wants to test me. I mentioned where there's a will, there's a way, and he sends me a WhatsApp message asking me who sings where there's a will, there's a way. Now, David Harding is well versed. He's an excellent historian outside of the off stump. That question is really for you, Harding to Powell, and it goes into the... Do you want a clue where there's a will, there's a way? You want a clue, or you want Michael Sobers, who is one of those dancers at Q in the community? Do you want him to tell you where there's a will, there's a way?
I think he can tell me. I'll take it from him.
You take it from Michael?
I'll take it from Sobers.
Well, he's shaking his head.
I think now that you've mentioned music.
Yeah. Think Jamaica. 3 slips on a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And I would say he's more at a deep backward square holder than a long leg. Harding is into Powell, wide of off stump, no stroke. And Dorich takes 8 without loss. Now, your hopes continue with West Indies now 122 for 7. And Odin Smith has gone on to 36 from 17 balls with his 3rd 4 along with 3 6s, striking at 2.1. 176. His partner is Alzari Joseph on 3 from 16 deliveries, and they have added 40 off 4 overs and 5 balls.
Oh, they're going to keep it a building partnership. This is what cricket is all about, partnerships.
Partnerships. Here is Harding outside of the off stump. Again, no stroke from Powell, taken by Dorich, 8 without loss. West Indies, but when Leeward Islands. But when you reflect on West Indies with the 3-match series to be followed by the 3 T20s, Pollard with a knee niggle, according to reports, missing the last 2 games after being bowled down first ball in the first match. Disappointing again because they were beaten by Ireland in that 3-match series in Jamaica 2-1. So from an ODI perspective, not encouraging at all. Here is Harding at Kensington Oval into Powell. Powell is forward, beaten outside of the off stump. Good pace from Harding. Thuds into the gloves of Dorich as the over is completed. Harding, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs. Shimar Holder, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs. The Leeward Islands, 8 without loss in their second innings with Powell on 6. Hodge yet to score. And they're trailed by 144, Linden Yard.
Yes, a very quiet start there for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their response to a deficit of 152 runs. And just the last delivery, just a little honor about the off stump, just outside the off stump, and Powell, a little uncertain, groped at it, the ball whisked past the edge to be taken by the keeper Dowich, who's had a good game since he's come back onto the playing arena, both in front and behind the stumps. And I'm sure he would want to press his claim immediately, Keith.
3 slips and a gully. Holder into Hodge, pitches short, and he plays it defensively into the covers. Reefer comes in to do the fielding, and there's no run. While I'm following the updates on that 3rd and final ODI between India and West Indies in Ahmedabad, there's a guy named Patrick Barrow who sends lots of messages. He lives in the States. He's a good close buddy of Andrew Mason, a St. Catherine man. So simultaneously, when I see the updates coming, he perhaps beats Quick in 4 by a fraction of a second, and your man Odin Smith has been dismissed, Lyndon. So I don't want your hopes to suddenly drop. Next delivery is wide of the off stump from Holder. Difficult take for Dorich, goes down on his knees. No stroke from Hodge. 122 for 8, and the cameo from Odin Smith has ended. And off the bowling of Siraj and caught by Shikhar Dhawan. So he has been dismissed for 36 from 18 balls, 3 4s and 3 6s. West Indies 122 for 8 with 1 ball left in the 24th over.
And besides, what shoes to come?
Here's Ola, ball short, and covering his stumps and playing it defensively down to mid-on is Hodge, fielded by Harding. And there's no run, 8 without loss.
So we've got some serious work to do, Keith, in the ODI setup, because the long and short of the problems is that the batsmen simply are not batting. From Ireland, or you can even go before Ireland, but the batsmen simply are not batting. Those chosen to utilize those positions have simply consistently continued to fail.
Here's Holder again to Hodge, and back he goes, defends it down to the short leg. Mosley does the fielding, moving to his left, and there is no run. But let me read you word for word. Siraj Smith out. This time Dhawan won't drop it, and Smith's 18-ball cameo comes to a close. Doesn't go full, stays on a good length, decent bounce. Smith backs away to try and clear mid-on, but this time the slice shot is taken by Gabar at the inner circle line. Does the thing. High five too! 8 without loss. The Leeward Islands in their second innings here at Kensington Oval. Outside of the off stump is Holder. Goes through with good pace. Both he and his new ball partner Keon Harding have bowled a few balls at good, genuine pace, but I would dare say so far they are not attacking the batsmen often enough in terms of playing strokes, Lyndon.
Yes, I have to agree with you. Both instances where Harding and Holder, 2 H's, are concerned, they are predominantly on the shortest length and more outside the length of the off stump, which seems to be the policy here for when you are employing 3 slips, or as the case was in Leeward, yes, they had 2 slips.
Holder's in again, and this one keeps a trifle low as Hodge went on the back foot and defended it into the covers. A busy reefer from that wide mid-off does the feeling. There is no run. The end of the over, holding out 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs. Harding 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs. With a first innings deficit of 152, the Leeward Islands starting their second innings on the dot at 10 o'clock this morning, 8 without loss. Powell has faced 12 balls for 6, and Hodge, the bearded one, is yet to get off the mark after 20 deliveries. And after another word from Lyndon, I'll give you updates in the other 2 regional first-class matches, both being played in Trinidad.
Well, I don't think you can get much from me, Keith, because Harding starts.
So in that hairstyle, which Lyndon Yard says he will try to emulate between now and the start of the second round on Tuesday, his first delivery is guided down to gully and there is no run. Have you contacted your barber or hairdresser yet, Lyndon?
I'll say this, Keith, in response. If I was to go home looking like that, I'm sure my children would water this only. I'm sure of that.
Well, all you have to do is to dye the upcoming grey. What color do you call that when they say it look rusty to me?
It's blonde.
Blonde.
We're going to call it blonde.
Okay, sir. I will accept that. Here is the next delivery, 2 wide of off stump. And it's actually called a wide on this occasion by umpire Gregory Braffett. He nods his head to say, yes, that is why I'm saying to you, scorers, it's a wide, wide, wide. 9 without loss, the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and an opportunity here for either of these batsmen, or keep using that word, either of these batters to come good. It's a perfect strip for batting, good pitch, good conditions. The sun is out in all its glory. Few grey clouds about, no threat of rain. We did have some overnight, but a perfect opportunity here for the Leeward Islands to come right back into this game.
Still the 3 sips on the gully, and Harding is outside of the off stump to Powell. No stroke, taken by Dorich. 9 for no wicket.
And Powell in particular, that's the opportunity for him to stamp his authority. He's been around this cricket for a long, long time. Keith was going through some records this morning, and all back up in 2008 he was on the scene. So time that he stamps his authority. He's played above this level for, I think he's the most experienced of the Leeward Island Hurricanes batters in terms of test experience, and he can bring that to the fore here today with a big innings.
In goes Harding again from the Joel Garner end at the north, and a drive. It comes off the inner portion of the bat. Now he repeats what he would have wanted to do by driving more orthodox through the offside. It was tugged out somewhat to mid-on, fielded by Simmons, and there is no run. Trinidad and Tobago 258 for 8 after 109 overs and 5 balls. Jamaica made 141 in their first innings, and they're playing at the Brian Lara Academy in Taruba. Keegan Simmons 11, Imran Khan 9, Joshua De Silva 37, Jason Mohammed 22, Yannick Carrera 72, Jed Gooley 6. Here at Kensington Oval, Harding is in, wide of the off stump, no stroke from Powell, taken by Dorich, 9 without loss. So Isaiah Raja 65, he was dismissed by Minley. Brian Charles 3. Anderson Phillip is not out on 9. Jaden Seals not out, not with Big Shannon Gabriel to come 258 for 8. Minley 26 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 63. Played for Gladiola here in the BCA competitions, I dare say, a couple of years ago. In an interview at Bank Hall, he said he likes Barbados and he would like to be around here more often. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and they're all excited. Harding has run all the way out towards short backward square. Couple fielders with hands on head. Umpire Braffett, a 6-footer, stands there and is cool and calm, and then makes a twist of the left leg over the right leg. Can we kindly, gentlemen, have the replay? David Green has been doing an excellent job. Let's see that replay so that Lyndon Yard can make his judgment.
I think based on how the slips reacted, I think there might have been some baton to that one.
Okay.
That's judging the body language of the slips.
Harding appeared very, very confident. We'll probably get the replay after this next delivery, Mr. Green, sir. I've given you titles of Mr. and Sir. Here's Harden again outside of the off stump. No stroke from Powell. It goes through low to Dorich, the end of the over. 9 without loss. So hopefully, yes, here comes the replay, Lyndon.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty close. Give us one more time, Mr. Green.
It'd be interesting to see where it pitched. You don't have the tram lines.
Yeah. Well, Roland Bush is asking the question, where did it pitch? We can't quite determine, but here goes the replay again. Roland Butcher says not out. It kept low, but he says it pitched outside. What I didn't like about Harden is that he ran all the way down to the short backward square. And I think that the man who likes to wear a suit, the match referee, Mr. Stephen Proverbs, may need to have a word with him. And no old school time matters being attached to that possible quote-unquote reprimand or whatever, Mr. Yard.
You probably just have a quiet word with him at the beginning. It's early days in the championship.
Are you supporting the Leeward Islands today, Lyndon?
Based on my color?
Yeah.
It's not a color that I would usually wear.
Yeah.
I generally support good cricket.
Okay.
So over the last 2 days, who would I have been supporting then, based on what I wore?
I do, perhaps a political party. 9 without loss. Holders in, bowls short. And just tucking up Hodge. He hasn't been flustered by the fact that he's yet to score after 22 deliveries, 9 for no wicket. Just to complete those figures in the game I was giving you at 258 for 8 Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago. So Minley 3 for 63. Nicholson Gordon, his new ball partner, 27 overs, 8 middens, 4 for 60. Derval Greener, lively medium pacer who's no slouch to the bat, 17 overs, 5 middens, 1 for 32. Alvin Williams has conceded 9 runs, 40 against Patrick Carty and Jimmy Merchant, 34. None with a wicket outside of the off stump. Again, I think they've been more offline than online in this. What now is the 7th over of this second innings, Lyndon?
Yeah, I think it's a game of patience here, and who can hold the nerves the longest, because the tactics here of the Barbados side is simply to do the same thing that the Leewards did in their first innings, where you just bowl the ball wide to the off stump, because the batsmen haven't been made to play a lot since the first over, especially from Holder, who's definitely been off of his game. He's either short or just wide to the off stump. Added to that, the couple no balls that he's also sent down.
Okay. 3 slips in a gully, hold it to Hodge, and now you will get off the mark by driving it through mid-wicket. A chase by the mid-on in Harden. He's now on to the ball. So finally, off the mark is Munjin Hodge. 1 from 24 deliveries. Powell has 6 from 18 balls. The Leeward Islands in their second innings, 10 for no wicket. They are behind by 142. And since this is going to be my last over before Andrew comes in the other game being played at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, in response to the first innings total of 339 all out by the Windward Islands. Again, I can't help but repeat that record last wicket partnership of 124 and 34 overs between Preston Maxwell 86 and Sherman Lewis 31. Not out. Guyana now 224 for 5. 3 slips in a gully. Holder is around the wicket and off the back foot. Not timed well by the left-handed Powell. It squirts out towards point. And there is 1 run, a no ball being called by umpire Jonathan Blades, 11 for no wicket. So Tejan Ryan Chanderpaul 30, Chandra Paul Hemraj 5, Shimron Hetmeyer 24, Leon Johnson 28, Vishal Singh, who can block and prod and push all day, and then the next day he's on 68 not out of 144 balls with 7 fours. Anthony Bramble 26, and Kimo Paul, the all-rounder who bowls fast, is unbeaten on 35. Outside of the off stump, Holder still from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end, and Powell does not play. The bowling, Preston Maxwell 17 overs, 4 middens, 2 for 61. Sherman Lewis 16 overs, 3 middens, 3 for 50. Ryan John in his 14th over, 54 runs. He's conceded 1 midden. Kenneth Denver 5 overs, 1 midden, 16 runs, and Larry Edward, who played at UWA when Roland Butcher was the big wig in terms of sports at KFL. 13 overs, 2 middens, 41 runs. So you've been brought up to date with the other 2 matches. And here's Shamar Holder, pitches up and driven sweetly. Bad work by the mid-off in Harding. Didn't get down enough, and the ball goes into the boundary. Referee ran all the way to retrieve it. And that boundary, the second, as well as a no ball. So the second boundary for Powell, and he goes on to 10, and the score goes up to 16 without loss, 136 runs, still in deficit.
Yes, a lovely cricket shot there by Powell. Did the over pitch on the line of the off stump and just thrust the right pad to the pitch of the ball and stroked it along the carpet. Should have been stopped by Keon Harding, and the ball eluded his grasp and sped away to the boundary for 4.
Holder still from around the wicket in bright sunny conditions. Ball short and he flashes outside of the off stump. It goes through low to Dorich. It's the end of the over, and the Leeward Islands are 16 without loss. And we are going to have a double change. Linden 137 for 8 after 27 overs and 2 balls. West Indies chasing 266. They need 129 runs from 22 overs and 4 balls. Hayden Walsh 5, Alzari Joseph 12. You can make your predictions before you give it to Roland Butcher, and I give it to Andrew Mason.
Well, I was keeping hope alive, but I've lost the Ian hope now. So we'll see what happens. And my wish for the West Indies now just to battle the overs. Just don't get bowled out. You're going to go down, but you know, you got to go down with some guts, show some fight. You've already surrendered the series, but rather than get bowled out, you know, you can still salvage something because you're not going to get the runs. And with that, with the total of 16 without loss, the Leewards in deficit of 152, it gives me good time to welcome the double change of Andrew Mason, and to his extreme left, his good partner, Roland Butcher.
Thank you very much indeed. So good morning again. It's 16 without loss to Leewards with a deficit of 152. It's going to be Hardin to continue the attack. He was the main destroyer in the first, and as he comes in from the northern end of the ground on his way to bowl to the right-handed Hodge, he's in and bowls to Hodge. Hodge is across the stump, so ball on that off stump and plays it quite capably out towards cover for Simmons to come across from that position to pick it up, and there is no run. Good morning, Roland. Nice to see you.
Andrew, good morning to you. And yes, another nice day. Didn't start too well this morning, Andrew.
What happened?
I just woke up to see the rain falling.
Oh,
very
coolish.
Very
coolish
overcast.
at night now. Some British, English weather.
I don't worry about the cold.
Oh, well, you shouldn't. Haven't spent about 30 years in England.
37.
Oh, 37. Okay. Oh, this is that long.
But it was quite damp this morning. I thought we would perhaps have a stop-start day.
Oh, yeah, it looks that way. Well, it looked that way at one stage. Hardin comes in, bows Hodge. Hodge is forward. Ball hits the bottom of the bat, full in that middle stump, and he plays up the onside. The bowler picks it up, and there's no run. Yes, it was very, very overcast this morning. Rained a lot when I had my jog. Didn't stop me from jogging. Keith Holder was snoring. 16 without loss, and I think our good friend Mr. Yar was at the Garrison.
He was working out.
He was working out, yes, with War Eagle. That's, of course, Brathwaite's horse. Here we go, as it's going to be hard as he comes in again to bowl to Hodgson to this delivery. He's on the back foot, plays it between third slip and gully. That's going to go for 4. Outside the off stump, and it was a good old swinger. Went down to third man for 4 to carry the score to 20 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad delivery there by Hardin, and he sparred outside the off stump. Didn't go at it too hard. Ball went to ground. There was never any chance of a dismissal. But I think Hardin will feel a little bit hard done by that. He delivered a good ball, and it ended up going to the boundary for 4.
Yep, yes, it was a lovely out swinger. You're right. He sparred it. There was a gap between bat and pad when he played it, but went away safely through that gap for 4. So Hodge goes to 5. It's 20 without loss, and Hardin to continue. He mops his brow, turns, transfers the ball from left to right, and starts his run on his way to bowl to the right-handed Hodge, and to this delivery. He's beaten outside the off stump. Lovely delivery. Played at that. The ball died as it got to the keeper, but a lovely delivery there, Roland.
Yeah, the area was just that area. Not full of a length, but full enough so the batsman not able to get forward or back. And similarly to the delivery before, he sparred at it. The only thing on this occasion, this ball didn't bounce as much as it did. It went past the outside edge. Yeah, you're right, it was dying on the way to
Is the pitch dying, Roland, in the third day? Can you tell me?
Well, listen, if you put the right effort in,
Yes.
you still get something to happen.
Here's Harden, comes up now, bowls to Hodge. Hodge gets a short ball, banged in down the leg side. And that's well taken by Dowrich, of course, who had a wonderful knock and really was disappointed he didn't get to his 100. I think what happened yesterday, and I think you must give some credit to the captain, the runs dried up as they got to the 100, approaching the 100, and it happens sometimes, and it was a disappointment. But I would think that Reverend Arrington Messiah, who writes, is it in the Friday paper? I think I think on Friday, would be quite happy because he was asking the question, where's Dowrich? Here we go. And it's going to be Harden in bowls, whipped away, and he's dropped at the light gully area. The ball was in. It looked as if it would have stayed there. And the fielder diving away was not able to come up with a catch. Now, who's it out there? Is that Warkan? Just double checking. He's going to get up just about now. Yes, it's Warkan. He had it, and then he lost it.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy catch, Andrew, because it was a full-blooded clip off the pads. He's at that backward short leg position, quite deep.
Yes.
The good thing for Warwick would have been that it would be nice to see a replay of that. But
I'm sure David Green will pull it up.
It was to his left side, which is his stronger side, so he would feel disappointed. But I think also the batsman would feel disappointed that he didn't hit that ball for four.
That should have gone. Yeah.
It really was in the slot up on the pads, as you would say as a young kid. It was in the briar patch.
It was, yes.
And he clipped it hard. Warwick had to dive to his left, got both hands to it, but couldn't hold on.
Couldn't hold on. Well, it's a chance. We can have a change in bowling. Looks like young Simmons comes into the attack now. So have a chance to see that, yes. Your impression there, having seen the replay provided by Mr. David Green and his wonderful team. He's got some ladies with him. The ladies are very technical and lovely ladies as well. Have you met them as yet, Roland?
Yes,
you go next door.
I met the
what did you say to them?
I met the producer yesterday.
Oh, you did? What's her name?
I didn't ask her name. I was just interested in the quality of her work. The quality of her work.
Here's Simmons. I'm sure you know his name. He comes in and bowls short down the leg side, and Paul allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. You know, I'm always cheeky, but I don't know her name. But it's always fun. 20 without loss. Hodge is 5. Powell is 10, and he's gotten a lot of tremendous reviews. David Green for his wonderful work, and I'm sure that Cricket West Indies would have seen that. And you never know. I'm going to get them to give him a 5-year contract, and in that contract he'll also employ Keith Holder, and of course yourself. Here is Simmons as he comes up now, left arm, he's in and bowls. A ball which is on the line of that leg stump, and just worked away down to long leg neatly. A lovely turn of the wrist by Powell for a single. Springer comes off the boundary in his brand name shades. A couple of pigeons fly close to him, and this go towards the port with that single. Powell now goes up to 11. It's 21 without loss, and Barbados looking for that early breakthrough. Roland Butcher.
Yes, and the Leeward's ticking along nicely. Score now moves to 21. No great alarms so far. As we saw yesterday, late in the day, the pitch flattened out quite nicely and was good for batting. I would expect today that it would continue in that vein, and to really, you know, the architects of their demise, I think the Leewards would have to be the architects themselves, because there's not a great deal happening.
No.
In terms of...
Should really bat on this, really. It's flattened out quite nicely. Simmons with 2 sips in the gully. There's a backward point. There's a cover mid-off. That's on the offside. Comes into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is getting one down the legs and the pay for catch on the wicket. He's gone, given. And the young man with good pace gets the wicket as the catch is taken by the keeper, moving across to his left. Simmons strikes. Hodge goes for 5. The Leewards batting a second time. They're 21 for 1.
Yeah, good effort ball there by the left-arm pacer, and the batsman will feel a bit unlucky gloving that down the leg side. Simmons won't mind, because he'd be quite happy to pick up that wicket and to strike so early in his first over of the day. And Barbados have made that breakthrough after the Leewards were looking pretty good. The breakthrough has come, and this left armer, the new man Simmons, gets his man.
Yeah, and that had a bit of gas on it as well. You know, this is the first time I'm seeing him, but he's got a bit of gas as well. I quite liked him in the first set. Would have been some nerves, but clearly, those who are in authority know their cricket, and if he's selected, I trust their judgment. But for what I've seen, I think he's one you can work with. He's sharpish, a little man. Doesn't look like the typical fast bowler, very short, but he's skinny. And that ball was well bowled, it lifted, and the gloves found and the catch taken. So Simmons is quite a happy man, the young man. I think they tell me he comes from the Eden Lodge area in Barbados. And, well, I know that Wayne Holder and company just look after the young man. We want to ensure that our young people are taken care of, because we all know that the youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. 21 for 1. And Simmons strikes. New batsman coming to the creases. When you see Casey Cart, you like him, huh? The man from St. Martin's. And I think,
he's a boy with a lot of talent. I think he needs to really change that talent now into production.
I would think so. You are so right about that. Well, here is Simmons with his tail up, 2 steps to gully, comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty gets a short ball on the back foot, pushes into the offside down to cover for its Springer to come forward to collect it, and there's no run. So, talk to me about Simmons. Is there anyone, in your career, you lived 37 years in England, anyone that he reminds you of, Simmons?
In terms of a left-arm fast bowler?
Left-arm fast bowler. Think about it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think about it. But what I do like about him is that he's prepared to run in and run in hard.
I like him. I like the young man. He starts his run again, can only get better. Comes in to bowl to Carty short. Carty ducks. Well, he certainly is going to bowl. I like that aggression from the young man. Banged in, and he ducks. It goes over his head to be taken by the keeper. So 21 for 1, in case you join us for the first time this morning. Well, Barbados, as you know, they got out late yesterday, so the Leewards couldn't start their second innings, but they've started. And after some early morning rain, given away to wonderful weather, not too hot. The nights are rather nippy, rather. But for you as an Englishman, I mean, you wouldn't bother.
You're getting a little bit soft, Andrew.
No, it's a bit nippy. I think so.
Andrew, what I would say about Simmons is he looks like Neil Wagner.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I think you're right. He's in and bowls outside the Austin, played away. Eerily for 4. Wide of third man off the back foot between the backward point and the gully. It goes away for 4. That's Carter to get off the mark. 25 for 1.
Yeah, and I think Simmons would feel a bit hard done by there because he banged it into the turf. Carty was not in control of that shot because it went behind square, really to the right of the gullies. Eerily, but no man in the third man area, so he picked up a boundary to get off the mark. But yes, he looks very Neil Wagnerish.
Yeah, he does.
In terms of his approach, runs in hard, prepared to bang the ball into the turf.
Yep.
And he's done that well. I know I have a top man here to my left.
Who's that?
I mean,
is that Michael Sobers?
No. He's a top man too, but
well, he's not quite to your left, is he?
The one and only
Philip Spooner. Yes, a man from St. John, and that created history twice in politics.
No, of St. Philip.
Yeah, he's a Philippine. He lives close to Harold Eastman, the noted statistician.
Yeah,
Here is an Orange Hill man. Here is Hardin, comes in, bowls the ball forward. Ball is pushed away in the offside. They'll not get the run. The field that cover area fumbled a bit. That's recovered. And Paul took an exploratory step out of his crease, but decided to go home.
Like I was just saying, like Harold Eastman, we've afforded him a Philippine passport.
Yes. Not for very long. I think he's in St. Philip.
It has a limited shelf life.
Yeah. I think he's in St. Philip. Are you in St. Philip West? Hello to you, Mrs. Spooner.
Hi, Andrew. I wasn't sure who wrote using words like top man and all that.
Yes, but you're a top man. You have been for quite a long time.
Thanks for inviting me, Andrew. And thanks for your kind words of Roland.
Here's Hardin, comes in the bowls to Paul into this delivery, outside the off the back foot, that is dropped at the point area. It was short outside the off stump. The ball went very hard. The fielder at point, let's try, he's going to get up just about now, but that was outside the off stump, hit very hard. And it looks like Mosley, who did not come up with a catch. Should he's caught that, do you think, Roland?
Yes, I think that was a much easier catch. It went to him and really should have held on to that.
Yeah.
It was nice height had enough time to see it, the distance he was away from the bat. So that was a bad drop.
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting where the forward short legs are nowadays. I mean, what do you describe his field? I mean, it's not the conventional forward short leg. He's very deep. He's almost like a short, very short square leg. They don't go under the bat anymore and pick the pocket like Sobers did as he was then with Lance Gibbs. Of course, you're talking about spins. Here's a delivery down the leg side as Harden flattened his backside as he delivers it. Taken by Dowrich, who's looked very, very good. And good coverage by the Nation this morning of Dowrich. I saw him in the back page. I'm sure that Ezra Michael Stewart, who thinks that Jonathan Carter should bat at 3, would have written an article, or it could be Woody Richards. But it's good to see Dowrich among the runs again. Philip, how are things going?
Andrew.
Generally good?
Thanks for having me, and hello to all the listeners and the viewers on the stream. We're off to a really good start. The season has looked good.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the hundreds yet, but we're seeing runs.
Here's Harden, comes in and balls pitched up down the leg side. Carty doesn't get bad under that. And talking about the stream, the gentleman who just passed across in front of you, David Green, has done a wonderful job. Have a look at that. I mean, all the information, you get in your replays, you got the scoreboard, the rate. I mean, this is a wonderful job, isn't it, Philip? You must be happy.
It's a standard that's going quite well so far. We want to even raise the bar further and get it really at a high international level. But we must congratulate and compliment everybody who's done a fantastic job so far.
And the audio is okay? So
everything is going well.
You reckon, including a Mason? Here's Lily Richards outside the outside on the back for Carty. He's such an attractive player to watch. Guides it square in the offside, down to backward point, comes back for the second. When you see Carty bat, well, he probably doesn't make as many runs as he should, but he looks a good picture when he bats, Philip Spooner. And would have come through, of course, from 2016, that win inside.
Yeah, brought glory to West Indies. Also, Shamar Springer, who got a tremendous knock yesterday. And we've been hearing the repeats and repeats of Barry's commentary of that ginormous 6.
Yes,
that sailed out to the ground and would have required a mast to come back in.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, he's now doing brass tacks, I think, from 10 o'clock. He's got some interesting guests. Here we go. As it's going to be Hardin, Compton, and bowls Carty. He's forward. Ball on the off stump. Plays it nicely down to wide mid. Off for Simmons to pick it up. He'll keep the ball because he'll continue to attack. At the end of the over, Carty's got 6. Paul is on 12. It's 28 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and that wicket taken by Simmons in his first over has slowed things down a little bit for the Leewards. And as you said, Carty, a very talented young player, as you said, he really needs to go beyond talent now. You want to see regular and consistent production from him, especially at a time now where opportunities are available in the West Indies setup. Anyone who can put together some consistent performances will suddenly find themselves being elevated to the national side. So he's got a good opportunity, not just in this game, but I think in general, to push himself forward.
Well, it's going to be Simmons to continue. This young man, debutant, has bowled with some gas. He's going to continue to bowl to Paul, the left-hander. So it's left-hander to left-hander. Simmons, operating from the southern end, or the Malcolm Marshall end, comes in to bowl to Paul into this delivery. He allows it to go outside the outside and goes through the legs of the keeper, dropping in front of him. So a bye will be taken. I'm sure the signal will be confirmed now by umpire Blaze, that little man who doesn't talk a lot. He signals the bye to carry the score to 29 for the loss of 1. So, Philip, things have been going well. A lot of reaction across the world in terms of the stream.
Andrew, and the numbers indicate that there's a lot of attention being paid to the tournament. People always complain where the crowds in the venue, and the crowd is very small here and also in Trinidad, but the number of persons listening and watching on the stream, the numbers are actually up, and it goes to show that people are happy to see the return of cricket.
Very happy indeed.
They're loving it. Even the numbers on the 19 World Cup recently, which was so fantastically well hosted by Cricket West Indies, are through the roof, really.
Yeah, through the roof, yes.
Through the roof, yeah.
Here's Simmons, comes in now to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty allows it to go outside the off stump, the left arm bowled it over the wicket, angled the ball across the right-handed, taken by Dowridge as he skips across to his right. Continue.
Yeah, we've had millions of persons on these watching the tournament, the Under-20 tournament, which is won by India in Antigua last week, and again, massive applause to the organisers, the Cricket West Indies team and the ICC team who put together that fantastic tournament. Very difficult in a COVID environment.
Yes, I can imagine, yeah.
16 teams made up of teenagers, so you understand the level of detail that's required.
Here is Simmons, comes in, bowls to Carty. Carty gets a short delivery on the back foot, pushes up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. Interesting field. Can you describe it, Roland Butcher, here? Because you got, what, 2 slips, and then there's a gap. Then there's almost like a gully, and then there's almost like a point. And as well, there's a field on the point boundary. Have a look at that. Have a look. There's a field on the point boundary as well. Interesting. I'm sure we'll invite your thoughts as to what's the thinking of the captain here. 29 for 1. Simmons is in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty is nibbling outside the off stump. That's a loose shot. That's a get-out shot taken by the keeper.
Yeah, and a good ball in there by Simmons. And really with this field, there's only one way he can actually bowl is to bowl the ball into the pitch and short. You can't afford to pitch the ball up because he has no protection on the offside. The only person really in front of the bat is a mid-off.
Yep.
So really, with this field, it is very clear how he's going to bowl. He's going to bowl short outside the off stump and hope that Carty flashes outside the off stump to bring those gullies into play.
When he continues again, Simmons on his way to bowl to Carty, and Carty gets a wide ball, no need to play at that. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 6, Powell is on 12, it's 29 for 1. And in addition to those numbers, I can report as well, Philip Spooner, that the local station CBC, good old reliable CBC, thanks to Mr. Pearson Bowen and Dan Ford, and of course Sanka Price, who would have worked with you, who is now the chief executive officer. You know that they've changed the title. It used to be a general manager. Nowadays it's the chief executive officer. And thanks to all of those to make sure that the commentary is live on CBC, good old CBC, 29 for 1. Here is Simmons, comes in, bowls outside the off stump. No need to play at that. Too wide, and Carty allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. 29 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington. And
yes,
also as well, just before you come in Antigua, there's a station owned by the Prime Minister, Mr. Gaston Bronx, Platinum FM. They're at Point FM and Platinum as well. He has 2. And one is taking the broadcasts, and also good old ABS radio. And there are other stations across the region. ZJB in Montserrat is also carrying their cricket as well. So that must please you, that it's also on radio and on NCN radio in Guyana.
Yeah, but yes, by all means, Andrew, and we want to thank all the stations for carrying it. And on the topic of CBC, we also had members of the Barbados team, and before that, the West Indies team on Morning Barbados.
Yeah, look lovely. Fantastic. Here is Hardin, comes in, bowls to Paul short. Paul ducks, and the ball goes over his helmet, over the top of the leg, something to be taken by the keeper. Yes, Philip.
No, I was just saying that we're happy with the level of outreach that's going on, and we wanted to continue, obviously, getting the players and the game that much closer to the members of the public, who we know are the fans, who are the number one people in cricket, really.
Right,
Without fans, we have no game.
That's very true.
We want to continue to build on those relationships that we've got and get even stronger.
Indeed. So it's 29 for 1. The man to go Hodge caught Dowridge ball, Simmons 5, and the score was on 21. Here's Hardin, searching for his first wicket as he comes in to bowl to Paul. Into this delivery, Paul is getting outside the off stump, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper, angled across him. And it's too wide to influence. A shot taken by Dowridge in front of the captain at first slip. 29 for the loss of 1. Powell is on 12. Carty's got 6. And a welcome return, Philip Spooner Dowridge. And he batted so well yesterday, and Springer got his opportunity.
Yeah, Dowridge really, looked like a man on a mission. He, from the start to finish, he was dedicated. He was committed. He just was digging in. Barbados were in a bit of a spot, and then Springer came in, even took over from Dowridge at one point. But it's also good to see Shamar finally put in a big, a pretty good number on the board.
Here's Hardin, comes in and bowls to Paul. Paul is forward. And pushes out towards mid-off. There's no run. Yes.
Not to take away too much from Roland's time, but what was also impressive was the new ball spell from Archibald.
Yes.
I thought he
looks good.
Left arm again, the ball to swing. That was quite good to see.
I think he's a good cricketer. I think he's a good cricketer.
He was up on pace too. At one point, he was really hustling the batsmen and things. So, yeah, well, Barbados played well too, with a tremendous partnership. It was also good to see Archibald and Cornwall getting 4.
Yeah, good old Cornwall is back. Here's Harden, comes in and bowls short and pulled away. Where's that gone? Up towards mid-wicket. It's not time. In fact, it's going to stop. And they'll maybe get 3 here, I would imagine. They've gone, is that just 2 runs they've gotten? So this is not good cricket at all. Is that 2? Yes.
That's actually 2. The shot that got Powell out in the first innings.
Yeah.
And
what happened there?
He has to be very careful. That was not controlled.
No.
The first innings, he top edged it and mid-on caught it running back. This time, he managed to get some more back on it, and it fetched all the way out to deep mid-wicket, but it wasn't in control, and it didn't have anything really on it, and that's why
it's his weakness in his cricket. We've seen people bowl shorter, and you're right, and that could have gone anywhere for the spooner. Luckily, he had enough on it, and it was not timed at all. 31 for 1. He goes to 14. Hardin comes in again to bowl to Powell, and to this delivery, pitched up, wrapped in the pad and appeal for leg before. That clearly was not on. Starting outside the leg stump, and it comes from the pad, goes out towards that mid-wicket area, and the bowler goes after a leg by signal by the very stylish Gregory Brathwaite, and the score with that goes up to 32 for 1. Hardin will now bowl to Carty. So it was good also to see, Springer getting into the. He doesn't get many opportunities for Barbados. I thought he batted very well.
He played extremely well, and every loose delivery he cashed in, and the 6s over mid-wicket and deep square were quite powerful shots. And he looked in full control. Really didn't really put a foot wrong until he actually got out. But the partnership,
175.
Yeah, really was something special to see them dig in after. The top order didn't. Nobody passed 30.
Nope. 124 for 5.
Yeah, that was good to see that kind of batsmanship.
And it has given Barbados a lead that they'll be comfortable with. 32 for 1.
But I'm hoping that the Leewards can demonstrate similar batsmanship and take the game deep, because we want to see a good contest. We want to see Barbados chasing 150 to win.
Here is Hardin in bowls, and Carty's pushing into the offside for a single out towards cover. As he went on the back foot, they feel that backward point had to come across to pick it up. That looks like Rifa, and they'll get a single. So with that, Carty will pinch the strike at the end of the over from Hardin. He goes to 7. Paul is 14. 33 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Barbados would love to pick up another wicket now, just to ease what pressure there is at this moment. 33 for 1. Powell at this level is a player who can get big runs. I think he's had a little bit of luck so far today, so he could ride that, provide exactly what Philip is asking for, taking this game into tomorrow. But it will certainly depend on how he bats, the length of time that he bats, and the support that he can get from people like Carty, Thomas, and Hamilton.
Yep. You're right about that. So 33 for 1. Simmons to continue. I like this young man, and not build like the fast ball. He's a very short man.
Well, he's coming in from the Marshall end. Even though he's left arm, he's coming in from the land of
and he's sharpish.
The end of the greatest of all time.
Yeah,
so.
He comes in now to bowl to Carty. Carty's beaten upside the off, some lovely delivery. Well, I was talking to my good cousin Ezra Stewart about him this morning, and he was telling me that he quite likes this young man, and from what I've seen so far, I think it's a good pick. And he looks as if he, with more experience, he's going to hustle you. He looks as if he's going to bowl a couple of bounces at you too and look into your face and bring back that old-time West Indian aggression.
Yeah, only yesterday, Andrew, we were talking to Carl Best about that Patrick Patterson spell in 1986.
Ooh!
Where Jeffrey Dujon was keeping 5 feet from the boundary.
Oh, yes. Ooh, Rambo. The shout was Rambo. Here is Simmons, comes in and bowls to Carty short, and he pulls it through the wicket. That's going to go out to the boundary. And we'll have the legs to get there. The race is on. The ball is going to win the battle. It goes for 4. 2-minute wicket. Well played, Carty. Score goes to 37 for 1.
Yeah, and that's the danger of bowling short repeatedly. Obviously, the batsman he knows that there's only short balls coming, and he just really has to be selective in the balls that he play at. I mean, the ones outside the off stump, when it's short, really he can afford to leave. But with the onside field, really, where there's just one man in front of the wicket, which is a mid-wicket, it's quite a safe shot. There's a deep square leg and there's a fine leg, but unless you can get the ball high enough,
Right.
it's quite a safe shot to play the pull shot.
McCarthy goes into double figures. He's an 11. Here's Simmons, comes into both the cart into this. Very short outside the off stump, and he just plays inside the line. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Does he remind you of anyone, Philip? I know that Roland was saying Wagner. Anyone you can think of?
Who, Carty?
No, I'm talking
Carty
about
doesn't remind me of Wagner.
No, I'm talking about Simmons. Yes. Simmons.
A bit of
We just watch his approach and
Odwin Jilts.
Odwin Jilts, yes, from Banks, was he?
From Pickwick.
From Pickwick.
Played a couple of matches for Barbados.
Yeah, he did, yes. He was a very strong bowler. 37 for 1. As he comes in again, this is Simmons, he's in, and ball short, banged in outside the off stump, and the batsman allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So Odwin Jilts, yes, he was pretty stiff.
Yeah. He just is he's just himself going into
Yes.
the cricketer that he is. He was with the West Indies on 19 team in 2020 to the World Cup. He did pretty well. He wasn't one of the frontline bowlers. It was Jaden Seal.
Yes.
There was Naeem Young and Matthew Ford. So
Yes.
Simmons was a little bit down, behind him in the pecking order, but he's obviously in the last
come
couple
on
of
quite
years
well.
come on
And he comes again to bolt the cart into this. Leeward Carty allows it to go outside the often taken by the keeper. The score is kept on 37 for 1. Yes.
Yeah, if anybody, Andrew, that he does remind me of actually is Elvis Reefer,
Elvis Reefer.
who's Raymond's father.
Oh,
who
okay.
Played one match for Barbados and made 50 runs.
Yeah.
That was the one cricketer that also comes to mind. Elvis and Odwin just used to bowl a new ball for Pickwick.
Yes. And yeah.
He's got a bit of that, I guess, but he's just fitted in really nicely, and he's gotten a wicket in both.
And insofar, that should give him the world of confidence. He comes in again to bowl to Carty. Carty allows the ball to go outside the off stump, and his captains applaud him. I think he might have just told him, look, just get the length right, and attack outside the off stump. So the over comes to an end. Time for drinks, and the news is that the Leewards bat in the second time, having made 172 innings close to which Barbados replied with 324. They're 37 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the Leewards will be quite pleased to go to this break just one wicket down. The test player in Kieran Powell, who obviously will still have visions of wanting to represent the West Indies again. He's there on 14, Carty on 11, and I thought the Barbados team this morning bowled a little bit of effort. I'm very keen and happy to see the way that young Simmons is running in. He looks a free spirit. He's prepared to run in, bend his back, hammer the ball into the turf, and he's also picked up the only wicket to fall. So those signs are looking pretty good at the moment.
Indeed.
And I think you've got
we can have a double change. Yes, Keith Holder in his black mass, and of course our very good friend, our very good friend Lyndon Yard, the horse racing man as well, man of many talents. I understand he also describes golf as well. Not when Tiger Woods is playing, but he comes a call in person.
The trainer of War Eagle.
He is the trainer. That's why he doesn't win. All right, 37 for 1. The man to go hard. Let's look at the bowling figures before we make that change. Holder 4 overs, 2 minutes done for 9. Harden 6 overs, 1 maiden done for 17, and Simmons 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. The batsman to go. Hodgcott, Dowridge bowls Simmons 5 at 21 at the crease. Powell is on 14 from 32 balls. He's been there for just over an hour, 2 fours, and Carty playing a lovely pull shot and a spanking drive. Has got 2 fours from his 11. He's been at the crease for just about 23 minutes. So we've brought you completely up to date, and it's just about time for a change. Just before you go though, Roland, speaking to cousin Ezra Stewart, the noted journalist, he was saying to me that he wanted me to discuss it with you this morning. He thinks that Carter should bat at 3 for Barbados. What do you think about that?
Well, he probably should. I mean, he's an experienced Barbadian cricketer. He's been around for a while. Obviously, he's batted in those positions before. Maybe they're looking at the fact that he's probably going to do a bit more bowling in the side and don't want to just bat him at 3 all the time. But it's an option.
But would you roll and bat him at 3?
With the amount of,
given the construct of the Barbados side.
With the amount of seam bowlers in the side, I would be happy to bat him at 3.
Okay.
I wouldn't have no difficulty in that.
Fine. Good. So we can quote you on Mason and Guest then.
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay, as we quote Dr. Ford. All right, 37 for 1. Philip, you're tickled by that. I'll leave it with you, some wonderful gentlemen. You know, I have not been able to get Keith Holder on Mason and Guest. Now, when that happens, I'm sure the ratings will go through the roof. So 37 for 1, I will leave you. And now, of course, with Lyndon Yard, the train of War Eagle. And for his impressions of what has happened so far, 37 for 1, we're going to have that double change. It's Lyndon, and after him, it's going to be my good friend Keith Holder, nicknamed Keith Roy.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Good to be back in the hot seat. Good to be back with Keith Holder, and to my extreme left, a good friend of mine, and Philip Spooner, the brother of Livy Puckering. Ironically, Keith, as you come back, I remember you were paying tribute on Wednesday to 2 fallen brothers who would have played for cricket. One from the Cayman Islands. Can you remember the name?
The name of
the guy who had passed away from the Cayman Islands.
Oh, that's Mr. Tyrone Smith.
Right.
Who was an outstanding player at the Lodge. And then we talk about Hatton Callender, who captained Harrison College. Here is Holder, and he's driven through mid-off. That's a fine stroke, heading down the ground. And a chase here by Harding, who's now onto the ball just below our commentary position on the 3rd floor of the 3W stand. A couple runs, and with those 2 runs, Powell moves on to 16, 39 for 1. Good morning to you, Philip.
Good morning, Keith.
I feel honored to have 2 members of the younger generation when compared with Roland Butcher to the left of me, and it's going to spark some wonderful discussions over the next half an hour as Andrew sits on the back. In the background. I first want to clear the air that I was christened Keith Fitzherbert Holden, nickname Hakeem. I don't know where this Roy has come from. I've told him time and time over, don't do it. Half volley and driven through extra cover for 4. But that's an aside. Lovely shot, gentlemen, by Powell, who goes to 20 with his 3rd boundary. 43 for 1 in their 2nd innings, losing Hodge. Caught at the wicket by Dorich off. Simmons for 5. And they are now behind by 109 runs, being led on first innings by 152. Philip, if I may say, first of all, your fellow St. John parishioner, originally, I believe he's also related to you. I don't know if he's a second cousin, Elvis Howard, who was one of our guests yesterday, sent me a message a couple minutes ago. Next delivery from hole outside of the off stump, Powell doesn't play. And he was making the point that he believes this could be the first time that 2 Alanians in Ramon Simmons, the 20-year-old debutant, and Jonathan Carter are in a Barbados first-class team together. It's an interesting observation.
Keith, good observation. John Shepherd was
right. So I
Conrad Hunt.
Exactly, but I was about to double check before we made the switch. I made the switch with Andrew to look at the period, but he was talking about together a drive up on the offside.
I can only think of John Shepherd and Sir Conrad Hunt.
Exactly.
And that would have been late 60s.
Yes, so, and let me say to Andrew, I prefer to be on Larry Mears' show. Good morning to you, Larry. We were having some wonderful communication in relation to your show and a question yesterday. I've given you all the answers. Even the great Joel Big Bird Garner called me on it yesterday, Larry, as I told you on my WhatsApp message. But I will go no further. I wouldn't steal your thunder on your well-listened-to show in the afternoon. Larry Mears, he likes cricket really, really bad. He likes to talk about guys from Combermere Wanderers. And that is going to spark another discussion. 2 slips on a gully. Here is Holder from around the wicket. Padded away, but a no ball called. And it was also outside of the off stump. Umpire Gregory Braffett outstretching that right arm, 44 for 1. And once you get into this sort of discussion, Lyndon and Philip, and you go into the old school tie, initiated in this instance by Elvis talking about Ramon Simmons on debut and Jonathan Carter coming from the Allen School at Belle Plaine in St. Andrew. It would be remiss of me not to state emphatically that a school which our scorer Susan Bell loves dearly, because 2 of her children were at school at Waterford. As this one is pitched on the pads and played down behind the square for a single. Simmons comes in with his left arm. His strong arm returns it to Dowrich. A single, which takes Powell on to 21-45 for one in their second innings. As many as 7 Combermerians in this setup.
I noticed that yesterday.
Yeah.
Nearly every partnership was a Combermerian there, and I noticed that there are quite a few of them up there.
So Craig Braffett, the captain, Shane Mosley, Justin Graves, Shane Dowrich, Shamar Springer, Keon Harding, who had a bit at Lodge as well, I dare say. Jomel Warrican, and in the original 13, the on-cap Jonathan Drakes, who like Braffett, Mosley, Reefer, Shem Holder,
Spartan.
Well, so there would have been 9 all told in the original squad, Shem Holder and Jonathan Drakes, and the list will go on. So, Lyndon, we don't want you to feel away. Tino Best and Dwayne Smith came from your alma mater. Well, the Garrison now Grade and Sealy. And this one he gets behind
primary
it.
Keith.
Well, you see that as well. He said, got this young generation. I have this young generation here. Lyndon Smiles, he was a first division cricketer for Empire and YMPC, didn't quite go all the way. Philip was a first division cricketer for Spartan, made in '92 in a derby game. And, you know, we're not going to get too local, too parochial, but once the debate starts, this old school tie comes into the picture, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think, because Elvis told me that Simmons is Eden Lodge Primary.
Yes.
And I suspect Shamar could be Eden Lodge Primary too. That would be interesting. Because I visited Eden Lodge Primary a few years back with Carlos Braffett and Jason Holder, and there was great excitement at that school. They had won an award.
Yes.
So there seems to be something happening in the Eden Lodge area.
Yeah, well,
where cricket is concerned.
I just have to send a message to Wayne Holder, Shamar's uncle, who's on the PA system. Wayne, good morning. How are you? A drive here on the offside, and there is no run as Simmons continues from the Malcolm Marshall end. He's the wicket taker in his 4th over 1 maiden, 1 for 9. 45 for 1 in their second innings, the Leeward Islands. But that would take a whole discussion when you go into the background of school ties. And all credit to the wonderful work of none other than Roddy Estwick, who is now one of the assistant coaches of the West Indies team. He made a change after Combermere went through, appeared in the dual drums in the early 90s, and actually had to join with St. Leonard's and getting the BCA team out. Simmons here at Kensington Oval. Good pace. The young left arm in his first class game, 20 years old outside of the off stump. No stroke from Simmons. And on that score, if you're going to talk Combermere, Philip and Lyndon, let's wish a stalwart of Barbados' cricket of yesteryear, Patrick Peter Lashley, a most wonderful and happy 85th birthday. That is one for you, Larry, that you can have on your show this evening, Larry Mears. Peter Lashley served on the BCA Board of Management for quite a number of years. I
have a story, Keith.
Okay.
On Peter Lashley.
Happy birthday to you, Patrick Peter Lashley, age 85, short from Simmons and pulled down to the deep forward square, fielded by Springer. One of the 7 Combermeres in this current Barbados side. It's 46 for 1.
Peter Lashley was Combermere too?
Yes, Peter Lashley was Combermere in the days of Royal Branca and Wes Hall and that wonderful bunch. You know, I mean, they were the original stalwarts from Combermere, as a matter of fact.
Keith, I'm beginning to think that Spooner also, if he has not served as a principal, he's about to serve as a principal. The way he's reeling off these schools for these
well, the thing about, I spent a lot of time at the Nation on the Gordon Brooks, Tony Cozier, Keith, Mike King, you know, so you had to be a student of everything in order to stack up. So yeah, I learned a lot.
2 slips and 2 gullies for Simmons. He bowls short and stylish. In behind it is Carty, pushes it into the covers, and there is no run. All these discussions will come up. Yeah, let me tell you something. Don't fool your foot, gentlemen. In Barbados, this cool tie thing ain't easy.
Yeah, but on happy birthday, as you said, to Mr. Lashley. And I remember in December 2020, the 60th anniversary tie test.
Yes.
We got together with Cricket Australia to bring together a number of legends, and it was really exciting to have Peter Lashley on that.
Here's Simmons with 2 slips and the 2 gullies, bowled short. Tucks him up a bit, but effectively Carty pushes it down out to the forward square, challenges and will complete the second run quite comfortably. The return goes in at the bowler's end and backed up by Harding, as Mosley ran all the way from Skreley up towards mid-wicket. So 2 more to Carty. He's now on 13. Powell has 22, 48 for 1 in their second innings. The Leeward Islands 77 for 1. Philip Spooner, who is the media relations manager for Cricket West Indies, Linden Yard, the versatile commentator, horse racing cricket, are sharing the analyst position. And we don't want to miss a ball, but these are 2 rather loquacious gentlemen that I have with me at the moment as the next delivery is picked short and played out to mid-wicket. The over is completed from Simmons now. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Shamar Holder 5 overs, 2 maiden, 17 runs. Keon Harding 6 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs. Carty 13, Powell 22. Hodge caught by Dorrit Shaw Simmons for 5. It's 48 for 1 in their second innings. The Leeward Islands trailing by 104. Yes, Philip, and then Lyndon.
Yeah. So it was a few weeks after Sir Wes Hall, the statue was unveiled, and so we got Lance Gibbs, who was the 12th man in the tie test, Peter Lashley. Then there was Neil Harvey and Alan Davidson, and they were discussing the last over of the tie test, and Peter Lashley gave us a story we'd never heard before. Peter Lashley said he could have actually been the fielder who threw the ball, but he said that Solomon came around and said, leave it, and he got out the way, and he said that in getting out the way he helped to create history. He said that he was about to pick up the ball, and Solomon said, no, leave it to me, I'll let down the stump. And Solomon picked up the ball, knocked on the stump, and we had the first tie test.
Excellent. And you know, Peter Lashley is a very, very meticulous guy. When it comes to talking, the way how he batted, everything virtually about him. Short delivery from hold the ball around the wicket and slap down behind point for a boundary by Powell. He likes to score, and he wasn't going to let that loose delivery go unpunished with his 4th boundary in 26 from 42 deliveries, and it also brings up the 50 for the Leeward Islands, as pointed out by our scorer Susan Bell. 52 for 1 in their second innings, with the 50 coming in 78 minutes of 15 overs and 1 ball, inclusive of 7 fours. And gentlemen, you talk about that. Elvis is clearly listening, like Henderson Springer, and I know, and I knew, and I continue to know, and will use the KN word with either the O or the E to say that once such a discussion starts, it will create some reaction. Lovely delivery, touchdown from hold the ball and around the wicket from the Joel Garner end, and a groping Powell just passes the outside edge on its way to Dorrit. Now, Philip and Lyndon, Elvis Howard quickly tells us that Shamar Holder is a Lawrence T. Gay primary school boy before he went over to St. Leonard's, the alma mater of Ryan Hines, who is now wearing 2 hats. He's a Barbados prize selector and is the assistant coach. Mr. Ryan Hines, they say he has a very good cricketing brain. Played defensively by Paul into the offside, and there is no run.
One more, Keith, on Peter Lashley. I have to go on the tender some else, but only last week when Eastern Matt Morris passed away, and condolences to him, to his family.
Yes.
I was speaking to Maurice Foster on on Matt Morris and his legacy, and Maurice Foster said he reminded him so much in his batting of Peter Lashley. Similar style, even they had a similar approach to batting, stylish but very gritty and determined.
Holder still from around the wicket. Powell is forward, and it comes off the inner portion and goes down to the short, or well, not short, halfway there, about to the long leg area, fielded by Simmons. A single, 27, 53 for 1. Yes, when I was a youngster, I listened to Shell Shield cricket coverage. Big scores returned by Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, and guys like Peter Lashley, 85 years old today, and Easton McMorris, who just passed at that age, used to just bat and bat and bat. Those guys knew what scoring over 400 and 500 in Shell Shield games meant. And it's a good analysis that Maurice Foster, who was a stalwart as well, former Jamaica captain, I'm certain Philip would have given to you. There are 3 slips in a gully cover and a mid-off as Hole is over the wicket, and it's played down behind square. 2 fielders converge. In the end, Simmons coming off the fine leg boundary gets there before Harding from deep backward square.
Springer.
And Springer correction. And it's a single with Carty now 14, Powell 29, 54 for 1. You were saying, Philip?
Yeah, and it was it was good to speak to Maurice Foster and get some insight. And during that conversation, as he spoke about Matt Morris, he likened so many traits of Peter Lashley as well. He said the grittiness, the determination, the style, also the leadership and the way they went about the game, you know, in many ways.
Holder from around the wicket beats a prodding Kieran Powell taken by Dorich. The over is finished, 54 for 1. I know you say you have to go soon, but I can't let you go on. Yeah. Make sure when you come, when you return, that you return when I'm on. I don't want Andrew Mason to be part of this discussion. Then, you know, we have to keep it at a certain level. Why is Mr. Green chuckling?
I think he meant level 1.
Look, Philip, St. Michael, when amalgamation quid came, you then boasted of Patterson Thompson and Jason Holder, who came over from Louis Lynch. You know, guys who have played at the highest level. So, I know in this little session, I didn't want you to leave feeling as though you went across Martindale's Road only to learn English, Spanish, and maths.
And French. A little bit of French as well. Now that you mentioned, tribute to Noah Giddings as well, my former cricket coach and French teacher. A tremendous individual.
So here's Simmons with 2 slips and 2 gullies, ball short, and it's pushed down towards mid-off. There's no run. Lyndon, tell us a bit about this field here with the 2 orthodox slips in, and then I would call that 2 gullies with a distance between the orthodox gully and where Springer is more or less like a 4th gully.
Yeah, it's a strange.
A second gully, sorry.
But I'm thinking that the plan here is to you hit the ball in the wicket, wideish of the wicket, hoping that the batsman will actually steer the ball more than cut. And hence the reason why if he does cut, Roy Springer is more behind in the first of the 2 gullies.
Short and pulled down behind square. Mosey's onto it, running to his right. And that's a single. As 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders were backing up, but pulled down nicely by Dorich. And with that single, carry on to 15, 55 for 1. Powell has 27. There are 97 runs in arrears still, the Leeward Islands, having faced a deficit of 152 on first innings. Thanks to Philip, who slipped out. He's promised to return. He's a very busy guy. Lyndon?
Haven't got anything for you recently from Amida Bad, Keith. I'm just trying to get. I'm patient. I'm impatient.
That is okay. You'll get it pretty soon.
Okay.
Keep optimistic, Mr. Yard. Remain that way. And your optimism, I dare say, went a bit too high in my opinion. Picked short here by Simmons and played defensively on the pitch by Powell. There is no run. The match is over, Lyndon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I showed you the equation when we came back on. And you just smiled and ignored me. So I'm just waiting for you to get around with me.
Okay, we'll give you details at the end of the over. So West Indies wiped out in that 3-match ODI series in Ahmedabad. And to follow the 3 T20 internationals recently here at Kensington Oval, West Indies beat England 3-2 in T20s. 2 slips in the gully. Simmons is over the wicket. Again, the pitch is short. And Powell on top of it. Guys, it's square on the offside, fielded by Reefer. And there is no run. West Indies were set 266 for victory. And they were bowled out for 169 in 37 overs and 1 ball in relation to their innings. Hope 5, King 14, Bravo 19. Brooks didn't score. Puran, the stand-in captain, 34. Holder 6. Allen didn't score. Joseph 29. Smith 36. Walsh 13. Roach not out. No score. 169 all out. It's day 3 of the first round of matches in the CWI First Class Championship. Short hook and it lobs the second slip and he's caught. Well, Powell stays there disappointed as umpire Blades immediately raises his right arm. We are going to ask for that replay again, but the bottom line is that you don't have any chances in this tournament of calling for a review. That's not in the rules. And therefore, 20-year-old debutant left-arm pacer Ramon Simmons has taken both wickets. And the Leeward Islands in their second innings are 55 for 2 Powell caught at second slip by Carter for 27. Simmons now with both wickets for 13 runs in his 5th over. Mr. Green, sir, can you kindly have a couple replays? Powell looks very disappointed. The Barbados players, as soon as the ball fell into the hands, he's looking at his left hand, Lyndon, as if to suggest it probably struck him just above the wrist or so. And here comes the replay.
He doesn't look very comfortable with the decision, and he definitely remonstrated that by standing there, and he looks very shocked when the umpire actually gave him out, and the umpire in question was umpire Jonathan Blaze,
yes,
who had that.
Give us, yes, here comes the replay again, if you can just slow it down a bit. I would suggest, Lyndon, that there was a little guilt shown by Kieran Paul when he realized that the ball was lobbed. He took a few seconds, watch it again, watch his reaction in terms of how he looks at his wrist. Here we go. Right hand is off, and then recognizing that he's lobbed it, he starts to sheepishly look at his arm, and all the while Simmons was running down the wicket celebrating, took a look back at umpire Blades, who raised his right hand, and Powell walks away feeling disappointed. But how many times over in all levels of cricket have you seen that sort of reaction when a batsman feels that he should have been given the benefit of the doubt? For all of the debate, the score, cards, books, whatever, will say Powell caught Carter, bowled Simmons. He made 27, 49 balls, 85 minutes, 4 fours. It's 55 for 2. The new batsman is Devon Thomas, very experienced. There are 2 slips and still those 2 gullies. Cover point on the boundary, mid-off, and his first delivery from Simmons, he pushes it defensively up towards mid-on. There is no run. So the end of another successful over for Ramon Simmons, coming on his first change from the Malcolm Marshall end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13. And the Leeward Islands in their second innings are 55 for 2. Hodge caught by Dorich, he made 5. And Powell caught at second slip from a delivery which he attempted to pull and seemingly got the glove lobbed, and Carter took an easy catch. 27 with 4 boundaries. Carty's on 15 and Thomas has faced just 1 ball. They're still behind by 97 on first innings. Here's Lyndon. And
it'll be interesting to see the approach here for the incumbent batsman in Devon Thomas. We know that by nature he's naturally an aggressive player. Behind by 97, they still have to try and get back into the game, but at the moment Barbados firmly in the ascendancy.
Holder, ball short and is tucked down to the long leg by Carty, an easy single with Simmons coming off the boundary to do the fielding. Carty now 16, 56 for 2, and Thomas to take strike from Holder. There are 1, 2, 3 slips in place and a gully cover, then an inviting gap. Moses out at mid-off, a bit wide mid-on, backward square on the boundary and the long leg. So one would suggest that Holder likely is going to dig in a couple short, trying to entice Thomas to pull or hook. He likes to play his strokes, as was shown in the first innings when he made 58 off 77 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Now the Leeward Islands still 96 runs behind from that deficit outside of the off stump, and no stroke taken by Dorich. Here's Lyndon.
Yeah, I was saying to you, Keith, earlier when Spooner was on, wanted to get his attention there and then, that the coverage, the streaming is being watched far and wide, because I got a message as early this morning from New York, where you had mentioned the guy from the Cayman Islands that had passed on. He played on the 19 cricket for Barbados with a guy called Stocky Blackman.
Yes, well, Stocky Blackman, Lyndon, I believe you know of him. If you don't know of him, I can tell you a bit about him. 3 slips and a gully. Hold is in, down the leg side. Stifle appeal for cash at the wicket as Dorich took it low, 56 for 2. Do you know, or did you know of Stocky Blackman?
I know of him. I actually met him in 2000 in America, actually, and that way he wanted the attention of Spooner, because in that game where he played alongside him, I actually happened to play for Barbados, where he opened the batting, and Livingston Puckering was also in that team. So he was saying to me in the message that they really were enjoying the commentary, and asked me to pass on condolences to his family. You know, he was close with the guy that had been playing for Barbados on the 19, and that we are doing a wonderful job. They're following the streaming all the way up in New York.
Here's Holder, and guided just past the third slip, who didn't move between the third slip and the gully, and he's off the mark for boundary down to third man, Thomas 40-60 for 2. If my memory serves me right, Stocky Blackman, like the late Livy Puckering, Phillips' brother, was a product of Princess Margaret School, and he was a very attacking batsman.
Extremely.
You can message back your friend. Guys like Wayne Daniel and Thelston Payne, Stephen Lord,
Wendell Coppin.
Yeah, but he hadn't yet arrived. Claremont, Salt, Bike, Jordan, who captained the Ronald Tree Cup team in the year that I captained my alma mater foundation in the under 15. Those guys really made for a wonderful Princess Margaret team. And you're talking about the era of the early 70s. You know, so they too would have had a rich history. You don't want to go on and go on. I'll wait until Philip returns. But when you touch one, you're going to touch quite a number of those wonderful schoolboy cricketers. Solidly, Thomas plays Holder out into the covers. Mosley moves from mid-off to do the fielding, and there is no run. So you did meet Mr. Blackman?
Yeah. Exceptional eye-hand coordination, very, very strong. To use Andrew's word, brute force. I played alongside him.
A ball beater.
Timmy was actually speaking to Brian Rogers while they were following the commentary, and Brian Rogers would have played alongside Desmond Haynes.
Well, you see, you want to make me feel old that I know all of these guys, but
not necessarily, Keith. You know, but you know, radio works.
Yes, it works as Holder is in, and I'll beg Andrew for an extra over. I'm certain that he wouldn't mind, because he's taking an important call in the background. No ball bowled by Holder. Signal this time by outstretching his left arm. Gregory Braffett at 61 for 2. You mentioned Brian Rogers. I first met Brian Rogers when he played for Parkinson with the late, great Malcolm Marshall. And he used to beat ball. Then he played for YMCA, which I joined after leaving Foundation. And he's a Malvern guy.
Exceptional guy, I must say.
Exactly, Brian Rogers.
Brian Zars Rogers.
Yeah, came through the Barbados on the 19th system on that small Parkinson ground as it was then there in the Pine opposite CBC. They did wonders, you know. A lot of people don't know this delivery is pushed out on the offside on the front foot, the end of the over by Holder, 61 for 2. When I facetiously tell people that I helped to make Malcolm Marshall popular, they want to know how it came about. Well, we were playing a Ronald Tree Cup on the 15 game at the Pine, Parkinson, Foundation against Parkinson, and I dropped Malcolm Marshall behind the stumps early. He went on to score a wonderful 100. His games master at the time was a guy by the name of Morris Morrison, who used to play for the Barbados Cricket League, an old lodge boy who now lives in the States. As a matter of fact, on the anniversary of Malcolm's passing, the 20th anniversary, if my memory serves me correctly, Malcolm died, December 4th, December 1999. And we were talking about Malcolm, back to that in a moment. Short delivery and pulled down to the area of long leg for a single as Simmons continues 62 for 2.
Yes, Keith, while you catch your breath, what I'll do for you, just throw some spice onto what we are speaking about. I haven't mentioned the name Peter Lashley. Just let me wish the esteemed gentleman the happiest of all birthdays.
His 85th.
Yeah, his 85th birthday. In 35 matches, he batted 55 times, scoring 2,736 runs, the highest score of 204. An aggregate of 55.63, 6 centuries, and he made his debut in 1966, the year when Barbados became independent.
2 slips and the 2 gullies, Holders in, pitches up, and that's a wonderful stroke, driven straight on the left side of the pitch and down towards the boundary. It's a very fast outfield and gets to the boundary now in front of the Coppin Cozier and short media center, and with that boundary, his intentions, as was the case in the first innings, to take advantage of scoring opportunities. The second for Devon Thomas, he goes to 9 from 8 deliveries. The Leewards are 66 for 2 in their second innings, still behind that deficit by 86 runs. And I'll complete that story in relation to Malcolm Marshall and that century he got after being dropped early in the Ronald Tree Cup. So we're going back.
Dropped by yours truly.
Well, yours truly, as in Keith F. Holder. Yes, yeah, Lyndon. It's okay. A bit short, and well, I have to tell the story as it unfurled. So in those days, $5 meant a lot, Lyndon. And Morris Morrison, who was then a master and looking after sports at Parkinson, gave him $5 to go down to the Advocate, the old Broad Street Advocate, still there on Fontebelle. And the very next day on the back page, because sports dominated the back page of the Advocate then, this baby-faced looking boy, Malcolm Marshall, appeared on the back page, having scored 100 thanks to Keith Holder. And that is when he came to national attention from very early. I can give you the story short and slap. That needs attention from every corner of the globe. Going into the mud, Ramon Simmons, and punched down to the extra cover boundary by Devon Thomas, his third boundary. He's on 12 from 10 deliveries. Can you kindly give us a replay there, Mr. Green? That was a wonderful stroke. It's 70 for 2. Carty has 17, 82 runs behind on first innings. Yes, Mr. Green, we were waiting patiently, but that was a lovely stroke.
Yeah, beautiful shot to be punked into the turf. Maybe he's gone to the turf once too often. The field is set for that because it's an interesting field. It's a backwards square 3/4 of the way, and then there's a fine leg on the boundary. Now they've removed the wider of the two gullies, which was more back, more behind, and they've placed him at the conventional cover position.
Simmons again, and he's forced to defend on this occasion, but stylishly so, pushing it back up on the offs of the pitch. The bowler does the fielding himself and then underarms the ball to his mid-off fielder in Keon Harding, and there's no run, 70 for 2. So you actually played some cricket then with Stocky Blackman?
Yes, I did. I said in the West Indian tournament is played in New York, and that was in the year 2000. I represented Barbados versus Bangladesh. I think also in that team was Ahmed Proverbs. And get back to that.
Here is Simmons in again, ball short and top, very, very fine into the fine leg boundary. This guy is dealing in boundaries, I dare say. Devon Thomas, when he walked out to the wicket, I say that he's that sort of player, and he showed it in the first innings with 58, the top score from 77 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Now he has gone to 16 with 4 boundaries from just 12 balls. The Leeward Islands are 74 for 2. Andrew? Yes, don't nod. It's coming up to lunchtime. I think Andrew's been busy with reading lots and lots of WhatsApp messages. Word is that he made headlines with Barry Wilkinson in the chair this morning. Got having a couple of messages, so Andrew will come and chat. Does he know Susan? It's still going on. Okay, Andrew, do you want me doing that over where you settle? Roland Butcher is smirking, is smiling. I think he's been given the message as well, but Andrew's back is broad. So whether they come from the north or the south and the ball beamers, bouncers, or Yorkers.
Well, let's tell you that. 74 for a loss of 2.
Andrew, I don't know anything officially, okay? So I will take my break and you can come in and have your say. I'm certain that you've received messages, Andrew. Here is Holder, pitching up, and edge into the hands drop. In and out of second slip. Carter is on his haunches.
My God.
Oh, my word. That's a bad, bad miss. Mr. Green, replay that for us, please. The Alanian, who then went on to Alexandria in Jonathan Carter. Working
again.
Let's see. Yes, Carter normally has that second slip position. Let's see.
Oh, straightforward.
Yeah, should have been taken. Okay, rolling a word from you, and then you can answer Andrew's question.
Yeah, very bad miss there, really. Straightforward catch, and that should have been taken. And obviously, Chamar Holder very upset with that because he bowled for it, got the ball to swing away.
Yeah. And the next ball is on the line of the off stump, and Carty's forward and pushes down to cover. More bit off, there's no run as we head towards lunch on day 3. My question is, what is Workan doing at second slip? Can you answer that, Roland?
I can, Andrew.
What is he doing
I
at
think
second
you
slip?
would need to ask your skipper.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't normally see him there. Here's Holder, comes up now on his way, he's in and bows to Carty. Carty is on the back foot, good tight delivery, pushes in front of him, and the ball just runs down to gully. 4, Graves to come forward to collect it. There's no run, it's 74 for 2. Carty 17, Thomas 16, a couple of chances. Barbados not taking it. Short side the off stump, cut away down to that point area. Earlier was Powell, should have been caught by Mosley, and a simple catch. Oh my golly, that was very easy. I would have taken that. Roland Butch at 67 would have as well. Here is a delivery outside and the off stump. Good tight ball and pushed away in the offside. Reefer comes forward from that cover area. They get a single. As he got on top of that, bowled by Holders. Ball a good length here and hurrying the batsman into that shot into the offside. Went down towards the cover area for a single. And look at work and hands akimbo, Keith. You just can't believe it. Oh my golly!
And he really should be concerned
really,
because it wasn't a difficult chance.
Look at him. Look at him. He's hands akimbo there. Can't believe it. Nice. 74 for 2. I wonder if Carlisle Best would have taken a note of that. Good old Carlisle. He would have said, unbelievable. You remember Carlisle. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the leg stump, bowled by that one coming in, Holder, and turned away in the onside down towards that backward square area for a single by Thomas. The score goes to 76 for 2. Carty is on 18, Thomas is on 17. The men to go Hodge caught by Durridge off Simmons for 5, and Paul caught by Carter off Simmons for 27. The first at 21, the second at 55. These two have carried it to 76 for 2 and an unbroken stand for wicket number 3 of 21. So we're just about how many minutes away from the lunch interval? I'll tell you in a minute. Just about about 15 minutes to go. Here is Holder, comes into bowl to Carter into this delivery. He's off the back foot, forces into the offside, down to cover. Rather choked there a little bit. It was good pace, and it went down to cover for Mosley to pick it up, and there is no run. And you can see the guys are now throwing the ball to work and from to catch it. Did you see that?
Well,
and he almost dropped it. Oh my golly. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all, really. Straight in his hands. And I don't know why he's there. Normally he's not in that slip position. 76 for loss of 2. And it's not the most agile either. So, you agree with that?
Well, I think he'd be extremely disappointed because it wasn't a difficult chance.
Yep.
Catch that. 9 out of 10 times you would hang on to that second slip. It was a nice height.
Is he still at second slip? Where is he now?
He's been elevated to first now.
Oh, he's Carter's at second slip, and now Warren is at first. And Simmons comes to the attack, replacing the lively Simmons. In fact, Springer coming to the attack, replacing the lively Simmons. 76 for loss of 2. It's going to be the bowling off Springer with his medium pace. Comes in to bowl a ball which is short and pulled away through the wicket by Thomas. We'll get runs, we'll get one, we'll get a second, we even contemplate the third here. Should come for it comfortably, and they get through. It was short, no pace at all, and he pulled it through the wicket back for the third. He's a man that will score quickly, Thomas. He already goes up to 79 for 2.
Yeah, he's a quick scorer, but I don't think the Leewards really need Thomas to be taking any chances.
No.
I think what is required now is him to bat a long time, because if he does bat a long time, then obviously the runs will come. But as you know, Thomas gives you a chance. He's, I think he's one of their better players, but he's also fairly chancy as well.
Well, it's going to be Springer to continue, and he's going to bowl to Carter, who's got 18 at 79 for 2, and the action continues with Hodge 5 and Powell 27, the men to go. Here is Springer as he starts to move in again. 2 steps in the gully. Comes into Carty, and Carty is edging down to the boundary at third man, going between gully and second slip all along the carpet. That goes for 4, and it's 83 for a loss of 2.
Yes, and the bowler must take the credit there, but at the same time, Carty was in fairly good control. The ball went along the ground to the right of the second slip fielder, in between the gully and the second slip. And on this occasion, quite a safe shot. but I think Springer would feel that he was hard done by the ball going into the boundary. But I'm just wondering, on Drew, against Springer, whether those slips and gullies are a little bit deep.
Yep. I think they're coming forward now as he comes in and bows to Carty. Carty gets the ball full, flicks it through that square leg area for one. Coming off the boundary, looks like Holder. Sends a strong return to the keeper. Ball that was full and flicked away down to backward square for one by Carty, who goes with that single to 23. And the Leeward's batting second time in deficit by 152. They're 84 for 3. It brings Thomas back into strike. He's got 20. In he comes again. Springer up and bowls to Thomas. Short and he pulls it down towards the boundary at backward square for one. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. The return from Holder is a good one. Moving to his right. And he's done it backward square. Sent a good return. And just a single. So the short ball came along. The trap is set. Holder is on the backward square boundary. There's also a long leg as well. So you expect the short ball to come along. And he will certainly take them on. 85 for 2. Here's Springer, comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty is on the back foot, turns it off the hip, down to long leg for one. As Reefer comes across, sends the return to the keeper. Was to tidy up, and the batsman will get this thing. A good bit of bounce there by Springer, and played rather awkwardly down towards that long leg area for one. So Carty gets one to go to 24. Thomas 21. It's 86 for the loss of 2. This is over number 21. So the rate is pretty good. It's 4.13. Here's Springer in, balls outside the off, off the back foot, hit into the pitch and down towards the backward point area. On the boundary is Simmons. The return comes in and a single. It was too short, and well, Thomas didn't put it away. So the over comes to an end. At the end of it, Carty is on 24, Thomas is 22. It's 87 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, I think the Leewards would be quite happy with the rate that they're scoring at.
Yep.
I mean, that's something. We've only had 21 overs, so they'd be quite happy with the way they're going. Perhaps they would like to be at this point to have lost just 1 wicket less, but you know, they still find themselves in a reasonable position. Still behind the game. They're going to have to bat well if they want to be able to set Barbados, you know, a decent target. But at the same time, you know, these two players at the crease, Carty will hang in there. Thomas will score and score quickly. So, you know, he could also transfer some pressure back onto the Barbados attack.
But holding at a pretty good spell from this end. He looks to me to be a little bit sharper from this end as he comes in from the northern end or the Joe Garner end, up and bowls to Carty, and Carty is looking to pull the ball away. Where is that gone? Down towards long leg, and in fact that is Thomas, and gets a run. It was short. He'll take you on, there's no doubt about that. And it was Springer coming off the boundary. It's a lovely breeze, and those coconut trees are really dancing away in the wind as they look towards CBC. Very clear. No threat of rain. Had lots this morning in Barbados. 88 for 2. And it kept Roland Butcher under his blankets a little bit longer than normal. Didn't go for his early morning walk in the Ealing Grove area up to Silver Sands. 88 for 2. Here is Holt as he comes in with number 14 in his back. He's in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty is forward, pops the ball down towards Bedon, and doesn't carry it all the way to Bedon, who comes across to the left to pick it up. Looks like it was a Hardin coming across to pick it up, and there's no run. So we're pretty close to the luncheon interval. The thing for the Leewards is that they've not lost a lot of wickets, and at 88 for 2, the deficit is now down by 64. They'll want these two to bat for a long time. Here is Holt as he comes in again to bowl to Carty, and Carty's off the back foot to one of the off stump, pushes into the offside suddenly, out towards cover for Simmons by fleet of foot to come across to pick it up. He's a young man full of energy, picks it up, will give the ball a rub, and eventually will come back to Holder, whose figures are 8 overs and 3 balls, 2 maidens done for 32. Hardin, 6 overs, 1 maiden done for 17. The wicket taker Ramon Simmons, very impressive, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. And Springer's first over cost as many as 11. Here's Holder, comes into bowl to Carty into this delivery. Ball on that middle stump is across the stumps, pushes into the onside, down towards that mid-on area. The ball hustled onto him, but he was in control, draws away down towards that square leg area. And with another 9 minutes to go before the break, the Leewards will want to go to the break without losing any more wickets. On the other hand, Barbados would love to pick up pepper before the luncheon interval. 88 for 2. Holder striving for that breakthrough. He's got a short tail out. He's got 3 sips in the gully. No forward short leg. Comes in to bowl to Casey Carty into this delivery. He's across and gets an in-swinger. And off the inner portion of the bat, the ball runs down towards backward square. Coming off the boundary is that's Simmons, and there is no just a run. But I rather interesting that he's got the backward square in for Carty as well. For sure for Simmons. He now goes back because for Thomas, he now goes back. That's Simmons right in the boundary at backward square. 89 for 2. Holder turns now and will continue. Last ball of his 9th over comes in and then stops because the batsman isn't quite ready. 3 sips in the gully waiting. Thomas draws away, now settles and taps the bat lightly. And Holder comes in and bowls to Thomas. And this is very short and he pulls it safely down towards the position of a backward square for a single. There was a shorter catch, but he controlled that. I think he's conscious of the fact the field is down there. And the ball went down in the air, but safely, dropping well in front of the field at backward square. And that's a single to Thomas, a free scoring batsman. So with that run, the over comes to an end. We've had 22 overs bowled. Carty is on 25, Thomas 24. It's 90 for 2. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and as we approach lunch, I think Barbados will be hoping, Andrew, that they can strike another blow just before the interval. Then that would make it certainly their session if that could happen. But at this stage, these two batsmen looking pretty much in control. Carty's faced some 40 deliveries for his 24. And as you know, Thomas, the busy Thomas, has moved quickly on to 23 of 17 deliveries. So, if he stays there, Andrew, I think you could see some exciting cricket this afternoon. I'm quite taken by Thomas, and then often wonder why he hasn't gone further.
When you see him bat,
and quicker, because he shows that he's got something about him, but something is just stopping him from advancing. Is it because he doesn't get an extended run? Is it? But I think he's somebody that you should still persevere with. I don't think he's somebody that you should write off, because we don't have an abundance of quality players, and maybe he may be a late bloomer.
Haven't heard that in a long time. So after 1 over from Springer that cost 11, Carter replaces him as we start over number 23.
I spoke glowingly about him in the first innings, and then Carter bowled him one that wasn't quite short, and he manufactured a pull shot and got out.
He spoke too quickly. Here's Carter with his medium pace, comes in, he's up, and to this delivery, which is outside the line of the off stump. The batsman is on the back for just guiding it. That's Thomas down to gully, picked up by Graves, who bowled very well. In fact, when Hamilton was at the crease with Thomas in the first innings, they were scoring quickly, and Brathwaite turned to the experience of Carter, slowed things up and got the wickets as well. 90 for 2. In he comes again. This is Carter up and bowls a ball which is outside the line of the offside, pulled away. Where's that gone? That's gone up towards the backward square area. Let's look at the umpire, and it's 4 runs. More forward square really. It was short of a length and pulled away. No real problems at all. That's 4 runs. 94 for loss of 2. That's a meat and drink really for Thomas. And with that, he now quickly goes to 28. He's only faced how many balls? He's only faced 20. He's already struck 5 fours. Here's a ball shot and pulled away again. 4 more runs. Well, that's poor bowling. Short. Banged into the pitch by Carter and pulled away through mid-wicket. That goes for 4 to carry the Leeward to 98 for loss of 2. And like a train, Thomas goes to 32.
Yeah, and both of those deliveries wanted to be dispatched, and Thomas did just that. The length was right for him. He manufactured the length in the first innings, but on this occasion, Carter just a little bit too short in his first over. Thomas has cashed in on both of those.
Well, he's going to continue now, Carter. How will he respond as he comes in to bowl to Thomas. He's up into this delivery. Thomas is forward, pushes into the offside. Will look for a single and will get it too. As the ball is picked up by Harden, who's at cover. Picked it up, and there is a run to the batsman. So an expensive over so far. Harden is in the cover area. Not often that you see the fast bowlers at cover. When you played, Roland, did you have any fast bowlers that were at cover consistently when you played?
No, because most of them were pretty poor fielders, so you had to get them behind.
But you don't normally have the fast ball at cover, do you? Generally?
No, you get them behind the bat.
Yeah, I would think so as
they've
well.
got plenty of time to see the ball coming, like fine leg and third man.
Here's Carter in bows to Carty. Short. Carty's on the back foot, pushes out to cover. Elbows well cocked as he played that. Was on the off stump. And I'm pretty sure that cover isn't that Harding.
Yeah. And could you imagine being Daniel at cover?
No, can't. No. Can you imagine that? You're right. Yeah. Wayne Daniel at cover. 99 for 2. That would make a wonderful picture and a good story in primetime sports. Diving away to his right. The diamond, the dark pearl. Here's a ball outside down the off stump ball back. That's the length of ball, pitched up. And the batsman just comes across. That's Carty, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. So lunch beckons on the third day. 99 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and both of these batsmen now look very much in control. Looks as if the spinner is going to have an over before the break. And you saw what happened on the first day.
First ball.
Warwick picked up that wicket. And obviously they'd be looking to do a similar thing right now, as Warwick having dropped a couple of catches.
And it was Carty picked up too.
In this session, so that could be playing on Carty's mind as to how he's going to play. And he'll perhaps be looking to play it from the non-striker's end.
You said, Roland, that you spoke to Carlisle yesterday. Was it you who said that? No. Oh, okay.
Probably Keith Holder, I would think.
Oh, okay. Is Carlisle down here? Have you seen him? Good old Carlisle. I want to see my good old friend Carlisle, and maybe go back to Best and Mason. Given the fact that I understand that I got a caning on brass tacks today. I heard that. Is that true? But they always cuss me all the time. I mean, that's been so for 25 years. I'm not going to change. 99 for 2, you can be assured of that. Here, why they cuss Pearl Mason's son? Can you imagine that? As Warwick is in, bowls off the back foot. It's pushed away. I understand that Barry's had some wonderful calls. The operative word being wonderful, and some wonderful messages as well. Aye. Here is Warwick in bowls to Carty. Carty's back, pushes up the pitch. There's no run. In fact, it was Miss Bell who alerted me that I should listen to the radio. So, would you want me to stop listening to cricket to hear Mason's people criticizing Mason? Oh, come on. 99 for 2. As he continues again on his way. This is Warwick in bowls off the back foot, turns neatly. And that's going to go down towards the backward square boundary for 1. They'll get a second. The return comes in. I haven't really seen the energy from the Barbados side. I just get the feeling that the second innings, Barbados just expect the Leewards to fold here. I'm not getting the pep in the step, but the 100 comes up on the board. Pedro Agard, whose program is In Swing on CBC. What time is it on CBC? Oh, okay, he hasn't invited me as yet. Maybe he doesn't want listeners. Good old Pedro Agard, Maple man. He's a central man now, I'm told. Here is Warwick comes up, he's in and bowls, and this delivery is too short on the back foot. Goes the batsman, that's Carty, and pushes, no, that's Thomas, pushes down to that long on area for single. So already you see the field beginning to spread. That's a typical Craig Brathwaite thing for you. 102 for the loss of 2. Once you get up to 130, you're going to see the cover and the long off, and the singles are going to come. You're going to see that. I'm sure that Pedro Agar will agree with me on that. 102 for loss of 2, and already he's got the long on in. Maybe he had it in for a Thomas, so you can't blame him for that. So, what time is it now? It's I'll have a look at my. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. and we've got 3 balls left. So this should be the last over. Here is a delivery given some air. The batsman is onto the front foot. That's bowled by Warwick, and coming forward is Casey Carty, pushes to mid wicket. There's no run. 102 for 2. So the trail by exactly 50. This has been a pretty good fight back from them. Here's Warwick, and comes in, bowls to Carty. Carty is forward. The ball goes down the leg side, taken by the keeper. The umpire comes up, and will he remove the bails? I've got 12 o'clock. Yes, he does. Umpire Braffett, the man from St. Philip, and he removes the bails. So at lunch on the 3rd day of the battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride, situation is the Hurricanes 102 for 2 with Carty on 25. Thomas is on 36. You'll recall that they started the second innings at 10 o'clock this morning. Hodge caught Dowridge, bowls Simmons for 5, and the next man to go was Paul, caught by Carter off Simmons for 27. The first wicket fell at 21, the second at 55, but in an unbroken stand for wicket number 3 of 47, Carty is 25, Thomas is on 36, and then he was 102 for the loss of 2, scored at a very healthy rate of 4.25. They trailed by 50. Roland Butcher.
Yes, and a good session there for the Leewards. They were very much behind the 8 ball before they started their innings. I think they've gone somewhere towards rescuing the situation, and they've scored 102 runs before lunch. Even though they've lost 2 wickets, I think is a good reply and a good response, and it really signals perhaps how the Leewards are going to approach this second innings, which is, I think, Andrew's probably the right thing to do, to stay positive. Don't just wait for something to happen, and try and transfer some pressure back onto Barbados. Get yourself in a position where you're forced the captain to become a little bit negative in his field placing and a bit negative with his bowlers as well. And if these 2 players stay there, particularly Thomas,
right,
that situation could arrive very, very quickly, because Thomas is going to, anything that he can score off, he's going to score. And once they get past that deficit, then the pressure, especially if they're only just the 2 wickets down,
right,
then Craig Braffett will have to start thinking very carefully in terms of how he uses his bowlers, the field that he sets, etc. Because what we've seen so far suggests that the pitch is still very good.
Very good, I agree with that.
And to score 102 from
24 overs.
In 24 overs, when you are so far behind the game,
yes,
you must give credit to the Leewards.
Yep, indeed, and a pretty flat Barbados team as well. I think you just got the feeling that they were just expecting the batsman to get out, and 1 or 2 catches put down. A very simple one. Warwick at second slip, even Pedro Aguirre at his age of 83 would have taken that. And the question being asked from Maycox in St. Lucie to up in Bladesill in St. Philip, why is Warwick feeling at the second slip? The answer is I don't know. Okay, 102 for 2, Carty 25, Thomas is on 36. I'm sure they're going to talk about that in brass tacks. Hodge caught by Dowridge off Simmons for 5.
And Andrew
caught Carnival Simmons 27. Don't interrupt me, Mr. Butcher. Hold it. 9 overs, 2 minutes, none for 34. Harden 6 overs, 1 bid, none for 17. Simmons 6 overs, 1 bid, 2 for 26. Springer 1 over for 11 runs. Carter 1 over for 9. And Warwick's over cost 3 runs. Talk to me now, Roden Butcher.
No, I was going to say, well, you've got Pedro Aguirre here. I
yes.
mean, why don't you two arrange and agree that Pedro will be your guest on Mason and Guess, and you will be his guest on In-Swing.
The only problem is that Dwayne Smith will be there, so there's going to be a problem. All right. Okay. So we're going to wrap it up now. The news is that the Leewards 172 innings closed in the first innings. Second innings 102 for 2, and in deficit by 152. They've done pretty well. They're not only trailing by 50. With Carty looking solid. He is on 25. Thomas is on 36. We're going to take a break for about 35 minutes. When we come back, we'll have the action live from the region's Mecca.
I'm Alzari Joseph. Let's take a look at my Instagram. This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the regional Super 50. At that time, it was, something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. It was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain, there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kimar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the two I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. This is one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect, Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man, still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Alzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me, but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, being a parent. It gets tough, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, what we have to do as parents. This was, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, to get a different, change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world. I got the opportunity to go to the UK and represent Worcester in some 4-day games. It was really good fun. Met some really great guys that we still have connections to this day. So for me, I think that was another important step in my career as a cricketer. Going into those conditions, it was pretty cold. It even got down to like 4 degrees at one point. So it's challenging, but I really had a good time. being in those conditions for the first time. I wouldn't say alone, but being the only West Indian there amongst English players, getting the chance to go and, you know, show what I can do in the county level. I got some really good advice and good work done with Alan Richardson and Alex Gidman at New Road. Those guys played a really big part in my development as a player, as a bowler, as a batter. When I got there, I was just basically a seam-up bowler, but Alex and Alan introduced me to, I think they call it like the wobble seam delivery, where, you know, you just tilt it a little bit and release it normally, and it'll do a little bit off the seam rather than through the air. So I think that's something that I have developed, you know, greatly, and I'm still working on it, but it's addition to my game.
Aggression showing good short ball, good direction.
When I got back from the UK, there was a South Africa series and there was a camp leading up to that, and for me it was just about what I learned in the UK. It was, you know, flatter wickets, so I had to be able to bowl that just a bit fuller length to get what I wanted out of it. So coming back here, I realized that it's something that could be used here in the Caribbean as well. This is a very special picture. We just had my daughter a couple of months ago, so it was our first Christmas really together as a family. So, you know, it's something really special, you know, to be at home with your family, especially after being away for so long. It's a bit of a struggle now, because if you give the little one too much attention now, the older one decides, no, it's my turn now. But it's really good to, you know, be at home with the full family. She's really supportive. I don't think I could ask for anything better. She does basically most of the work with the kids. She's like Superwoman. She's basically the backbone of our family. So, you know, she plays a really big role in keeping us together. The good thing about that is she doesn't really know much about cricket, so there's not much cricket talk going on. Yeah, I think that's, you know, it's really important that I have her around.
Up and over from Andrea Fletcher. Will go into the boundary. Kimani Milias, beg your pardon. Positivity from the young man. Big shot for FW. He's given him on the back foot. Andrea Fletcher. Not a difficult decision, you would think, for the umpire. Bowling to two right-handers as well. Will help. But confidence from Sunil Ambrose. Drill away through the offside. Goes all the way for 4. So a good start for Captain Ambrose. Drill down the ground from Sunil Ambrose. Over pitching Ravi Rampal. But Ambrose confident from that first innings knock. Down to fine leg. Will get to the boundary. So just a little bit too straight there from Ravi Rampal, erring in line and being punished. Clicked away through the onside once again from Sunil Ambrose. And will go all the way. So 2 boundaries in the over.
Chopped away nicely. Short and wide. It's a big boundary. Might just trickle in. It does trickle in. A laboured chase by Sunil Narayan.
Beautiful shot. Captain Sunil Ambrose. Full and wide from Philip. Slapped away through extra cover for 4.
Played on. Well, eventually he gets his man, Anderson Phillip. He just has a knack for taking wickets. Second wicket down. Gone. Wicket number 3, the second one for Anderson Phillip. Went straight into the hands of Jason Mohammed. Stout will be surely disappointed.
Try to take the initiative away from the Red Force. Good shot. Good shot. That was a pleasant, well-executed shot. Timing was superb.
Use of the feet. He was nowhere close to that one. There was premeditation. And he is virtually gifted another wicket to the Red Force. A wicket for Jason Mohammed, the part-timer. A success again for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Ah, brilliant. Ah, that's very clever. Very deliberate. Excellent execution. Pollard gave him a bit of pace on that time and gave him a bit of width, and he was good enough.
Swept away for 4. Very good intention shown by the captain of the Volcanoes, Ambris. Moves on to 44 now. Sweetly driven. Should go into the boundary line, and he will celebrate his half century. Consistency with the bat from the captain. Again, had the presence of mind to know that the pace is not very fast from Jason Mohammed, and the length was short.
Great shot. Really, really top quality shot. Ah, that's brilliant. Probably shot of the day. It wasn't a half volley at all. Well, that's close. Yeah, very close. Very, very close, in fact. Gone.
And that man, Philip, again, getting his 3rd wicket. He has bowled well throughout this spell.
Down the leg side is gone. You can say he's been strangled by Jason Mohammed. John thinking of tickling it, would have been a wide. I guess when he looks back at the replay, he won't be a happy chapter for this one.
Taken, oh my God. What brilliance we've seen from Karen Pollard. It was struck firmly, and he juggled it a couple times before holding on. Edward can't believe it. Let's assess how he goes now.
It's an important part of the game for him, that's 4 runs.
In the air, will it be taken? And settles under it. Completes the catch quite easily in the end. Another wicket for Jason Mohammed. He's been really good throughout this innings, Mohammed. Katoy on 47. Will that be his first list day half century? Will it get to the boundary? It does. So an excellent bit of rear guard action here from the Volcanoes batsman Kieran Katoy. He brings up his first list day half century. Mohammed into his final over, smashed over wide of long off. Too much air, too much width, and too easy for Kieran Katoy.
We've seen throughout this innings that he favors the offside.
Pull away. Protection in the deep. Can't get there. A boundary, a welcome boundary here for the Volcanoes. Kieran Katoy. 7 boundaries, moves to 71.
What is that? Oh, he's caught behind. Katoy not looking too happy here, Samuel Badri. He tried a scoop shot. Not looking happy at all, but a dreaded finger was raised and he's gone caught behind by Dinesh Ramdin.
Chance for Ronald. Direct hit needed. Yes! Might have just gotten back in. And they want to go and check. Not out, I'll say. Confirmation coming up here. Yes, brilliant. Yeah, out. I can understand that. And that brings to an end the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. In the end, a direct hit from Ravi Rampal did the trick. And he's enjoying that now. Ravi Rampal, I thought that the batsman would have gotten back in, but for that unfortunate position of the bat raising past the crease. Pulled away in the gap. Gets to the boundary. Evan Lewis, his first boundary of the chase. A loose delivery and duly punished. Punch through the offside.
as we've grown accustomed seeing from Lendl Simmons. Crisply timed. Will just go into the boundary. Evan Lewis, so easy on the eyes. Lofted drive. One bounce into the boundary line. Typical Evan Lewis shot. Imposing himself. Sweetly timed. And he gets 4. Average. Superb. That's against the wind. And it will still go into the boundary for 4. Races away for 4. Consecutive boundaries here for Lendl Simmons.
No 6s so far in this match. Edged and gone. Ambrose takes the catch in the end, but it came off the gloves of the wicket keeper. Well bowled for Kenneth Demba, his first wicket in List A cricket, and what a wicket it was.
There it goes. That's a huge hit. Lendl Simmons. And you could hear that big bang on top of the pavilion where we are sitting. That was a serious hit.
Whacked over deep in wicket, deep backward square, almost towards that swimming pool area. It brings up the 50 for Lendl Simmons. 52 from 60 deliveries, 2 6s now from Lendl Simmons. And again he goes with the wind, and away she goes over the scoreboard. A magnificent blow from Lendl Simmons towards the airport road. So consecutive 6s now from the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman. To really underscore their dominance, swept away and goes away to the boundary. So Lendl Simmons in menacing mood at the moment. And again, over long on. Another 6 for Lendl Simmons. The 4th 6 of the innings so far.
Well, short, dragged away, tugged away to the leg side. There's not much protection. Bounce into the ropes. There's a poor ball. Not what it deserved. Yeah, it's good. Hoiked away. It's a short boundary. Not a bad ball, but it's been smacked 40 yards over the rope for another 6. Lendl Simmons 5th. Offside. Full toss. It's good timing. It's good placement from Lendl Simmons. He could have hit anywhere. Classical cover drive through the extra. Beautiful, beautiful 4.
That's a century. His 6th List A century, Lendl Simmons. Bringing it up with an easy single. It's been a brilliant innings by the right-hander. He missed out in the first game. Here he is now, celebrating 3 figures. Taken. Some brilliance in the field. Larry Edward diving away to his right.
Very, very unfortunate by young Nicholas Pooran. Fine leg in the circle.
And Sanford doing the right things. He was searching for the single, didn't get the response from Mohammed. And he'll lose his wicket. What disappointment for him and for the Red Force. Simmons gone.
Not so sure that was a single.
Nice to get down low and sweep hard. That's better. Wonderful fielding. I think he's safe, but it's a great bit of work. Might get a buzzer here.
You should go upstairs there, yeah?
I think he's struggling. Brilliant work. Absolutely marvellous work.
Been around the circuit for quite some time. Is he taken? Yes, he's taken. Another wicket for Larry Edward. And isn't he enjoying that? That man again, Roland Cato, is it? On the field as a substitute for Andre Fletcher.
Drilled to the offside. Loose delivery from Larry Edward. And Darren Bravo wouldn't miss out on that occasion. Just like that. The power of the man mistimes it. Still goes all the way. Such a strong and powerful. And again, this time much further. Much more in control. Brings up to 200. And for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, consecutive sixes off the ball of Larry Edward. Well, he's going in typical Pollard's fashion. That's his third six of his innings, and it's a big one straight down the ground. Sweetly timed. Power on that one. The execution was brilliant by Pollard. Taken this time. They've exploited a weak area in Karen Pollard, and he celebrates. Larry Edward, he's kept his composure. And that's the winning run. The Red Force, they've gone about today in a business-like manner, and they pick up a 4-wicket win in their second match of this tournament.
Yes, that's a big win. 2 from 2.
I'm Alzari Joseph. Let's take a look at my Instagram. This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the Regional Super 50. At that time, it was, something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. It was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain, there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kimar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the two I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. It's one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect. Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man. Still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Balzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, being a parent. It gets tough, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, what we have to do as parents. This was, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, to get a different, change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world. I got the opportunity to go to the UK and represent Worcester in some 4-day games. It was really good fun. Met some really great guys that we still have connections to this day. So for me, I think that was another important step in my career as a cricketer. Going into those conditions, it was pretty cold. It even got down to like 4 degrees at one point. So it's challenging, but I really had a good time. Being in those conditions for the first time, I wouldn't say alone, but being the only West Indian there amongst English players, getting the chance to go and, show what I can do in the county level. I got some really good advice and good work done with Alan Richardson and Alex Gidman at New Road. Those guys played a really big part in my development as a player, as a bowler, as a batter. When I got there, I was just basically a seam-up bowler, but Alex and Alan introduced me to, I think they call it like the wobble seam delivery, where you just tilt it a little bit and release it normally and it'll do a little bit off the seam rather than through the air. So I think that's something that I have developed greatly, and I'm still working on it, but it's addition to my game.
Aggression shown, good short ball, good direction.
When I got back from the UK, there was a South Africa series and there was a camp leading up to that, and for me it was just about what I learned in the UK. It was, flatter wickets, so I had to be able to bowl that just a bit fuller length to get what I wanted out of it. So coming back here, I realized that it's something that could be used here in the Caribbean as well. Yeah, this is a very special picture. We just had my daughter a couple of months ago, so it was our first Christmas really together as a family. So it's something really special, to be at home with your family, especially after being away for so long. It's a bit of a struggle now, because if you give the little one too much attention now, the older one decides, no, it's my turn now. But it's really good to, be at home with the full family. She's really supportive. I don't think I could ask for anything better. She does basically most of the work with the kids. She's like Superwoman. She's basically the backbone of our family. So, she plays a really big role in keeping us together. The good thing about that is she doesn't really know much about cricket, so there's not much cricket talk going on. Yeah, I think that's, it's really important that I have her around.
Brav, thanks for joining us. Lovely to chat with you as always. First of all, settle into Antigua nicely?
Yeah, finally I'm here. It's been a while since I come to Antigua. It's always good to come here. Every island actually, but Antigua is always nice.
You're here mentoring some of the young players from all the regions. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks to CWI for giving me the opportunity to be involved in West Indies cricket again. West Indies cricket is very close to my heart. It's important for seniors like myself, for us to give back our knowledge and pass on our experience to the younger players. The more we can do that, is the better. But yeah, it's good to be around and being able to talk to different teams in the different islands.
Take you back to 2002, 2003 when you started your list A career. Would you have thought you would have got to the heights you soared to, World Cup winner, etc., etc.?
No, I never envisioned it. Obviously, I keep saying if someone said that to me 20 years ago, this is what your career going to look like, I would say no chance. You know, Brian Lara is my hero, and I remember saying to my parents that I wanted to be the next Lara. I never thought that would have been possible because, you know, one, I'm a right-hander. But yeah, cricket is every kid's dream in the Caribbean. It's the only team that unify us as a people, as a Caribbean people. So to represent the West Indies team is when you feel like, yeah, you really make it as a professional cricketer. And then I'm happy with my achievements. Obviously, there can be times where I think that I could have achieved more. And then it could have been on the flip side where it could have been worse. So I'm happy.
What about playing for TNT? We see the guys on the beach here. They seem like the best bunch of friends. Is there a real unity within TNT cricket going back to when you were playing?
Someone who has to take a lot of credit for this bunch of guys is Darren Ganga. He was our senior player. He was our captain. He laid a foundation that no matter who come and take over and represent Trinidad and Tobago, there's a certain structure and a certain standard you have to follow. So there's no jealousy, there's no envy. All about trying to win cricket games for our country, and we pride ourselves on being the best white ball cricketing team in the region, and you know that's our motive.
Super 50, there's some really good young talent coming through. Has anyone particularly impressed you?
The Caribbean never lacked talent. You know, we all have talent, everyone have talent. But it's your attitude to enhance that talent is what will make the difference. And as a player myself, I believe that to be a cricketer is one thing, but you have to have that self-pride.
So as a mentor, is it more what you do off the park with the players as opposed to preparation and, you know, the mindset as opposed to technical?
Yeah, because players at a first-class level, they don't want to interfere with the game too much, especially the technique. But I'm a strong believer in a mind game. If you can understand the game, read the game, it will also help you technically.
Pollard and Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo here, giving his guidance and some of the young bowlers coming through, which will be wonderful.
For me, I just want to speak to bowlers, get to find out about their thinking, how they go about when they're under pressure, hear what they've come up with, and then maybe I could add some stuff. But technical wise, I can't tell someone whether to bowl side down or get, I'm not going to do that. But just more talk about the game, think the game. If you analyze the game, when you're not playing, you try to watch the game. So those things is all part of learning and developing.
Brilliant. Rouse, you're a top man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to play on day 3 of this first round CWI first class game between Barbados and the Leeward Islands here at Kensington Oval. In bright sunny conditions, the Leeward Islands fighting back somewhat and face of a first innings deficit of 152. They went to the break on 102 for 2 off 24 overs with Casey Carty on 25 and Devon Thomas 36. And here is Reefer with his left arm medium pace bowling from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end, and the first delivery is cut over gully into the boundary. So the attacking intent continues after the break. The wickets to fall, Hodge for 5 and Powell for 27. And immediately after the interval, a short delivery cut down to the third man boundary. So the score now goes up to 106. for 2. Reefer with a slip and a gully is in again and short and pulled down to the deep backward square, and that's going to be a single. So Thomas goes on to 37. Carty has 25. It's now 107 for 2 as we welcome back Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Keith, and to listeners. And the policy here of the Barbados attack seemed to be in preference to utilize the short ball. And I think what has really brought the Leewards right back in the game has been the attacking nature of Devon Thomas, the way he approached the innings. I think it is mathematically a good approach in terms of transferring the pressure.
Well, he has now counted 7 fours in his 41 off 28 balls. Here goes Reefer bowling over the wicket to Carty, and Carty's forward and drives it up to mid-off. There is no run, 107 for 2. Reefer in his 4th over, and the 50 partnership coming off 45 balls in 33 minutes inclusive of 8 fours. Thank you very much, Susan Bell, for the information. 107 for 2. Carty, 25 from 45 deliveries with 3 fours. And here's Reefer, left arm medium pace over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end and shaping to turn it down the leg side. Carty misses into the gloves of Dowrich. Apart from the slip and gully, he has a deep point out on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There is a straightish mid-wicket, deep square leg, slightly backward, and a fine leg. So Barbados Pride looking for wickets. The Leeward Islands not intent on being bogged down, although they are still 45 runs away from erasing that deficit. And Reefer goes in again to bowl to Carty. Carty's forward, strokes it out to extra cover, and there is no run. 107 for 2, Lyndon.
Yes, nice session, a nice opportunity here for the Leewards to continue to crawl their way back into the game. I thought that when you look at the lunchtime total of 102 for 2, it represents a good kind of a recovery, a rebuilding effort, because from the opening stand between Monson, Hodge and Powell, it was steady progress without being dominant, without announcing themselves.
So Reefer with the slip and gully, short and off the back foot, it's punch square on the offside, but protection out there in Simmons, and he picks up cleanly, returns it to Dowrich. That's a single to Carty, and he goes on now to 26. 108 for 2 at the end of the over from Reefer. 1 over for 6 runs. The other figures: Holder 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 34. Harding 6 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs. Simmons has both wickets, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs. Springer 1 over for 11 runs. Carter 1 over for 9 runs. Warwican 1 over for 3 runs.
And no sign of Graves.
Yes, well.
Is he carrying a niggle?
By the way, have you found out the answer yet to the quiz that was posed to you this morning about who sings the song Where There's a Will, There's a Way, Lyndon?
No, you haven't.
Oh, I thought you Googled. Well, Larry Mears was listening to us, and he said, look, he's a holder. Is that a clue? Lyndon.
It isn't ringing a bell as yet.
It hasn't rung a bell yet. Okay.
Larry would normally do the same, keep you in suspense.
Yeah, I don't want to hold the suspense much longer. Hope that Warwican, who dropped that simple catch at second slip, can hit back now. His first delivery from around the wicket is played back along the wicket by Carty, and there is no run. Carty is at the slip. Short leg as well. He has bowling from the Joel Garner end on the front foot. Carty pushes it out to the short extra cover, and there is no run. So he has a straightish extra cover, then that short extra cover mid-off. Long on is on the boundary, wide mid-on, and a short backward square. Very sunny conditions at Kensington Oval, and Carty drives it down to mid-off. There is no run fielded by Holder. Carty 26, Thomas 41. Hodge was caught by Dowrich off Simmons for 5, and Powell caught at second slip by Carty off Simmons for 27. Forward and driving it back down on the offside of the pitch. Carty, there is no run, fielded cleanly by Warwican with his sleeves buttoned down. He's had a wonderful history of wicket taking against the Leeward Islands since the Professional Cricket League started 2014-2015. And he's had 40-odd wickets in battles against them, driven back down the pitch. It was actually looking at some figures going through the number of games, and both he and Dorich, who got 86 yesterday, have been outstanding against the Leeward Islands. Dorich with a couple of centuries, he missed one by 4 runs, and then he got 86 yesterday. Played square on the offside, the end of the over. Carty then 26, Thomas 41, 108 for 2. I'm not okay, Lyndon. You take a little dip, and I will make sure that you get the information. I don't want to keep you in suspense any longer. Well, the gentleman to whom we were referring to, he carries a first name of a nephew of mine by the name of Mark. So,
Mark Holder?
Mark Holder from Guyana.
From Guyana.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And David Harris would put the question on the table first up. Also, belatedly confirm that. But you know...
Do you have that record home, Keith?
No. The days of records.
Right, because it would not have recently have come out. So that's the reason I asked you if you had that record home.
No, but I am aware of the singer and the particular song. Back to the cricket, as Reefer is guided down to the deep point by Thomas. That's a single. Simmons comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Andrew, you're looking a bit unsettled. Are you well? Oh! It's 109 for 2 with Carty on 26, now coming on strike. Thomas has been attacking. He's really played some fine strokes in 42 off 29 balls with 7 fours, 109 for 2. Reefer goes around the wicket and pitches short, and it's stroke down to the deep cover for a single, which now takes Carty on to 27. Thomas has 42, 110 for 2. What do you make of this decision to bowl over the wicket when Carty is on strike, and then when Thomas comes on strike, he goes around the wicket, Reefer?
I think it's clearly a plan here, because with Thomas on strike, they fancied itself of having that opportunity because he's looking to score. Hence the reason that the square leg is 3/4 of the way back. There's also a fine leg in position.
In goes Reefer, short and pulled out through forward square on this occasion. And that's a single as the return goes into Dorich. So 43 to Thomas, 7 boundaries, 30 balls. Carty has 27 off 55 deliveries. Day 3, and Nelson is on the scorecard. 111 for 2. Led on first innings by 152. And another 65 overs and 3 balls left in the day's play. So the Leewards first, they want to erase that deficit and then seek to build. Reefer from around the wicket, short, and everything seems to be short. Help down to fine leg for a single. And with that, thank you very much. He's being very generous today. It's 112 for 2. 112 for 2. 28 is Carty. Thomas has 43. And Reefer turns, bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. From around the wicket, Thomas is on strike, and for this delivery, he drives it. Not timing it as well as he would like, up to mid-off, and cannot score. Braffett, the captain, is in the way. 112 for 2 as a horse racing man. Or would you bet on Craig Braffett trending a couple off breaks today?
At the moment, no. Because here's the problem I'm having. You have all these seamers. This is only Reefer's third over. We haven't seen Graves. We had Jonathan Carter for 2 overs. So I think he has other options that he can utilize.
Reefer again on the front foot, stroked out to extra cover by Thomas, and cannot score. It's the end of the over, and given a rub of the ball is Harding. Springer was coming off the third man boundary as though he felt he would suddenly get a ball. That may be far-fetched, and the helmet is thrown to the short leg in Mosley. 112 for 2 in their second innings. The Leeward Islands, having been led on first innings by 152. And a look at the other scores in Trinidad, where Jamaica 141 in their first innings, and in their second turn at the crease, now 26 for no wicket. John Campbell has 11 and Leroy Lugg 15, both of whom have played domestic cricket here in Barbados, and coincidentally both represented Maple, Lugg and Campbell. An Empire man is bowling, that's Jomel Warrican, having played at the highest level for West Indies, the left arm spinner from around the wicket. Mosey has been asked to move from the forward short leg to a silly point. A slip is there, cover, short extra cover mid-off, long on right out on the boundary, and forward with a whip down to the short mid-on, fielded by Harding. There is no run. Carty, watchful, is on 28. 43 is Thomas, 112 for 2. So working still from around the wicket, down the leg side, shaping to turn it, misses, not taken cleanly by Dowrich, and it comes off his pads and body and goes out to the forward short leg. He quickly gets there before the short mid-on. Now Mosey's been brought back over to the forward short leg. So one time on at silly point, next occasion at short leg. Warrican raises his arms as Carty comes forward, almost makes it into Yorker and pushes it down to the short mid-on in Harding. There's no run. Then there's the short backward square and a straightish mid-wicket. Warrican still from around the wicket and comfortably played on the front foot out to extra cover by Carty. There is no run, picked up by the captain Braffett, and the next delivery he defends it back down the pitch on the offside. There is no run. So a maiden. After 3 overs, he sent down 2 maidens and has conceded 3 runs. Warrican, the Leeward Islands 112 for 2 in their second innings. Carty 28, Thomas 43. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Keith, I think I would prefer to see the silly mid-off put in position for Warrican, and also for him to pull back the line on the length of his deliveries, because I find in this over and the last over, he's basically almost, to Carty in particular, he's playing him all, he's turned balls into almost Yorkers basically, because he's playing directly at the toe. So rather than have the forward short leg, switch it around, have the fielder in front of the bat and invite him to play through the offside. It's a little strange to see using a short mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, straightish, and a fella at the short fine leg as well, and a 5-4 field as referee is going to continue.
A slip, a gully, and
your microphone just needs to up
short delivery, and he pulls it down through mid-wicket and into the boundary. I really think referee has to watch it here. He's tended far too often to bowl short deliveries, and now being punished by Thomas for his 8th boundary as he goes to 47 from 33 deliveries, a strike rate of 142.4. That's excellent in a 4-day game. The Leewards now on to 116 for 2. So apart from the slip and the gully, point is on the boundary. Orthodox cover, very short, straightish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep forward square and a fine leg. Again, short and punch down through the covers as Simmons runs around, is quickly onto it and picks up on a high return with his left arm. He bowls left arm, throws the ball that way as well. Strong return coming in from the 20-year-old debutant. And Devon Thomas moves to within 1 run of his second half century of this game. 118 for 2.
And a career that spanned some 84 matches, 4,227 runs, Keith.
Yes, he's been a very versatile player. First started as a keeper batsman. Then he bowls medium pace. Next delivery he defends. And there is no run down to silly point. Mosey goes in to do the fielding. How tough is it for you, Lyndon, to constantly remember that now they want us to call batsmen batters?
I find it extremely difficult. if I am doing a game involving ladies is not a problem because because it becomes a natural.
Yes.
Because you're not going to call a lady a batsman.
Yeah. But
simply would be a batter.
Yeah, but understanding the context, I think batsman was always the old term used,
correct,
which was understood. Reefers around the wicket short, and that's going to be his 50, pulling it through mid-wicket. They've gone for one and will come back quite comfortably for the second. I think Braffett needs to go up and have a word with Reefer. He's very experienced, and despite that, no ball as well, creating a cardinal sin. So well played to Devon Thomas, his second half century of this match, as he moves on to 51. 50 runs coming up on the electronic scoreboard.
Of 36 balls.
36 balls. A matter of 49 minutes and inclusive of 8 fours. The Leeward Islands now on to 121 for 2 in their second innings as they eat away at that deficit of 152, and now he defends and there is no run. Lyndon?
Yes, a career high of 172. You know, he averages 28.56, and that is supported with 5 centuries. He would have started back in 2008. So he's been a good player for the Leeward Islands over the years, and brings experience and value to his side, and very flexible, having batted, bowl and wicket keep. Keith?
Here's Reefer again. Short delivery. Oh, for the umpteenth time, and punch down to cover. On this occasion, even as young and as fast as he is across the outfield, Simmons cannot stop that one. And I think Reefer is asking that he be relieved after this over. He's conceded as many as 23 runs with 1 ball left in his 3rd over. Thomas has gone on to 55 with his 9th boundary. It's 125 for 2 in a wonderful partnership, now worth 70 with Carty on 28. And Barbados Pride, you need to watch it here. This is good attacking. I call it counter-attacking play. 152 with a deficit on first innings. That's a big lead in the context of the match, but they're seeking just not to push and prod, but to play attacking strokes. Reefer's outside of the off stump. I would say to him, if I were Craig Braffett, take a rest, skip. I'll try someone else. 125 for 2, 55 Thomas, Carty 28. Hodge was caught by Dorrit Shaw Simmons for 5, and Simmons also removed Powell, caught at second slip by Carter for 27. Those wickets fell at 21 and 55. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and well played innings by the young man. We'll use that term with him, Devon Thomas. And he's batted exceptionally well. He's taken the game, the fight to Barbados. I think this is what has caught the Barbados team on the back foot. I think they just need to reassess their plan here. The plan seemed to be a simple one where you're going to bowl short to Devon Thomas. He's going to take it on. He's countered that. He's clapped 2 fours off the bowling of as Warwican is about to continue off.
With a slip, and Mosey's been placed at the forward short leg. Tickled down to the short fine leg. Reefer quickly runs across to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run in that. Score of 273 all up by Trinidad and Tobago. Replying to Jamaica's first innings of 141. The top score of 72 from Yannick Correa, and Isaiah Raja made 65. Driving and calling quickly for the single. Thomas was a bit late in moving off, and Carty was always confident the single was on. Holder had to come in to do the fielding. He's at mid-off, and it was comfortably completed. So 29 now to Carty, 126 for 2. You were saying, Lynn?
Yeah, we're just about to say that Holder is fairly flat-footed there on the circle, on top of the circle where the conventional 30-yard circle would have been. They've now dropped this square leg down to deep fine leg.
So Warwican still from around the wicket. Thomas on the front foot drives it out towards mid-off. Intercepted at extra cover by Braffett.
Strange tactic, Keith.
Yes, and there is no run. It's really a glorious day for cricket. I would suggest it's the best of the 3 so far. A drive again, this time directly down to mid-off by Thomas, and there's no run. Holder is the fielder. Bit deep at mid-off. And here is Warwican again bowling from the Joel Garner end. On the front foot, pushed down to the short extra cover. Braffett the fielder. There is no run. Warwican about to complete his 4th over 2 maidens. He has conceded 4 runs. So in he goes, and Thomas is forward and strokes it back down the pitch on the offside, fielded by the bowler, who gives it a vigorous rub on the right side of his trousers, and there is no run. Just before you come in, Linda, just let me complete those updates, then telling you that it was 273 all out by Trinidad and Tobago. The leading wicket taker was Marquino Minley, 5 for 70 from 28 overs and 3 balls. Nicholas Gordon, his new ball partner, 28 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 65. And the other wicket was taken by Derville Green, the third seamer in the side, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. Here at Kensington Oval, the Leeward Islands 126 for 2 in their second innings. Carty 29, Thomas 55. Here's Linda before I give you the update on the other game in Trinidad.
Yes, and you will see at this stage that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have slowly got themselves back into the game. They're just hovering around that deficit of 152. I think that the Barbados team need to reassess themselves. We have a bowling change that's finally the play called for. Justin Graves is finally being given the ball, and I think they need to concentrate on one side of the wicket. I think this plan of bowling short is really not worked either for Raymond Reefer at his pace, and neither did it work for Jonathan Carter bowling from the Malcolm Marshall, and the end for which Justin Graves is going to be introduced into the attack. And I think to Thomas in particular just need to bowl one side of the wicket.
So, as was the case in the first innings when they used 8 bowlers, he becomes the 8th bowler now. Justin Graves, his first delivery is pitched short and defended upon the offside by Carty. There is no run. So in that other game between the Windward Islands and Guyana at Queen's Park Oval, Windward's made 339 in their first innings. Guyana continuing to fight 310 for 7 after 94 overs. Chandapal 30, Hemraj 5, Hetmeyer 24. A slip and a gully, very short cover, extra cover mid-off for Graves, the medium pacer, bowling over the wicket from the Marshall end, and it's played down to mid-on, fielded by Warwican. There is no run. Hetmeyer 24, Johnson 28, Vishal Singh dismissed 7 runs short of 193 from 221 balls, 9 fours. Bramble 26, Paul 73 off 133 balls with 6 fours and 1 6. Pestino 14 and Pramol 10, the batsman at the crease. Edge, and it's dropped short, and he's also appealing what he believes would have been a strike on the pads for leg before wicket. I said it was an edge, but the reaction from the bowler, the way he turned and asked a question of umpire Blaze, clearly suggested that it was clearly suggested it was pad.
I think you got it right first. I think it was edge and bounce in front of the keeper. Yes, the inside edge to the pad and then bounce in front of the keeper.
Inside edge
onto the pad and bounce in front of the keeper.
Okay. Well, he stifled the appeal then, Graves, because then he would have been asking for a leg before wicket. In he goes again, and Carty comes right across his stumps and plays it down to mid-on, fielded by Warwican. There is no run. A quick look at the Windward Islands bowling. 2 for 78, Preston Maxwell. Sherman Lewis 3 for 50, and Kenneth Denver 2 for 34. Just let me flick back to that other game, because since I gave you the Jamaica second innings, there was an update where I saw a wicket falling. Yes, they are now 60 for 1 in their second innings. Here at Kensington Oval, Graves goes in, bowls short and easily tap out through mid-wicket, which is vacant. 2 fielders converge, and before Harding can come in from that deep mid-wicket position, Warwican gets their first move in from mid-on. Carty 30, Thomas 55, 127 for 2 in their second innings. 25 runs away from leveling on the first innings deficit. Campbell is not out 35, logged the batsman out, caught Simmons, bowled Charles 15, Blackwood 11 in Jamaica's 161 for 1 after making 141 in their first innings. And this one touches down nicely from Graves with a bit of bounce as well, and passes the outside edge of Thomas, one of his rare defensive strokes, I dare say, and beaten. Let me add that, Lyndon, as the over is completed Graves having replaced Reefer, who was expensive in his 3 overs, which cost 23 runs. The Leewards are 127 for 2, second time around.
Yes, a good over there by Graves, and this is what you want. What we're speaking about, having set a 6-3 field. Ask him to bowl one side of the wicket. They have broken up the 5-4, opted for the 6-3, and it was just the delivery that was kind of straightish on the center stand. Was worked into the leg side that gave away that single, but all in all, it was a good over. He had maybe 2 victories in the over. The final delivery just whizzed past the bat of Thomas as he found in no man's land, and a couple of deliveries prior, he got an inside edge of Carty, who is of late is playing on top of the crease. Working to continue.
Slip and a short leg on the front foot. He drives Warwick, still bowling from around the wicket into the covers, fielded by Holder, and there is no run. So change in fielding positions where Graves has come down to the mid-off and Holder has gone out to a cover. Warwick is in again and driven down on the onside of the pitch, fielded by the bowler. There is no run. Carty has been in for 103 minutes, 71 balls, 3 boundaries for his 30, and now he drives it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Simmons. There is no run. Simmons, the wicket taker, 2 for 26 from 6 overs, 1 maiden. Working the left arm spinner from around the wicket and forward and driving it just to the left of the cover in the Holder for an easy single. Carty 31, Thomas 55. They've added 73, a bit of a worry here now for Barbados Pride, and add 1 more as umpire Braffett with an outstretched left arm calls in no ball, making that 129 for 2, a stand of 74. Thomas on 55 from 44 balls on strike, slipping a forward short leg, and he's forward and pushes it in a similar position to where Carty got a single from the previous delivery, and he too picks up 1 to move to 56, 130 for 2. Philip Spooner has eased back in, and Andrew Mason is set to come in the next 3 minutes. So Philip, just brace yourself for question after question, and 130 for 2. Based on the comments in the background, Lyndon, it seems as though Andrew is prepared to put a couple political questions to Philip, who wants to talk cricket and more cricket. A slip on a silly point. A drive out to extra cover by Carty, and there is no run. Slip. With Carty on strike, Mosey has moved back over to silly point from the short leg and working around the wicket outside of the off stump. He doesn't play. Taken neatly by Dowrich. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 7 runs. Warwick and the Leeward Islands in their second innings, 130 for 2. Thomas 56, Carty 31. Welcome back to you, Philip. Yeah. So where did you go and who were you talking with?
Go ahead, Keith.
Yes. Okay. Yes. We just have to give your set a little tweet at the moment. Lyndon Yard is trying to be as technical as possible as well.
Thanks, Keith.
Right.
Thanks,
You left us before lunch, and I guess you were busy with your work as usual.
Yeah, I had to go and attend to some business. Yeah, we're preparing for the Apex Test Series against England, so I had some other stuff to sort out where that is concerned.
Yeah, Apex. Tell us more about Apex after this delivery from Graves. The medium pacer, his second over, down the leg side, shaping to turn Thomas. He misses, and it goes through to Dowrich, 130 for 2.
Yeah, Keith, Apex is primarily based in the UK, but it also has other offices. It's a sustainability, it's the official sustainability partner of Cricket West Indies, and they sponsor the West Indies men's team at the World Cup, in the T20 World Cup last year, and they will be against the sponsors for the upcoming Test Series, 3 matches against England.
Graves goes in again, short, and pulled with disdain, and umpire Blaze now signals the boundary as Reefer runs back from mid-off. You don't usually see a pull shot going in that direction, Philip, and that one was hit and hit powerfully.
But this has been a tremendous effort by Thomas and well supported by Carty. I mean, they've really changed the tone and the tempo of the game, and now they're only 18 behind, so this is turning out to be something that has the potential to be special.
Yeah, that's his 10th boundary. He has 60 from 47 deliveries, 134 for 2. Now he tucks it for an easy single just past where a short leg would have been, and Graves, the bowler, has to run all the way to do the fielding himself. But his approach from the first innings when he top scored with 58 off 77 balls, 6 4s and 3 6s, and he's come back out in the second innings. The score was 55 for 2, and he's put back to ball. He's played some good strokes around the wicket, punching on anything short or over pitch.
There's been a lot of that.
Oh dear.
Been a lot of short stuff this afternoon.
Definitely so. 135 for 2. Carty, who got a century against Barbados at the 3Ws Oval a few years ago, pushes it out on the onside.
Didn't he get 100 in the Super 52?
And there's no run. He went. Barbados played the Leewards at the 3Ws Oval. And let me see if I can quickly find out.
He got Super 50 last year, he got one.
Yeah.
I think that was against Barbados as well, and they beat Barbados.
Yes, I see Roland Butcher easing in. Let me quickly go and mention that match before I give way to Andrew, since I've brought it up. Therefore, I need to give a bit more details. Here is Graves again over the wicket and pitch on the pads and flick. That's going to be a boundary. No chance of springing. Flicks it very fine. And the runs continue to flow here at Kensington Oval for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings. Carty with his 4th boundary goes to 35. Thomas has 61. They've added 84 for the 3rd wicket, 139 for 2, and just now 13 runs from leveling with that deficit. Philip.
Well, Keith, this morning I was saying I was hoping that they could get to 300 and give Barbados approximately 150 to win, and that would really make it a good game. They're well on their way to that and more.
Yes, outside of the off stump is Graves, and he lets it go through to the keeper. The end of the over, 139 for 2. So you have some more information about Apex before you take my break, Philip? Or that basically was it?
Well, that's the association with West Indies Cricket and the sponsorship. And it's a really good partnership that we have going with them so far. They have a couple of projects that they're very keen to implement as well. And as I said, they're the sustainability partner. They're very keen on the environment and the sustainability of the overall, the bigger picture. Not only their support of the game, but the community as well, and things along that nature. Climate change is a big topic that is in the world at the moment. We have things like in Barbados, for example, the Turtle Project, beach cleanup, and things like that. Those are some of the things some initiatives that we are keen to put together with Apex as we grow this relationship.
Yes, so referring to that game in which Casey Carty got 100 against Barbados, it was a day-night encounter at the 3Ws Oval, Cave Hill, played from December 6th to 9th, 2018, and the Leeward Islands won by 34 runs. They made 252 in their first innings, and Carty hit 114 off 199 balls with 10 4s and 1 6 in 327 minutes. Terrence Ward, who's also in this game, got 19. Jeremiah Louis 18. They then bowled Barbados out for 248. A drive here into the covers as Warwick starts his 6th over. And a single to Thomas. He goes to 62. 35 is Carty. 140 for 2 now in their second innings, the Leeward Islands. Jonathan Carty made 63 on that occasion. And then the Leewards in their second innings were bowled out for 165. Jeremiah Louis 38. Miguel Cummins took 3 for 39. And Barbados losing by 34 runs, being dismissed after this delivery from Warwick. Pitched up, a drive out on the onside. And the bowler skips across to do the fielding himself. There is no run. Carty on strike. And they made 135. Shamar Brooks hit 32. Tevin Walcott 30. Carter 24. And they were undermined by Terrence Ward, the off-spinner. The off-spinning all-rounder with 4 for 33. Alzari Joseph, the fast bowler, now in India. He got 3 for 16. And Philip, you remember a guy by the name of Damian Jacobs, a leg spinner from Jamaica?
Yeah, from Jamaica, yeah.
Yeah, he took 2 for 37. And the player of the match was Casey Carty, who was on strike here at Kensington Oval in 2022 to Jomel working outside of the off stump. The Bills removed by Dulwich umpire Jonathan Blades was coming in from square leg, but Dulwich said to him, "You can go back. I have the Bills back on," and he's done just that. Now driving for an easy single, beating the left hand of Reefer, who couldn't get across from that short mid-wicket position, going down to long on, and a single with Harding coming in to do the fielding. 36 now is Carty, 141 for 2. Andrew will take over at the end of this over, and I think he will have a lot to say about the field setting. When you see him starting to get upset and get hyper, you know he's not happy. He's going to say Craig Bradford is not a tactician. The end of the over, 141 for 2. Come on, Andrew, I know you very well. I read you a word from Philip, and then Andrew will lecture to Craig Bradford about his field setting.
Actually, sorry listeners for the laughter, but if you'd seen Andrew's animated discussion with Craig Bradford from a distance, you would understand. But very good going here with Carty and Thomas. This is a fantastic partnership, and it seems that it will grow and get bigger and stronger. They've added 86 so far. Thomas going great guns, and I'm sure he'll be having a century in his mind, if not in his sights at the moment. And then Carty offering fantastic support, just steadily getting the ones and the twos and complimenting the great work that's going on so far. Barbados with some work to do.
Indeed, this first ball from Graves is outside the off stump, ignored by Carty, taken by Dorridge. So you're right, Philip Spooner, some work to do. The partnership is 86, 141 for 2 in the deficit now, Philip. No, this is not good from Barbados' perspective, but very good for the Leewards. They fought well.
Yeah, it's game on now.
Very good game indeed here.
I mean, when you pass the deficit, that makes it 0 for 2 wickets, but still,
you never know.
Batsmen in
Here
and
is
looking good.
Graves comes in, bowls outside line, the off-stump. Carty ignores it. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Just reminds me of what happened in the first innings when Graves had that wonderful spell, picked up a wicket along with Carter, slowed things considerably. The batsman became impatient and got out. But this has been a very good show by Carty, who really should have been caught when he was 18. A dolly, ball going to Warwick, and who was at second slip. So Hodge 5, Paul 27, the men to go. Here is Graves. He continues to bowl to Carty. He's in and bowls to Carty, and Carty is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. But that probing line outside the off stump, outswinger, watches it go by to be taken by the keeper. Score is kept on 141 for 2. Philip, the pitch is flattened out quite nicely.
Yeah,
good for batting.
Yeah,
you should make runs in this pitch, Philip.
Yeah, as it should. You know, who's going to be the spin on the 4th day that's going to get it to rip and win the game? That could be Cornwall. So I think if the Leewards can set Barbados anything over 125, 175,
you never know. You're right.
Cornwall will really come in.
He could be the man.
But it's a very good pitch, and maybe it might not wear and tear by then, but we'll see.
Here's Graves, comes up now, bowls to Carty. Carty is off the back foot, punches the ball away. Looks an elegant player. You leave your rice and peas, or peas and rice, depending on which country you're in. And watch him bat. He's such an attractive player. He strokes it down to cover. Simmons all alone comes across to pick it up. He gets the run, 142 for 2.
A bit of Richard Staple there.
Oh, Richard Staple. You remember Richard Staple?
Yeah, 100 in Barbados.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We remember that forever.
Yeah. Whatever became of him, though?
I think he played for the U.S. Ended up playing for the United States of America. But maybe that punch to the offside.
Richard Staple. Beautiful player to watch. Here is a delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump as Graves is bowling that in swinger. And Thomas, recognizing his role here, just comes across and flicks it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. He's really batted well. And you know, Roland Butcher was saying earlier, Philip, that when you see Thomas bat, you wonder why he hasn't gone further.
Yeah.
He's such an attractive player to watch, Thomas.
And he understands. I think he's matured. No, he probably was a little bit, a little bit rash earlier in his career, but he's really matured, and the 100 he made last in the Super 50 against Barbados.
Tremendous. Here's Graves, comes in, bowls to him, and he's forward and drives the ball outside the off stump. At it, goes by to be taken by the keeper. This is a good spell here by Graves. Now, I like Graves in the Barbados team to be that holding bowler, as he did in the first innings. He gets the ball to move around.
When you say holding bowler,
Well,
you mean Michael Holden?
Well, he's a backup bowler really, but he's not bad at all. I thought he bowled beautifully in the first innings. So the over comes to an end, and the rate is still over 4. It's 142 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Again, some good cricket here, Andrew. We have to, remind the listeners about that. It is a good contest.
A very good contest.
I mean, Barbados had the ascendancy at the beginning of the day. The Leewards, they lost 2 early ones. When you lose Powell, especially, you've lost your big batsman.
You're big
fish. This pair has really, brought them back into the game, and I mean, they're 10 away from the par with 2 wickets down, and Barbados still ahead, but the way the balance has shifted,
you're right.
You actually would think, momentum with Leeward, if not advantage.
No, I agree with that assessment. This is why we pick you. We can't pay you big pay, but you do you do a good job. Here's the ball pitched up and driven.
You've invited me, Andrew, and I can't say no to the opportunity to speak to the listeners.
Yes, across the world.
Our fans are our number one priority.
Indeed, wonderful. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty's forward, allows it to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So the captain has got the 3 men round the bat now, which I think is a good move. He's got the silly point and forward short leg. And Warkan round the wicket, left orthodox spin, comes in, bowls to Carty. Carty's back and just chops the ball away down to backward point, a bit short. Opens the face of the bat. And it goes down to backward point. There's no run. The man was bowling to him. It was a dolly, and he put it down. Here's Warkan again. Comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty's forward and drives up towards mid-off. Looks for the run, will get it to the return. Comes in from the field up at mid-off. That Simmons moving to his left to pick it up. Good call by Carty. The ball went behind the non-striker. And he called him. It went to wide mid-off, and he called him because the mid-off fielder had to move across a couple paces, and he got the run. And now the silly point has been pulled away. Some adjustments to the field with an interesting feel for Thomas. There's a man down at backward square. Here is a delivery which is forced away down towards that long on area as the batsman is coming for that. Thomas in there for a long way down to long on for one. Hardin comes off the boundary. There's a shout of catch it. And now the single has been taken, 144 for 2. And with that single, Thomas goes to 63, Carty's 38. A wonderful fight back by the Leewards. This is what you like to see. Bat lines drawn and people fighting and battling away in adversity and coming out strong. Here is Warkan in bows to Carty. Carty's forward, flicks the ball into the boot of the fielder up at that silly point area. The fielder is Mosey to end the over, an over of tremendous probe from the West Indies left arm orthodox spinner. Carty is on 38, Thomas is on 63. 144 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, Andrew, and it's Tyson and Holyfield here. We can't give it a good rip, and the batsmen just staying very watchful, very patient, but very eager. And the single to mid-off sort of summed up the situation. Carty realizing, look, if we keep the strike rotating and keep the runs on coming. Simmons in his first match, they picked him out. They said, look, this is the rookie, this is the guy that's likely to be off the speed, and they took the single to him, and then you could see the Bear Jones, come on.
Yeah, I saw that. Get into the game.
It's really reaching that sort of point now where
I agree with you.
The referee's going to have to do something here. Something is going to give eventually, but
you never know.
The momentum is moving with the Leeward. They're understanding the position of the game and they're batting extremely cleverly.
Wonderful. Here is Graves, comes up now in bowls, a ball which is edging. Did that come off the top of the pad? It was a lovely outswinger. And we'd have a David Green, I'm sure, who's working for some big money. Compliments of Cricket West Indies will be in a position, I think, to do the replay. David, you are so taken in by the comments of Mr. Spooney. They're right behind him in your black mass. Are we going to see a replay, David? You've got some wonderful ladies. Roland Bushen doesn't know their names. He told me no. He just is interested in their work. 144 for 2. But we may be in a position to see that wonderful replay. Good work. Wonderful work there. Here is Graves, who's bowled well. comes in to bowl to Thomas, and this delivery pitched up down the leg side, and the keeper sprawls across, takes it, stops it, and there's no damage done. Saying earlier that Reverend Ayrton Messiah, who writes in the, is it the Friday? No, is he the Sunday? It's Friday. Weekend Nation, yes. So that's today we were seeing Mr. Messiah.
Yeah, he's a huge cricket fan.
He's a big cricket fan. We're going to have a look at the monitor now. Here we go. And that delivery, what did that come off of there?
Back elbow? The elbow?
Yeah, it looks that way. Graves comes up to this delivery, which is pitched up a drive up to mid-off. That's a lovely flowing drive. And thank God that the mid-off is in the correct position, because nowadays the mid-off and the mid-on, not like the conventional in old-time days where you're there to stop it. Sometimes you have that short, wide mid-on.
Andrew, remember when Telson Payne ran 5 to mid-on in Queen's Park?
Yeah. Oh, and was Terry Watson his partner?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
Watson and tremendous. Watson and Payne running for St. Catherine's. 144 for 2.
5 to deep.
Yeah, yes, I remember that. Here is Graves. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Thomas. And Thomas is driving. The ball is to the bottom of the bat. The bowler cocks the arm, threatens to throw, looks at the batsman. All part of the psychology. Wonderful contest. 144 for 2.
Barbados need to be aware of what's happening here. Graves has Thomas on a bit of a hole and he wants to score.
Yeah.
Now the fielders in the mid-off and mid-on area have to be very, very
yes.
Don't give him that single.
Don't give him that single.
He wants the single.
Work on his patience, yes.
Graves knows that too, and he's bowling that.
He's bowling well. The mid-off is in the correct position to the mid-on as well. And he's a lovely driver of the ball. Here's Graves, continues, he's in. And to this delivery, he's right across. Lovely bowling. I think Graves is an underrated bowler, you know. I think he's a good little bowler.
Delroy Waldron.
Yeah, that kind of a bowler. Bang on target. Does get the ball to move both ways. And I thought he bowled beautifully in the first innings. And this has been a responsible knock by Thomas, recognizing that he's got the Leewards behind him. Hello to our friends at Platinum there in Antigua, ABS Radio. ZJB in Montserrat as well. Have you ever been to Montserrat, Philip?
No, Andrew, not had that.
Oh, I enjoyed Montserrat with the Honourable Basil Morgan. He's listening to the commentary. Here's a good delivery, bang on target, bowled by Graves. Coming forward is Thomas with the bat as broad as Nevis Street in St. John's, Antigua, where Joe Barry lives. And it goes out to that position cover. There is no run. So Carty is on 38. Thomas 63. 144 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. As we welcome back our good friend Roland Butcher. Hello, Roland. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine. And good contest here between Thomas and Graves. Thomas looking to score.
Yep.
And obviously Graves trying to restrict his scoring. But you've got to give the Leeward some credit for the way they have played so far in the second innings. They've been very positive in their approach.
Yep.
And as a result, you know, they're getting a good result. They've transferred a bit of pressure back onto
I got a question
Barbados.
for you, Mr. Butcher. You think Barbados might have missed the trick by not playing the second spinner?
Well, the way the pitch is playing at the moment, I don't think it would have made any difference because the pitch is playing well. And they didn't.
Who's the spinner?
Well, you got Shem Holder.
And you haven't got. I mean, you can't. You can't
man like yourself.
Andrew, and you can't miss a trick when Shamar Springer gets 95.
Okay, well.
So,
here is a delivery which is outside and the outside of the action continues. So you're suggesting to me then, Roland Butcher, logical is a sense of reasoning that because Springer got to 95, that the team is now balanced. Is that what you're saying?
The reason for playing Springer was obviously.
But I've asked you a question, and I want an answer.
Andrew, you listen to.
I'm listening to you.
I'm listening to your logic. You listen to my logic.
Oh, fine.
Right.
Hold on. Not yet. They're going to cuss him in brass sacks again. Here's the delivery situation.
Who's the spinner?
Cover.
Who's the second spinner? So there's Shem Holder, there's Kamari Boyce.
Well, the Captain Brathwaite can bowl too.
Yeah, he's got 6 in the test match.
Yeah. But don't put that too much in the radio, Philip.
Well, he has 6. He has 6 in the test match, and you don't. So he's ahead of us.
Yeah, he's ahead of all of us.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
So you're happy with the construct of the side, Roland? You're changing your mouth on me. Come on, Roland.
No, Andrew,
I listened to you very carefully.
I'm giving you the logical decision for him playing.
So we don't have an experienced second spinner. It's going to be a rookie type bowler anyway.
Yeah.
So I think, what do you think, Roland? I don't want to put words in Roland's mouth, but I think what Roland's saying is that, look, we don't really have a big spinner with a huge reputation that can really, you can count on to run through them. So maybe the construct of the team was the best option at the time.
And also they're reading.
So Roland,
no, you let me speak.
You don't want me to speak, Roland, because you're changing your mind.
I don't want Barry Wilkinson
You're changing your mouth.
I don't want Barry Wilkinson to discuss you this afternoon. He's spoken about you this morning.
Yeah, he did. But they talk about me all the time, man. Pearl Mason's son, a drive, stretch cover, wonderful shot out to the boundary that goes for 4. Given some air, and this young man from Antigua, well, not that young, but driving beautifully wide and mid-off. That's gone for 4. And you better watch this. The Barbados team, they were flat as a Bajan pancake this morning. I didn't get the feeling that they were very serious about it. And 149 for 2. They got to watch it. So Carty is 39, Thomas 67. I think they've woken up now, Barbados, because they're in the contest.
Andrew, I'll tell you something. This is as good a knock as we would hope to see today. I mean, we saw 2 splendid performances yesterday from Dorich and Springer.
Yep.
But I think so far Thomas has matched them.
Yes.
And he's played.
Yes.
He's reading the tempo of the innings perfectly.
Yes, he is.
He knew when he had to stay put against Graves.
Yes.
And now Warwick can offer them that ball.
Yeah, and he drove it beautifully.
A
little bit more air. And he drove it well past that fielder at mid-off.
But Andrew, he showed that form from the first innings.
Yeah, he did.
Correct.
Here is Graves. Comes up, he's in and bows to Carty. Carty's off the back foot. Just guides the ball down to third man. They should get 2 here, I would imagine. They will. Simmons comes across from backward point to third man to pick it up. So what do we have? Roland Butcher 151 for 2. Carty 41.
Deficit
Thomas
is
67. 1. The deficit is 1. And we could be in for a pretty good battle.
Andrew, you're gonna let me.
Well, I mean,
my 2 cents.
I'm going to I have to start recording, Roland.
We'll start recording. What I'm saying is, obviously they would have read the pitch that there was no need for a second spinner.
But you were talking about the construct of the side you didn't like, and I will stay with what I said earlier. Yeah, here's a drive. Go and drive through that mid-off area. It'll get 1. They'll get a second. As the fielder. Is that the Captain Brathwaite up there? Yes, he parries it down towards that long off area to get 2. So it means now that the Leewards are in credit. Talk to me, Philip Spooner.
Well, that's an excellent shot. Again, Brathwaite had to dive full stretch to stop that from heading to the boundary. But Carty,
he looks a good cricketer.
He's a quiet partner here.
Richard Staple.
New Richard Staple.
Here is Graves, comes in and bows to Carty into this delivery. He's a lot to go about side the off, and that's not all that far. And Graves knows that it shaved the off stump taken by the keeper. Carty is on 43, Thomas 67, and it's 153 for 2. Yes, Philip.
Yeah, but it should not be forgotten that Carty was the man of the match in the Under-19 World Cup in 2016.
He was, yes.
And he was a non-traveling reserve for the West Indies earlier this season against Ireland.
And don't forget also, he scored 100 against Barbados.
He did, yeah.
In the Super 50.
In the Super 50,
yes, good player.
And Thomas did as well.
Thomas as well,
So they both have a liking for
the Barbados bowling. So we got a contest as the action continues. Here is Graves as he's into bowl to Carty into this delivery. Outside the off stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That was dangled like the proverbial carrot. He says, I won't be drawn into discretion. And watches the ball goes by to the keeper, Dorrit.
And Andrew, as you watch this innings develop, it takes me back to 1988.
Yes.
Leeward Barbados, Richie Richardson, 179, I think it was.
Yes.
Every shot in the book.
Yes. I saw Philo Wallace. That would have been 1989 in Antigua? 1991. Yeah. Oh man. Tremendous knock. It was one of the best innings I've ever seen at the first class level. Wallace took them on. I think the Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes was in that side, and I remember Des, he said, yes, well, Keith Holder is saying things that we can't repeat. Yeah, but I remember that knock. He took them on, and that was a fantastic knock by my good friend Philo Wallace. He tore them to threads that day. Philo, 154 for 2. As it's going to be Graves as he turns, he's going to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is on 67. In he comes from the southern end to bowl to Thomas. He's in and bowls to Thomas. Thomas is wrapped in the pad and appeal for like before. The umpire says no. The bowler didn't really go up with that. Didn't get the support of the keeper. Might have been struck high. Played across it. And umpire Blades had a look. We'll certainly get a replay from our very good friend, Mr. David Green. But it might have been a bit high. 154 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
I think that was going down, Andrew. He shaped to play the leg. It was angled in, and he just really missed it. But there was no real threat there of LBW.
No threat.
Decision.
Okay.
So height might be a
consideration. Height as well.
Height as well. Okay. Well. So. Getting back to you, Roland, so you're happy with the construct of this. I'm not going to let you get away with this,
It's not a question whether I'm happy. Let me just...
have a look at the replay. Talk to me about that.
Definitely going down.
On the angle.
Everything is wrong with it.
Everything is wrong.
There's nothing in the something column.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah. Andrew, obviously they were concerned about the batting.
Yeah.
And wanted to strengthen the batting. So Springer obviously would have got the nod for that purpose because they had enough seam bowlers.
Another question for you: do you think?
And he answered the call.
Oh, okay. Here is Warkan comes in and bowls, and forward is Carty plays it square in the offside down to backward point. This has been a wonderful exhibition of batting. He's such an attractive player to watch. He's on what? He's 44, and here is Warkan, and Bright Sunshine comes in bowls to Carty. Carty's forward. No problems at all. The silly point is lurking. Goes up to extra cover for the captain. Who must be a bit worried now. Picked it up and there's no run. I'm sure we're going to see Craig Brathwaite soon. Here is Warkan. Comes in to bowl to Carty. And Carty's forward and edges down to third man. A loose shot. We'll get runs. We'll get one. We'll get a second. And we'll stay on 2 or will he come back for the third? I think he was so disappointed with that shot.
That's the 100 partnership.
So that's the 100 partnership as well. So the 100 partnership, 156 for loss of 2. Carty is 46 and Thomas is on 67.
The second 100 partnership for the match. Yesterday we saw that epic performance from Dowrich and Springer. And now today we are seeing another magnificent effort.
Yeah, 175. Well, the action will continue. And it's going to be Warkan comes up, he's in and bowls, given severe and driven up towards that extra cover area. It was one that he reached for it. That's Carty goes down towards that extra cover. There's no run. Thanks to Mr. Michael Sobers for making sure that everything is fine. He's a man who's been doing this job for quite a long time. I think when he started, Errol Barrow was Prime Minister. Here's a delivery, which is in the line of the off stump, bowled by Warkan. Coming forward is Carty, pushes out to extra cover. Silly point gets in the way. Warkan again looking for that breakthrough. Comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. He's forward, playing the spin well, playing for the cameras. He poses for them. It just comes forward. And that will make a good picture in primetime sports with Mark Seal tonight. At the end of the over, Carty's in 46, Thomas 67. 156 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. Roland.
Yes, and good position here and a good partnership between Carty and Thomas. Carty just the more watchful of the two players. He's 46 and 107 balls. And Thomas much the aggressor, 67 or 61 balls. Continuing Andrew where he left off in the first innings, where I thought he played quite beautifully, but this second innings effort has surpassed that first inning effort, and he's not finished yet.
No.
Andrew, what it shows is that we were away from 4-day cricket for a while.
So long.
But now we're
so happy. Yes,
players are really into it.
Here's Graves in bowls down the leg side, and it's turned away fine. We'll get one. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. As the fielder down there picks it up and sends the returner that's hard, and it was outside the leg stump by Graves and played fine for 1. So 157 for 2. Let me remind you, the deficit was 152, so they are in credit. And this is going to be an important period of cricket. Barbados, they want wickets, and these two will want to continue to frustrate the Barbadians in Bridgetown. Here's Graves. He comes up now. He's into bowl to Carty into this delivery. He's forward and drives. The outer portion of the bat goes down to that backward point area on the boundary. It's something that a lot of modern day captains do, Roland Butcher, and giving up the single. Now, had you been captain Middlesex, would you have done that? For Carty, would you have the backward point of boundary?
Probably not, because we would have had Wayne Daniel and Jeff Thompson bowling.
So that's true too.
There would have been no need for those two players.
Norman Collins.
and Norman
Collins, and they were good.
Selvey,
they were good.
And then backed up by Phil Edmonds and John Embry.
Oh, wonderful. Here's Graves Compton in bowls, and there's Thomas. He's really played a good knock. Comes forward, seeing the ball as big as a football now. And it's pushed out towards cover. There's no run. It's 158 for 2. Heading towards the weekend. And of course, this match is scheduled to finish tomorrow. In fact, when we started day 3, some were saying, well, it's going to finish on day 3. Well, I'm sure they're thinking differently now. Lovely breezes coming across the ground. And it's been a pretty hot. Nights are pretty cold in Barbados, up there in Rosegate in St. John in particular, where you were born. Here's the ball wrapped to the pad, a big appeal for like before. The umpire says no. As Graves produced a little bit, pitched up, there was a batsman coming forward, struck on the pad. That's Thomas, and Graves can't believe he didn't get his man. He played across it. I have a chance to see it in the monitor, and of course, Roland Butcher, your eyes will be in the sparrow there. Have a look and tell me what you thought of that. I'm sure Mr. David Green will bring it up soon. Here we go. Describe it for me. Roland?
Yeah, let's see. He's in the middle of the crease. Yeah, fair decision.
You think he's heading on the leg side?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
On the angle? Yeah, good decision. Umpire Blades got it right. Didn't get it right with Harvin yesterday. I thought it was a bad decision. 158 for 2. I'm sure that Philip Spooner wouldn't want to comment on that. Here is the delivery, which is on the land of the off stump. Graves on the back foot.
It's a tough job, Andrew.
Very tough job.
Very difficult job.
Yeah. But that one was
anybody's ever stood.
Yeah, but that one was poor though. That was poor.
Well, I mean, we support.
Yeah, we do.
We continue to support him.
Yeah.
But it's a very difficult job, and you must really give the umpire credit especially when
he gets it right. Yeah.
So
I agree with that. 158 for 2, but he's a good umpire Blades.
Very knowledgeable.
And he's a good man. An airplane is making its way. Have a look. Is that what's that airplane there? Look at the screen. As this delivery is outside the outer, driven up to cover, mid off in the air. Ball that was pitched up. There's the batsman Thomas going for the drive. Now this is the period now where you're not scoring, as was the case yesterday with Springer and with Dowridge. They got out, I thought, because they weren't scoring, and then they played loose shots and got out. So Thomas has got to be careful here. Philip Spooner has a lovely plane, makes his way into the Grand Isle. Is that British Airways going in there? Is it Keith? Is that British Airways? You tend to know these things. Would this be time for British Airways? At 2:30. Okay. British Airways, Virgin Atlantic. Okay, they come around this time. 2:30, 2:45. Okay, and they're always in time, of course. Yeah, 158 for 2. The players are refreshing themselves. I know Keith is just about ready to come in. But this has been a very good session, an extremely good session for the Hurricanes. It's been a good day for them, and I shall endeavor to run through the details of what has happened so far. And then, of course, Keith Holder comes a call in. You'll recall that they made 172 innings close, to which Barbados replied strongly. After being 124 for 5, they got to 324, a lead of 152. And today, Hodge caught Dowridge bowls Simmons 5, Powell caught Carter bowls Simmons 27. The first wicket fell at 21, the second at 55. But these two in an unbroken stand of 103 for wicket number 3. They've done a wonderful job. Carty is 47. He's been at the crease for 140 minutes, 108 balls, 4 fours. And Devon Thomas making a statement. 68 not out, 66 balls, 96 minutes, 11 fours, and it's been an excellent display of batsmanship by these two, and they've given some hope to the Leewards. 158 for 2, Carty 47, Thomas 68, and we've had a situation where 48 overs have been bowled. The rate has gone down, which we would understand. It's now 3.85 in the bowling. Holder 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 34. Hardin 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Simmons, the wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. Springer 1 over for 11 runs, expensive, promptly put on the attack. Carter 1 over for 9 runs. Walker 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Reefer wait, 3 overs no, but it's none for 23. And Justin Graves, I think he's bowled well enough, Graves, to have picked up a wicket. 6 overs, 1 mid, none for 18. So we brought you up to date. 172 and 158 for 2 the Leewards. Barbados 324. So it's very good cricket on their part and looking to really bat very comfortably for the rest of the day and give Barbados a tremendous challenge. That's all conjecture. What's reality is that the 2 honourable gentlemen are very much in the commentary box. And of course, in Philip Spooner, Spartan man, although I understand that before he went to Sparta, he was seriously contemplating going to Empire. And Roland Butcher, who played for St. Catherine's YMPC, and when he came back, he even wanted to play for Central. The lead is 6. That's true. Of course, that's the club of the veterans. Sam Wilkinson played there until he was over 80. Good old Sam, 7-Up Sam. You remember 7-Up Sam, don't you? Wonderful man. Of course, that's the father of Barry A. Wilkinson, who's doing brass tacks and defending his good friend. All right. Gentlemen, it's time for me to go. Another word from you, and it's going to be Keith.
Yes, and the Leewards batted very, very well today. Very positive before lunch interval, scoring 102 runs in that first session, which was an excellent performance. They really continued after lunch. Really, Carty and and Thomas has continued really left off, and it's looking pretty tough at the moment for Barbados to break this partnership. Batting looks quite easy, not a great amount of turn out of this pitch. It looks quite flat. Obviously, any third-day pitch, perhaps the best time to be batting, really. And both of these batsmen are making a very good effort of it, Keith Holder.
Yes, thanks again, Roland. And I shall endeavour to update play in the other 2 matches in Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica under some pressure against Trinidad and Tobago. And here at Kensington Oval after the refreshment break, so it's mid-afternoon on day 3, and Warwigan with the first delivery is driven out to the short extra cover. I think it's a spectator's catch, just a couple of fielders asking how's that, driven into the turf and taken by Mosley. There are 2 steps quite interestingly now. Point cover, very short extra cover, and then there's the sweeper out of extra cover mid-off, short mid-on. So, and the long on. So a 7-2 field for Warwigan in his 10th over, 2 minutes, none for 18, 158 for 2 the Leeward Islands. Carty strokes this one out to the short extra cover in Mosley. There is no run. He's on 47. 4 boundaries, 110 balls, 144 minutes, and Warwigan is in again from around the wicket, and Carty drives it yet again to Mosley with a good bounce at that short straight extra cover. 68 to Thomas, his second half century of the game. Warwigan bowling from the Joel Garner end. Carty defends, plays it square into the covers, and there is no run. Braffett runs to his left to do the fielding. So good fight back by the Leeward Islands. They are now 6 runs ahead with 8 wickets standing. Warwigan is in, outside of the off stump, 2 wide to induce a stroke taken by Dowrich. The end of the over 158 for 2, and quickly before Philip and Roland come in, Trinidad and Tobago responded with 273 after Jamaica made 141 in their first innings, and second time around Jamaica 91 for 4. John Campbell out for 45, Leroy Love 15, Jermaine Blackwood 16, Paul Palmer, one of Roland Butcher's students at UWA a couple of years ago. He didn't score. Alvin Williams is on 10, and Romain Morrison has 6, with Shannon Gabriel before the wicket after 4 overs, and he's conceded 8 runs. The chief wicket taker, Anderson Phillip, 3 for 47. Brian Charles, the first in his record, 1 for 26. Phillip, I believe, with no pun intended, that you believe in Phillip as in Anderson Phillip, 3 for 47.
Oh, yeah, it's good. You know, it's good to see the youngsters getting among the wickets. And Anderson, he got opportunity last year against Sri Lanka, and he equipped himself quite well. So, you know, it's part of his development, and it's good to see him coming on.
Yes, pitch down the leg side and help by Thomas for a single down to fine leg. Graves the bowler. with his medium pace from the Malcolm Marshall end. 69 now to Thomas, 159 for 2.
Yeah, he was part, last year, and again, well, before the team went off to Sri Lanka as well. We had developmental camps for Cricket West Indies trend. There was no cricket, so you had to find opportunities for the young players, and Anderson was one of those players in the camps. And the kudos to Roland Holt and Jimmy Adams and the Cricket West Indies operations department for putting on those sort of projects, even when the players weren't always cold, they got opportunities to perform, and Anderson Phillips definitely was one of the players who impressed.
Yes, this next delivery is pushed into the covers. There is no run. Roland, I have a couple of searching questions for you after this update from the other game. The Windward Islands 339. We were concerned about how they will bat in the second innings. Ghana were dismissed for 327, so that's a slender first innings lead of 14. They are now 14 for 1 in the second innings. A slender first innings lead of 12, and now 14 for 1 in their second innings. The Windward Islands. Teddy Bishop not out on 14. Now, Philip, before Roland comes in, mentioning that name, I know you're extremely sweet on him, especially after the tour of England last year with the West Indies Rising Stars on the 19. He's a guy from Grenada. And Devon Smith, the Grenadian veteran on this occasion, was bowled by Smith for a duck after 4 deliveries. Kevin Hodge, the new captain, is unbeaten on not a lot of these names which come up are products of UWI. Kevin Hodge was an outstanding player for UWI in the local competitions, white and red ball cricket. Turned down toward his fine leg, and that's a leg by 160 for 2. So Philip, I will let you, as a younger man, speak a bit about how sweet you are on Teddy Bishop, the Grenadian.
Yeah, he's the busiest batsman you want to see, Teddy Bishop. He was in the camp, and that's one thing that everybody remarked. He just looks to score, looks to be busy, very. He's just the type of batsman that you want to get in the system, and I'm really happy that he got that opportunity. I mean, well, he came in because Emilius had the concussion, and we hope that Emilius makes a full recovery and is back. But Teddy is the kind of player that you want to see, get that opportunity, because he's a busy kind of player, sweep, reverse sweep, lap, everything. He has the shots. So just for him to come in the 4-day red ball cricket and equip himself well, but. That's a very good young player there, Teddy Bishop, and he's one of the very few batsmen ever to make 2 youth ODI hundreds. They don't really come along plentifully at age group level like that. So, here's a player that we definitely want to see come on and do good things for West Indies cricket.
Graves is driven straight. He gets a hand onto it, his right hand, and there's an appeal for a run out as the stumps have been struck. The middle stump flopped out. They're not going to fluster my mate, Mr. Jonathan Blades, who came under pressure yesterday with a decision he gave. It's 161 for 2 and 47. Carty comes on strike. Thomas has 70. 161 for 2. So Bishop is someone, Flip, to look out for.
Yeah, definitely a young batsman to look out for. A very, very risky kind of player. He almost.
Yes, go ahead. And the replay comes up.
Yeah, very good against the spinners as well, Teddy Bishop. And you just got to hope that he gets more opportunities and he makes full use of them as well.
Yes, he was in quite comfortably, but Graves was enthusiastic, trying to see if he could rattle Mr. Blades. And he said, no, sir, he's home.
Sharp.
Driven, an on drive out through mid-wicket, heading towards the boundary, but it wouldn't get there. It'd be pulled back about now. And Holder swooping onto the ball, running from the deep forward square. So, with a couple runs and the overs being completed, Thomas is on 70, Carty 49, 163 for 2.
And things going along nicely for the Leewards. Barbados bowling at the moment. A little bit flat. Need somebody really to step up now and put in a big spell and try and break this partnership first of all, and then see if you can get into the middle order of the Leewards. But the Leewards making a much better fist of it in this second innings.
In the shades of Roddy Eswick, 1985, or was it 83? A hat trick on table. that's Simmons. The job for Simmons now to repeat that Roddy Eswick feat.
That was an interesting one, Philip, because Sylvester Clark, his half-brother, also had a hat-trick in regional first class cricket, if my memory serves me right.
78, yeah.
Yeah.
Against Trinidad, I think. How was it there?
Yeah. I don't recall the opposition.
1978.
Yeah.
That kind of happened twice in cricket. Two brothers with first-class hat tricks.
Precisely. Leeward's a 163 for 2 in their second innings. Roland, I know I had a discussion with you off air about the Sagicor High Performance Center at the 3Ws Oval not being in operation again, and I know you are a smart guy in relation to how you respond to questions, but apparently it was a discussion which came up this morning. The question was raised, and I'll explain to you why I found it at that time. So just going back to when it was posed to me, pushed out into the covers, there's no run. 163 for 2, Thomas 70, Carty on 49. 70 from 73 deliveries. 2 slips in place. Warwick on the left arm spinner bowls around the wicket, and he lets it go. Thomas taken by Dowrich, and this field setting 2 slips a point. There's a deep cover, orthodox. Well, let's say 2 extra covers, 1 an orthodox position, and then Mosley at a short position, mid-off, mid-on again, working outside it. The off stump trying to tease. The over comes to a close, 163 for 2. Yes, Roland. A mate of mine who has great interest in cricket. This is Dr. Michael Wharton, one of the main directors at the FMH. And the question was about the UWI, the HPC at Cavefield being disbanded, so to speak. Okay, and what Dr. Wharton was explaining to me, Roland, is that the Indian commentators were sounding generally concerned about the state of West Indies cricket during the third and final day-and-night ODI today, and that's why the question was raised. I know I discussed it with you briefly, but I think from a professional perspective, and since the question was raised by Dr. Wharton, that it would be good for you to educate us on it.
What I would say, Keith, that first of all, I mean, we have been concerned about West Indies cricket for some time now, not just the Indian commentators, so I guess they're seeing us at this point in time, so it's been a concern. In relation to the High Performance Center?
Yes. After this delivery from Graves, picked short, and it's turned out through square leg for an easy single. And that brings up the half century for KC Carty. Exactly 50 from 118 balls, 153 minutes, 4 fours. Thank you very much, Susan. 164 for 2 with Thomas on 70. They've added 109 for this, the third wicket, and the Leeward Islands now 12 runs ahead with 8 wickets standing. Here's Roland.
Yeah, well played. Good innings by the young man, and continuing the promise that he's shown for a couple of years. As we said, we want performance now, so that's important.
2 slips of space somewhat between the first and what would be more like a third slip, where Springer now does the fielding, a defensive stroke from Thomas, 164 for 2.
Yeah, Keith. Yeah. Basically, the Sagicor High Performance Center was based at the university some years ago, and it was only really possible because of the sponsorship by Sagicor. Sagicor sponsored the original High Performance Center for 3 years, and in actual fact, after this delivery,
Graves is in again outside of the off stump. No stroke from Thomas, taken by Dowrich, 164 for 2.
Right, and the benefits of that High Performance Center you can see all over West Indies cricket right now, because you had the likes of, you had Shane Dowrich there, you had Jason Holder, you had Craig Braffett, you had Shannon Gabriel, you had Nkuma Bonner, you know, and you go down the line. Most of the guys in the team now were part of that High Performance Center.
Here is Graves again into bowl to Thomas, and he's beaten outside of the off stump. That one bunks a bit, just passes the outside edge into the gloves of Dowrich, 164 for 2. I recall Shannon Gabriel being part and parcel of that setup as well. And for a while, Carl Hooper was employed there, and he talked about Bonner, and he said to me once in an interview on the mid-wicket, which I used to host on CBC, that as far as he was concerned, Bonner possessed excellent hands, his wrist, etc. So back then, but to qualify what you were saying in relation to what it offered. Then here is Graves again, short and pulled down to mid-on, tugging it. Didn't play it that well. And there is no run, 164 for 2. He felt that generally the facilities in the Caribbean, from his experiences over the years, were far below what one should really have, and he was happy to be part and parcel of that UWA with the surgical high performance at KFL. Roland.
Yeah, I think what was good and impressive about that high performance center, and again after this delivery.
Here's Graves again into bowl to Thomas. Outside of the off stump, no stroke, 164 for 2 as the over is completed. Graves 8 overs, 1 made and none for 23. The Leeward Islands 164 for 2 in their second innings. Carty 50, Thomas 70, and it means that they lead overall by 12 runs with 8 wickets standing.
Yeah, good effort put in here by Graves. He's really running in and trying hard for his team. But the Surgical High Performance Center was a situation where you had all of these players not for a couple of weeks or a month or so. These guys lived in Barbados for 18 months. There was a house over across the hill from KF Hill that they all lived in this huge house. And and their job was really training, cricket, classroom work, in a setting where they're all together for 18 months. So the contract that they would have had was an 18-month contract. So if you came from Jamaica, you were here for 18 months. So that was an opportunity really, to build a guy. And as you can see, the results are now that the current team, nearly all of those players came out of that. So it just shows you what we need. But why it finished, I think it was purely funding.
Funding. You'll expand on that during the course of this over from Warwickens, whose first delivery, still operating from the mark, the Garner end around the wicket and squirted behind the square for a single. Carty moves to 51, Thomas 71, 65 for 2. More on the demise of the Surgical High Performance Center here at the 3Ws Oval, KF Hill, from Roland Butcher, who was the director of sports at the UWA for quite a long time. And a sweep being essayed, that's a good stroke. Keeping it fine, fine, fine. 2 fielders chase and neither will recover as umpire Gregory Braffett. Oh dear, he really likes to do that, signaling with a lot of style and fashion. Is he the most stylish umpire you've ever come across, Roland?
Well, I quite like it actually.
You like it?
You need to have a presence out there. I mean, you saw Billy Bowden, what he did.
Oh yes, he was flamboyant.
It's good to have that.
Yeah. Somebody will tell Gregory by the end of the day that we were talking about his style. He saw me leaving the ground last evening. He said to me, "Oh, Keith, you're not backing off. You were making comments about me. You were talking about where I park every day and how I park and blah, blah, and what type of vehicle I'm driving or whatever, whatever." People listen to things that I call just an aside, and then they're going to relay the information to these individuals as though you were saying something offensive. 169 for 2. Well, we are speaking good things about you, Mr. Braffett. And even when he signals to his square leg umpire counterpart, Mr. Blades, he does that with that sort of style. I don't know if it's a Philippine thing. You come from St. Philip, Roland, outside of the off stump, a bit searching for it, 169 for 2. But I'm very keen, like Dr. Wharton and others, to hear about the UWI, the High Performance Center, because you've mentioned some key names there who benefited significantly. And here's Warwicken again, and that's a drive into the covers. But there's protection with the sweeper coming in to do the fielding in all it looks like. 170 now for 2 as Thomas comes back on strike on 70, retains the strike. He's on 75, Carty 51. More from Roland Butcher on how the Surgical High Performance Center at the 3Ws Oval, KFL, went through the Edos.
Yeah, as I said, it was called Surgical High Performance Center, but in effect it was the West Indies Cricket Board's academy, funded by Surgical and sponsored for 3 years by Surgical, $1 million a year. So they were able to employ, Toby Radford was the director, It didn't last long, though. Toby resigned after a while. Graham West was there. As you said, Carl Hooper was engaged to, to do work as well. So, it ran for those 3 years, and, Sajiko did not renew the sponsorship after year 3.
Do you remember roughly how much money they used to pump in on an annual basis?
The 3 years was $3 million. It was $1 million a year to run the project. And once that sponsorship finished, if you can't find another sponsor, it meant that CWA would have to find that $1 million a year, which is not easy at this moment in time. So that was the demise.
A bowling change. Graves has been replaced by Harding, and his first delivery is guided past second slip and into the third man boundary. So a tap of the bats as Thomas moves on to 79. Carty's 51, a stand of 119, 174 for 2. And Graves' figures 8 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs. Harding comes back after 6 overs, none for 17 rolling.
Keith, the important thing about that high performance centre was that you had these guys, as I said, Craig and those guys in their formative years, where you could actually train them over a period of time. These days, unfortunately, they get together for 3 or 4 weeks.
Pick short by Harding and push for an easy single square on the offside. Reefer onto it and quickly releases the ball up at the bowler's end. They take that single, and 18 now to Thomas, 51 to Carty, 175 for 2. You can win as well if you care to, Philip, being a long-standing employee, but if you want to stay clear of my certain questions, since you are employed and paid big monies by Cricket West Indies, you can let it go outside of the off stump, as you did often for Spartan at the first division level.
Before Philip jumps in and he can take over, I think you can't do much in 3 or 4 weeks to affect change.
Yes.
A lot of change. But if you've got these guys day in, day out.
Harding is in outside of the off stump, no stroke from Carty, 175 for 2. So how many years now that hasn't been in existence, if you can remember when it closed? This is 2022, time has gone by, COVID has come in, all sorts of things have happened. Philip, what's going on at Coolidge? Weren't they supposed to perhaps have something similar brought back with the headquarters in Antigua?
Well, Keith, the Coolidge is the official home of Cricket West Indies, as you know. Is this sorry.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. And the facility obviously was acquired a couple of years ago. So it's now the official home of Cricket West Indies. And as you know, it hosted matches in the Super 50 last year, all throughout the international season. Where Sri Lanka toured, Pakistan women, South Africa women, and it will host the warm-up match for when England come in next month, and it also hosted matches recently in the ICC on the 90 World Cup. So it's part of the overall development that is planned in West Indies cricket. So there are many projects and stuff that we rolled out, but at the moment, their work's in progress. We'd appreciate that in COVID environment.
Harding bowls, and this one is lifted with disdain by Word. Over the top, over long off, Braffett will just run back to retrieve. As Thomas with his 14th boundary goes on to 84, it's 180 for 2. They lead overall by 28. Carty is on 52, a partnership of 125. Here at Kensington Oval, you were saying, Philip?
Yeah, so many projects are rolled. Whenever there's camps and stuff like that, we have many camps last year as well in the COVID pandemic. Obviously very difficult for people to move around and stuff like that. But I think a fantastic job was done to organize those camps and stuff like that. On the 19 team, as I said, they were there on 3 occasions on the Floyd Reef, for the women's team on the Courtney Walsh, and the men's team before all international tours.
Harding is whipped. Good save by Mosey in at that short mid-wicket, diving low to his right, 180 for 2. And Harding in his first over of a new spell, now 7 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs. Before Philip comes back, let me give you the full figures. Holder 9 overs, 2 maidens, 34 runs. Simmons, the wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 maiden. He's conceded 26 runs for those 2 wickets. Springer 1 over for 11 runs. Carter 1 over, 9 runs. Warwick 12 overs, 4 maidens, 24 runs. Reefer 3 overs, 23 runs, hasn't bowled a maiden, and Graves 8 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs. Seemingly long time ago, Hodge was caught at the wicket by Dowrich for 5, and Powell caught at second slip by Carter, repeating that both wickets have been taken by Simmons. So you were saying, Philip, then, in relation to preparation, because don't forget that
preparation
Roland has said that the time nowadays before series, etc., to be preparing is relatively short.
Well, series come fast, and I mean, every time you look around, there's another international series. So, sorry, it's ball.
So Warwican, and that's one of the rare loose strokes, I call it, but he's so confident that he reckons at this time that he can try to swing him over mid-wicket. That's Carty. Missed on that occasion and taken by Dowrich. There are 2 slips in place. The point, still that protection out on the boundary. Orthodox extra cover, and then a short, straightish extra cover. Working is again outside of the off stump. Not tempted on this occasion. Mid-on, short, mid-wicket. So 7-2 field for Warwican in his 13th over. The only bowler to send down more than 9 overs in this innings. 8 bowlers being used. Off the outer portion of the bat, it's played down behind point. Springer is now on to the ball, moving from the orthodox point, and the single taking Carty to 53, 181 for 2. But Roland, if for instance, with some prompting, Sagicor can be tested, quote unquote, to think over their position and to try to have it back. There's a stifled appeal by Warwican, who was going up as Thomas was essaying a strike. How anxious would you be for it to return here to Barbados on High Performance Centre, Roland?
Well, Keith, at this moment in time, I don't think that's what CWI would have in mind, because they have now invested in Coolidge.
Yes.
So the obvious place.
Next delivery, push out to the extra cover short by Thomas Noran.
Yeah. The obvious place that they would want it would be at Coolidge.
Okay.
I think Coolidge would not have, I'll come to that in a minute.
Working again, short off the back foot, flash down to point, fielded by Springer. The batsman is Thomas Noran. The end of the over, the Leeward Islands 181 for 2, known as the Leeward Islands Volcanoes. In their second innings, Carty 53, Thomas 84, and they lead overall by 29. Roland.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Keith.
Sorry?
Volcanoes or Windwards.
Oh, yes, Hurricanes. Yes.
So Keith, what I was saying is that because of the situation CW have themselves in now, having acquired that ground, and they want to make it into the home of cricket, they will not be able to do both. But ideally, it would have been better off based at KFL. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Not just from the cricketing perspective of practice in nets or whatever. What we have at KFL now as a result of building our sports program.
Yes.
Right? We have 2 sports labs at the university, the only ones in the Caribbean. We have an exercise physiology lab, and we've got a biomechanics lab with all the latest equipment for testing, etc., etc. So the benefits of that, you will not be able to have at Coolidge. And also, the access to human resources within the university would have been a benefit. But as I said, the situation that CW are in now, you've acquired your own property, it would be impractical to operate at KFL and operate at Coolidge as well.
And finally, Craig C. Braffett, Claremont Braffett, comes into the attack as the captain of the Barbados side. His first ball of the match, the 9th bowler of the innings. Only 2 are left. One is the keeper, Dowrich. You can work out the other. And he appeals for leg before wicket and is extremely confident. He just ran virtually in front of the batsman's face.
I think one thing Craig forgot to do was to appeal.
I'd never seen Craig so animated.
He ran at the batsman, like expecting that even with no appeal, the finger would go up.
Let's get the replay,
we need to see
Mr.
that again.
Breezer.
It was.
He's bowling from around the wicket at the Marshall line. Let's first say that.
But he just, I don't think Craig appealed until after. Skipper,
Even
you
when
have,
he won
Skipper,
the derby at the Garrison.
Skipper, you must ask, how is that first?
Excited.
Okay, here's his next delivery, still bowling from around the wicket, and almost like a full toss. He's flighting it. Believes that he's a big spinner, Craig Braffett, and with only one official spinner, one specialist spinner in Warwick. His close friend and old schoolmate at Combermere, who has done the brunt of the bowling. Here's Braffett again. Looks like an innocuous bowler, but Philip will tell you he took, what, 6 for 29, Philip?
6 in the test match.
6 in a test match. Yes. He's one of Andrew's friends, and Andrew will replace me shortly. He's happy that Craig Braffett has come on. Still waiting for that replay. He bunged from outside the natural breeze to come into the air conditioning room to see the replay. As this one is turned out through forward square for a single. And it's 182 for 2, with Carty now going on to 54. So, Mr. Green, at the end of this over with 1 ball left, you'd like to see that replay heading towards T on day 3 here at Kensington Oval as Braffett goes in again. And using his feet, Thomas drives it down to mid-off, fielded by Simmons. There is no run. The end of the over, 182 for 2. I'll do one more over and then Andrew will take you to T. So, let's see the replay here, gentlemen. Braffett. Ooh.
I think he's got something there, but I think Craig, you got to appeal first.
So are you suggesting, give it to us one more time, Mr. Green. Are you suggesting that, let's look closely at Dulwich, the keeper, to see if he went up. Mr. Green? Yes, here we go again. Okay, Andrew.
Let's look at Craig. I mean, I feel this was out. Yeah, that was.
Oh my
look at
dear.
Craig. Look at Craig. Look.
Oh my dear.
You must look at the umpire.
Oh! Look, with that, I'm going to take my leave and give it to Andrew Mason.
I think Andrew Mason would have given that out.
Yes, but the keeper and slip both went up. Okay, Andrew, you can say that publicly. Comments from Andrew, from Roland and Philip, and then we'll get Andrew. And Andrew is upset. He's gone through the door. I think he's heading to the bathroom. Yeah. He wants a bit of relief. 182 for 2. No, that was the other gentleman. This one is pushed out on the offside. I don't know. These things happen, but clearly from that replay, Philip and Roland, you will both agree that was as plumb as they can be. I'll have a quiet word with Mr. Blades. Mr. Blades, sir, you've come under some pressure for a couple of decisions made in this match. We have the benefit of replays, and perhaps, as Roland pointed out, as this one is tugged out to the short forward square for a single, 183 for 2. Carty goes to 55, Thomas 84. But this is one time that clearly with those replays an error was made, part and parcel of the game. And that is why Craig Braffett was so enthusiastic coming on for his first ball and running right down. But there were appeals going up from the keeper Dulwich and the slip, and not outside umpire Jonathan Blaze, who's out at square leg. And here's Warwick with a slip on the leg slip. The second slip has been removed and he flights and it's driven out to the short extra cover. There is no run. Fielded by Mosley, 183 for 2. A partnership of 128. They lead overall by 31. 8 wicket standing. And at the end of this over, Andrew will come in outside of the off stump. The over has been completed. So, hold on. Both of you all gentlemen are going to be leaving with me as well to give it to Lyndon. Okay, so Andrew, you have Lyndon. And I know you're going to quarrel from now until tea.
Yes, and that over by Warwick and just tease in there. Batsman not taking any chances. Mindful of the fact that T is approaching. Leewards really have batted quite well for this. Yep. Only 50 overs ball and 183 for 2. And this partnership between Thomas and Carty proving to be a worrisome one for Barbados. And I'm sure, Philip, you would have some views on that. And after that, it'll be Andrew Mason
and Lyndon Yard. I just want to thank you for having me on, and thank Andrew and thank Keith for the engagement. Thanks, Lyndon. And,
but of course, you're going to come back after the break.
And
we'd love to have you.
We really appreciate you tuning into the West Indies Championship Series, and we hope you're enjoying the matches. Very gripping contest here at Kensington.
Yes.
And some rather interesting developments happening in Trinidad as well.
Yeah.
So we'll continue your support, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you,
on
Philip.
behalf of Cricket West
Nice to see you. Of course, you are a good PR man as well. 183 for 2. Here's Brathwaite comes up now, bowls to Carty. Carty is looking to lap the ball, wrap the pad. There's a pick up, he's been given like before. Well, finally, because he was plumb before. He was absolutely plumb before. That was, I don't know if you can say plumber. Can you? A plumber come and fix the sink. Oh my golly. He played right across the line. A bad shot by Carty. And he's gone leg before, playing right across the line. And that man, Brathwaite, teasing him. And he had a big swing. We can have a look at the monitor. And he's gone leg before, 183 for 3. Have a look at that. Talk to me, Lyndon Yard. Here we go.
Well, it's an ill-advised shot, a nothing shot. And it is the...
Roland, would you have given that? Roland, would you have given that?
To me, it's the easiest decision for umpire Blades.
Yes. Oh, Roland, could you put the mic on, Roland? Could you please?
So you would need to replay again.
Yeah.
Let's have the replay again.
Can we have the replay? David Green, we're playing with Big Buck, so you should be able to do it twice. Here we go. Talk us through that.
I think this is now watch Craig's appeal immediately to the umpire.
Yes.
I would like also
yes.
to see the replay from the previous one.
And you didn't appeal.
And you'll see what happened. And the umpire cannot give anybody out unless you appeal.
So you're saying nobody from Barbados appeal?
No, well, they appeal. But what I'm saying is...
But the bowler doesn't have to appeal.
No, but...
The keeper appealed.
No, but,
didn't you see that?
But Andrew,
what point are you making?
Andrew, the point I'm making is... Right,
that what?
If the bowler...
Yes, doesn't appeal.
If the bowler does not appeal...
Yes.
Right, Craig ran down the wicket, running at the thing.
Yeah, maybe thought it was such an obvious decision.
No, he felt it was so obvious,
yes,
but
you're going to appeal.
It's not so obvious.
Yeah.
You know, even say for instance, the guy is absolutely plumb.
Yes.
And Craig runs down the wicket, expecting to be given out.
Mm.
You think I can raise my hand?
No.
Because I feel he's out.
But stay with me, because it was a poor shot by Carty, wasn't it?
Yeah,
have a look at that again. Good work by David Green, working for his pay.
Yeah, it's a terrible shot.
Oh, that would have hit what? Middle stump, you think? Off.
In the circumstances where you're in a good position, you're approaching tee.
Right.
And you've really... you've opened the door.
Yes, but Craig now has got a new batsman. He's got to put somebody in front of the bat, clearly. Silly point of forward short leg. He's got long off and long on. This is why I criticise Craig Brathwaite. And there's a field in the boundary. Now, is this guy facing his first ball, gentlemen?
Django.
Oh, come on. Unbelievable.
He's going to bring the long on.
He's got to put them around the bat.
Mid-on position.
Oh, 183 for 3.
Andrew, you made it sound like Craig is a devil bowler.
Well, I like the psychology. As a lady brings up, what's that there? Some lovely stuff. I almost call her Miss Carter. She's Miss Taylor. Here's the ball, which is outside on the off stump. She's brought some lovely stuff in. Her mother and her father are still alive in the 90s. They listen to the cricket. Then Mullins and they listen to cricket. But when I'm on, they turn off the radio. Can you imagine that? 183 for 3. Here's Brathwaite. Comes into Django. He's in and bows to Django. And Django is on the back foot and forces the ball away for a single down to cover the boundary. Now when Mason criticizes that, people get upset with me. Craig Brathwaite must bring the fielder inside the circle and stop the single. Don't you agree with me, Lyndon Yard? A new batsman has come to the crease.
I can share your sentiment there for the simple fact that
unbelievable.
You have a new batsman in who's yet to face a ball, yet to get a look in. You don't want to give him a look in, despite the fact that now for Thomas, he's sending the field out into the country.
He's in the country areas, yes. He's got St. Philip, St. Joseph, even in Fruitful Hill. Here's the ball which is short and played away. It looks as if Craig is just looking to buy a wicket now. And
most definitely, Andrew. I support that. He reminds me of listening to Jeffrey Boycott doing commentary with Carl Hooper bowling.
Yes, lollipops. Yeah, but surely.
But he has gotten a wicket.
Yeah, but surely for Django,
he has a 6-wicket haul in Test.
Yeah, but surely for Django, you can't be this defensive. He's just come to the crease. You got to put someone in front of the bat and bring the cover in. Here he is going forward and edging, and he's gone. Call it slip. Beautifully bowled indeed. Outside the off stump, the batsman played it, and Craig Brathwaite has come on, has picked up 2 wickets, and it means now it's 185 for the loss of 4. And Craig Brathwaite, the man with the golden arm, strikes. And we were talking, as the short this morning was telling me he was wondering who was going to come on to bowl. And he's an underrated off-spin as well. I mean, I think, you know, when you see him playing for Wanderers, playing for the West Indies, he's not a bad off-spin at all. And he gets a wicket. And this game is turned inside out now, Philip Spooner, who's chomping away. What was that you have in there, Philip? Watch it. What's your weight there, Philip? 185 for the loss of 4. Miss Taylor's brought some lovely goodies in. Here we go. Beautiful catch taken by Carter. So Django goes back to pavilion for 1. It's 185 for 4. The game has changed. Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and the adrenaline has once again suddenly swung back to Barbados. Compliments, and this will be a news flash, compliments of Craig Brathwaite.
Craig Brathwaite, yeah.
A double strike. But before he came back on, Andrew, I remember saying to you outside on the balcony that Carty had begun to lose the plot.
Yeah. We were talking about
prior.
A question of concentration.
Yeah.
And we have a chance to see them on to David Green is now beginning to overdo it. Wonderful work. Wonderful work. 185 for 4. But this is absolutely brilliant stuff by Mr. Green, whose contract is secured. So, what do you make of it now? 185 for 4?
Advantage Barbados. The key remains Devon Thomas. If they can just price him out, Andrew,
yes,
he has 85 and 97, and it will be a travesty if he doesn't go on to get 100.
To get 100, he's batted so
the
very
wicket
well.
is good enough that a batsman deserves a batter. Let's be very
batter.
A batter deserves to get 100, and we've seen 4.
Yep.
And I must admit that the 4 they basically surrendered their wickets when they look good. And he's mixed out defense with aggression. I think he has a shepherd, as you would say, shepherd the middle order.
Yes, he's got to shepherd the flock to safety.
Captain Hamilton has come to the crease.
Yes. But it's a different ball game now, don't you think?
And Warrican is back.
Warrican is in, and this delivery is given some air, and the batsman is onto the front foot. Thomas, with visions of making his 5th first class. It's 6 now at first. He's age 32, and the man from Antigua. In he comes. This is Warrican to bowl to Thomas, who's played beautifully. And he's onto the front foot and strokes the ball away into the offside, down to cover. There's no run. So Django, what's he gone for 1? And this place could be in some trouble. As Warrican again comes in to bowl to Thomas. And to this delivery, Thomas is off the back foot, strokes it into the offside. Down to cover. There's a field on the boundary. Picks it up just about now. And who's that at that cover? Is that Holder?
Shamar Holder.
Shamar Holder picks it up. 2 short from Warrican, pushed away for 1. 86 to Thomas, 186 for 4. So it's effectively 34 for 4.
34 for 4 when you do. Yeah.
Yep, indeed.
So advantage clearly to Barbados.
Yeah, advantage to Barbados.
But
okay.
Young Devon Thomas with 4,227 runs before this game started. From 84 matches, want to press home the advantage. Captain Hamilton, from 75 matches, has 3,608 runs, a highest score of 130.
Right.
And you will need that 130, Andrew.
I would think so as well. So it's going to be Hamilton to do battle against Warrican, the left-arm spinner. So 186 for 4. And this happened so quickly, really, with Craig Brathwaite coming in with his uncomplicated off-spin and picking 2 peppers. Here we go. So it's going to be Warrican as we head towards Tionday 3. He's in to bowl to the captain of the Leewards, Hamilton, and he's forwards. Pushes into the offside with the batter's brothers Anguilla, where he was born and weaned. He goes up to extra cover. There's no run slip. And there's a silly point. Good captaincy by Brathwaite. In he comes. This is Warrican and bowls, and he's onto the front foot. That's Warrican pushes into the silly point area. There's no run.
So are you surprised that he's given Warrican the attacking field, but for himself he's born a defensive? Craig?
No, well, I just thought for Django. I mean, you couldn't give him the singles away. Here's a delivery. So outside the off, on the back foot, forced away, down to cover. Runs for Hamilton. 1 will get a second. That was too short. Pulled down and played away down to cover. In the air for a while, but 2 runs to Hamilton. He could be. I'm sure he's very happy.
No ball, Andrew.
It's a no ball as well. Bowled. Oh my golly, why is he bowling no balls? A spinner. 188 for 4. Hamilton is on 2. So we've got a slip, silly point, backward point, cover deep. Short to cover, mid off, mid on. There's a mid wicket and a backward square. Here's Warrican as he comes in now to bowl to Hamilton. Hamilton is forward, turns the ball away down to that short backward square area, coming forward like a cat baiting a mouse. Of course, there's our friend there, Mr. Graves, the man from St. James, picks it up, and there is no run. So the end of the over, at the end of it, It's Hamilton on 2. Thomas with visions of making 100. He's on 86. 189 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, I'm just looking down some stats here for the Leeward Islands over the years, where Stuart Williams tops the run list here, 6,532 runs from 87 matches, followed by Renarka Morton. Yes, 63 matches, 4,293 runs.
He was a good player.
Monson Hodge, who didn't get a lot today, 86 matches, 4,280 runs. And that's the 4,000 runs club.
Well, it's going to be Craig Brathwaite to continue long off and long on waiting. He's in and bowls short down the leg side. And Thomas, I don't think would want to drunk in this honey, because you can give your hand away, you know, with this kind of dibbly-dobbly bowling, and you can give it away, as we saw with Carty. Here's Brathwaite round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is on the back foot, just turns the ball into the onside for a single. Springer comes across from that mid-wicket area to pick it up. They get a run.
Andrew, would you say Craig is bowling slow or really slow?
He's bowling really slow. In fact, it's taken a long time. It's almost as if he's bursting a cloud.
It'd be interesting to see how he continues against Thomas, because he's attacking the leg stump line. He has the field set with a deep mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket, a short mid-on,
but
long on.
He hasn't changed the field for Hamilton.
And a deep square leg.
He comes in again, and to this delivery, Hamilton is forward, just clips the ball away for an easy single. And a single which is going down to square leg. I'm not sure I agree with him for Hamilton here, really.
Because I think he's bowling that leg stump line. If you just use your soft hand rather than taking him on, you're going to get an easy single between his deep square leg. And now he's bringing the mid-wicket wrong to his right, a lot closer to the
stop that single. So he's a short mid-on and the mid-wicket now. He's bowling round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas is back and turns the ball for a single. This is like, like cricket on a Sunday afternoon,
Unbelievable. This is a clever attempt to buy a wicket.
Yeah, it is, really.
He's not ringing the ball, he's not pushing through the ball, he's just giving a gentle lob.
He's bowling very slow indeed. He reminds me of the left-arm spinner Charles Griffith, who used to play for Banks. We call him Taylor. You remember him as this delivery is on the line of the middle stump, and there's the batsman coming forward. That's Hamilton with no pressure at all. A new batsman at the crease pushes in front of him. Well, it's 192 for the loss of 2.
Well, he's got 2 wickets against his name.
He's got 2 wickets against his name. So he'll say to you, you're talking foolishness. I got the wicket.
In the right column.
In the right column. Here's Brathwaite, the Barbados captain, and the undisputed leader. Comes up now, he's in bowls, and the batsman is forward, wrapped in the pad, a big appeal for leg before. The umpire says no. He played that struck on the pad, umpire Blaze says no. I'd love to see that in the monitor. A big appeal for leg before, and umpire Blaze says no. And Craig Brathwaite hands the Kimbo, can't believe it. Talk to me, Lyndon Yard.
I'm going to wait the replay. Here it comes.
Oh, here we go. Comes forward, wrapping the pad. What was wrong with that, Lyndon Yard?
I think it's hidden in line with the left pad. We are behind, so it's difficult to see where it actually pitched.
I'm sure David Green will
get us in front.
Will get those wonderful ladies he's got there to show it again for us. 192 for 4. He's done a wonderful job, and his contract is now secured for 10 years.
I think I'll stick with the umpire there.
You stick with him. You thought he got it right.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to say it again.
He's under pressure.
He's under pressure. Yeah. So they lead by 40. Here's Warkan. Comes up now. He's in, and to this delivery, ball pitched up, driven up to that extra cover area by Thomas. There's no run. Thomas is looking good. He's on 88. It's 192 for 4. So effectively 40 for 4. Here is the left arm spin, and this one is given to him. The batsman is ripping it wide up mid-on. 4 runs. Mid-on, can't get across, got his fingers to it. But that goes away for 4. That looks like hard, and got his hand to it, should have stopped it. And it goes behind him, bursting through his fingers. Beautifully played by Thomas to go into the 90s. 196 for the loss of 4. Well played, Thomas.
Oh,
lovely on drive.
Excellent cricket shot to break the shackles, and you can imagine the headlines at this moment would be Barbados sensing victory.
Well.
And Hurricane Thomas stands in the way.
Yes. Well, he made a brief visit in the first innings. And
scored 58.
And didn't
finish the job.
Yeah. He didn't damage the infrastructure of the country. Here's the ball at Salah and the off stump. Thomas has batted beautifully. Sure that my good friend Colin James, who's somewhere in his constituency campaigning. The last time we were, I think Keith Holder was there, he gave us a chicken leg that's the biggest I've ever seen. Colin James, a wonderful man there in Antigua. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the off stump, bowled by And that's Warrican. Coming forward is Thomas pushing to cover. There's no run. I don't know what the constituency is, but he's run a couple of times and he's lost. Maybe he needs Keith to be his campaign manager. Here's a ball pitched him on the line. The offside stroked away by Thomas out to cover. Floated by Warrican, pushed out to cover. Brathwaite moves to his left to pick it up. And there's no run. I think he's made about 2 or 3 attempts to win the CD. He can't. 1-8-96 for loss of 4. Warrican is in both to Thomas. Thomas is forward, drives straight, down to long off, an easy single. Lovely flowing shot. Simmons comes into a picture, picks it up, sends his left-handed return, and they get a run. 197 for the loss of 4. And we want to thank Corbin's catering for their wonderful cheesecakes. And, of course, Miss Taylor has brought them in. Got to be very careful about talking about cakes on the radio, because then they'll call Brass Tacks next Friday and criticize me. Barry Wilkinson had a grand time today. He sent me all of the WhatsApp messages. 197 for loss of 4. Fair criticism is a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. Can I repeat that? Fair criticism is a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. They've been criticizing me for years now. 197 for 4. But today was special.
Andrew, you ever had visions?
I've never had so much criticism
Andrew,
in my life.
You ever had...
I understand that Brass Tack was all about Mason today. Oh my golly.
Andrew, you ever had visions of entering politics?
No, visions of glory. No, I'm not a politician really. I've never supported the party. Not a BLP, you know. I did vote for them. I did, of course, in the last election. And in the last 2 elections I did. I'm an open book, really.
Brathwaite's going to
Michael
continue,
Nash is my first cousin. 197 for 4. Here we go. Brathwaite to continue. He's going to be bowling to the batsman Thomas, who's 93. He's in and bows to Brathwaite into this delivery. He's on the back foot, wrapped in the pad, a big appeal for leg before the umpire says no. We'll have a chance to see the tomorrow. What is Brathwaite bowling that he's hitting these guys' pads like this? Brathwaite can't believe it. We'll see the monitor again. Leg by signal. He played right across it, struck on the pad.
I think for me, Andrew, was the problem here is that the batsmen are not prepared to take him on. They just
have a look at the monitor.
Allow him to bowl what he feels.
What happened there? Did that pitch outside the leg stump?
It was a good question. He's bowling around the wicket.
Okay, we're going to see.
It was a good question asked. Because he's trying to play the ball carefully down behind the keeper, which doesn't make sense. Play the ball up to long off and long on.
Yeah.
He isn't swinging the ball. He isn't turning the ball.
Have a look at that again.
Look.
Did that start outside the leg stump?
My question, Andrew, what kind of shot is that? For a man who's at 93.
Yeah, here is a delivery, which is on the line of that leg stump. The forward short leg is in. That's good work by Brathwaite. Beautiful to move the field into forward short leg. But, Roland, you saw it when you thought it was a good shout?
I couldn't really see.
You couldn't really see? Okay. Well, David Green will do it again. He wouldn't be overdoing it. We'll still look at it again. 198 for 4. Here is Brathwaite, who's been the man with the golden arm. He's bowled well. He's in. And to this delivery, which is just on the line of the leg stump. And there's...
If it wasn't a Kensington.
Have a look at that now. Here we go. What do you think? Missing off?
I'm not so sure it would have been missing off, but I would say a missing leg, but not the off. I guess it's the way he ended up spinning in front of the wicket. I think he needs to play proper cricket shots. Play the ball to mid-off and mid-on.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The ball isn't turning the ball prodigiously.
So it was a pretty good decision then, gentlemen?
In the end, yeah.
Yeah, looks so. I've got to give Mr. Brilliance his credit.
He just needs to take control. He's on 93. He's been there for a long time.
Yeah, he's batted very well. 93. Here is Brathwaite. He's in and bowls, and he's forward. The batsman being Jamal Hamilton, playing for his tee now.
So quite creating quite the problem that Narendra Hawani.
Yeah, he is. He's got long off and long on, so if you go big, you can be caught. He's got the silly forward short leg in. He's just attacking with a slip as well. He comes round the wicket to bowl to Hamilton, and to this delivery, he's turning the ball off his pads to forward short leg. There's no run. As the fielder coming across to pick it up, looks like. Graves to end the over. What time do you have before tea? Have a look at that very expensive cell you've got there. At the end of the over, 198 for a loss of 4, which is the latest score at Kensington.
I've got 14:37, so we converge upon tea. And I can tell you this 198 for 4. An interesting observation.
You said what your time is?
14:37.
And that is?
23 to 3.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Andrew, you've been naughty.
I
thought you took enough hammer today.
Oh, you reckon?
I reckon.
Yes. It's what unusual. I'm gonna watch that. I may dream about it tonight, Keith.
An interesting observation. Andrew, is that looking at the Leeward stats over the years.
Yeah.
That their test players all average 40.
Yeah.
And there's one test player for the Leeward Islands that played for the West Indies that did not average 40 in first class cricket. Can you tell me who's that?
No, tell me. Who's it?
IVA Richards.
Oh, really? And he was?
30-19.
30-19. Here's a delivery from Warkowitz on the legs to poor delivery. Whipped away down to backward square for one. They'll get a second. They'll come for what should be the third. That was a very juicy indeed, really. The mango season is over. And that was a juicy full toss. Was whipped away down towards that backward square for three. You think Warkan is getting a bit tired? The 200 is coming toward one for loss of four. With that, Thomas goes to 96 now. Hamilton is in three.
As a finger spinner, he ought to be. Well, he should be able to hold his own, Andrew.
I would think so as well. Here we go.
39-16. 39-16 from 46 first class games.
Okay.
He didn't play a lot of games. Yeah.
Richards.
Yeah.
Richards. No, not
first class.
First class cricket. So the stats are coming from Linden Yard. Here is a left arm spinner walk and comes in to bowl to the Leeward's captain Howard. The ball pitched up and driven by Hamilton down to extra cover. There is no run. So 201 for 4 as T. Beckon, the third of the battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride. Left arm orthodox spin of Warkan. Grips the ball, operating from the northern end, comes in to bowl, and Hamilton is forward. Ball pitched on the off stump, pushes to cover. Lots of air, just blocking it out towards cover, and there is no run.
So you say they're playing for T now, Andrew?
I would think so, and they may get some wonderful stuff that we've produced here. In he comes again, Warkan bowls, and Hamilton playing for his tee. Just pushes up towards that mid-on area. There's no run. What do we have for tea? Maybe some good little coffee and croissant. It's a 201 for 4. Barry Wilkinson, who just did brass stacks, is having his lunch. He's very careful, watching his calories. He's ordered just some chicken and some vegetables, and he should really. Here's the delivery from Warwick, which is the batsman is forward, pushes out to cover, and there's no run. 202 for a loss of 4. It's a no ball picked up by Miss Bell. Thank you, Miss Bell, for that. Here we go. She was the one who told me that I was being hammered on brass stacks. Here's the delivery. It's on the line of the off stump. She told me it. She said, Andrew, are you listening? I said, no, I had to listen as that delivery was played away down to cover. And there's no one. 202 for the loss of 4. Hamilton 3. Thomas is on 96. And he deserves 100. Here's Warkan. Comes in, bowls to the captain. And it's Jamar just pushing the ball out towards cover. The umpire comes up and will remove the bails. So at tea on the third day of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes, we started the day with the Hurricanes in deficit by 152, and they're still in trouble, but at one stage they really threatened the Barbados team. In my view, the last session is going to be of great importance for both sides because Barbados can run through the Hurricanes. Conversely, these two can consolidate, get some runs on the board, and maybe try to get enough to give Cornwall and company an opportunity to exert pressure on Barbados in the fourth inning. That's all conjecture. What I can only tell you is the score. 202 for the loss of 4. It means that they lead by exactly 50. Hamilton, their captain, is on 3. Thomas has been their star. He's on 96. He's batted really very well. And 202 for 4. I shall endeavor to run through the details of the scorecard for you. Hodge caught Dowridge bowled Simmons 5. Powell caught Carter bowled Simmons 27. And Casey Carty in the end gave his wicket away after looking so good, so attractive. He was out leg before to Brathwaite for 55, 134 balls, 176 minutes, 4 fours. Devon Thomas unbowed is on 96 from 111 balls, 154 minutes he's occupied the crease, and as many as 15 fours in an innings that really should make prime time sports. Django didn't last as long as the Bajan snow cone. He was caught by Carter, Brathwaite for 1, and at the break it's 202 for 4. Hamilton is on 3, Thomas 96, and the bowling for you. Holden 9 overs, 2 winners, none for 34. Hardin 7 overs, 1 made, none for 27. Simmons 6 overs, 1 made, 2 for 26. Springer 1 over for 11 runs, promptly pulled out by his captain quite rightly as well because he really bowled short. Carter, 1 over for 9. Warwick and 17 overs, 4 minutes, none for 39. Reefer, who was short, he was expensive, 3 overs, no minutes, none for 23. Justin Graves, I thought bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket. 8 overs, 1 mid, none for 23. And the star, along with Simmons, the captain, coming to the attack, in my view, a bit late. He really came in and got 2 important wickets. Craig Brathwaite, 4 overs, 1 mid, 2 for 6. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and I'm lately hearing Craig Brathwaite timing his introduction into the bowling attack, and he removed the key wicket of Casey Carty, who had looked solid and was playing in good partnership, good stead with young, I forget, he still use the term young at 32 years, he's young, Devon Thomas, who's batted really, really well for his 90-odd not out, and he would want to come back and get to that 100. And as I said, in terms of the bowling, I thought that the ploy of bowling a little wide of the off stump was not the best policy for Barbados. You enjoyed the first innings lead of 152, and you really ought to have attacked the batsman more. They employed the 3 sips, yes, but the ploy was pretty similar to that of the Leewards in their first innings of bowling the ball wide. I was particularly impressed with Justin Graves. I thought he bowled exceptionally well when he came on. He was right on the off stump. He forced the batsman to play.
I think he's an underrated bowler as well.
Yeah,
I think he's an underrated cricketer.
What was really impressive for me is that he was forcing the batsman to play. He was asking questions.
Yeah, he was, yes.
And he looked the different of all the paces that we saw on show here today.
I agree with that.
And then Warkan, I thought he didn't give the ball a lot of tweet. He was timidly directly at the stumps, and the batsman had a little trouble in playing him. The field placing a little mystifying for Warwick. There's a deep square leg, there's a forward short leg, rather than having the fielder in front of the bat. And I thought that made it a lot easier.
I agree.
Then the mystery man, Craig Brathwaite, comes in, and immediately he's around the wicket, and he gets Casey with an injudicious shot. He had a good shot against Thomas, who I thought, rather than stay you're entrenched. You got to stay on top, stay in
your lane, stay in your lane.
And when the bowling get down to Craig, you can't get to that stage and say, well, this is what's going to get me out.
No.
If you've survived the others for what? Let's say 50 or 56
You can't
overs.
get Craig Brathwaite to get you out.
Right.
You would never out Jeff Boycott or Roland Butcher.
Craig had two good calls against him at umpire Blades, and that were turned down. So, in effect, Barbados remains in control, but in all fairness to them, they'll be happy with the 2 wickets that they got in this session. And the Leewards, from a comfortable position, they now find themselves 202 for loss of 4 of 56 overs. And all told, the Leewards in their first innings 172 for 9. The innings closed. Devon Thomas having a good game, 58 not in the first innings, and he's not out on the tee on 96, having faced 111 deliveries. Casey Carty, he got 55, and I can tell you for Barbados, Craig Brathwaite, 2 for 6. And Ramon Simmons in his debut game, 2 for 26. Barbados 324. In their turn at bat, Shamar Springer 91 and Shane Dulwich 86. Cornwall 4 for 99. He needs 3 wickets to become the Leeward's most successful bowler, overtaking Gavin Tong and Archibald 3 for 47. More from Andrew, and then we'll be back after the break. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. A wonderful job, Lyndon Yard, continuing to earn your pay. So that's the story then at tea on the 3rd day, the battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride. 172, as Lyndon said, and 202 for 4. That's to the Leewards. Barbados 324. So it effectively means that the Leewards are 50 runs on the board for 4 wickets, and the battle to continue after the break is going to be interesting. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the entire team, live from Kensington Oval.
Up and over from Andrea Fletcher. No, will go into the boundary. Kimani Milius, beg your pardon. Positivity from the young man. Big shot for MW. He's given him on the back foot. Andrea Fletcher. Not a difficult decision, you would think, for the umpire. Bowling to 2 right-handers as well. Will help. But confidence from Sunil Ambrose. Drilled away through the offside. Goes all the way for 4. So a good start for Captain Ambrose. Drilled down the ground from Sunil Ambrose. Over pitching Ravi Rampal. But Ambrose confident from that first innings now. Down to fine leg. Will get to the boundary. So just a little bit too straight there from Ravi Rampal, erring in line and being punished. Clicked away through the one side. Once again, from Sunil Ambrose. And will go all the way. So 2 boundaries in the over.
Chopped away nicely. Short and wide. It's a big boundary. Might just trickle in. It does trickle in. A laboured chase by Sunil Narayan.
Beautiful shot. Captain Sunil Ambrose. Full and wide from Philip. Slapped away through extra cover for 4.
Played on. Well, eventually he gets his man, Anderson Phillip. He just has a knack for taking wickets. Second wicket down. Gone. Wicket number 3, the second one for Anderson Phillip. Went straight into the hands of Jason Mohammed. Stout will be surely disappointed.
Try to take the initiative away from the Red Force. Good shot. Good shot. That was a pleasant, well-executed shot. Timing was superb.
Use of the feet. He was nowhere close to that one. There was premeditation. And he is virtually gifted another wicket to the Red Force. A wicket for Jason Mohammed, the part-timer. A success again for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Ah, brilliant. Ah, that's very clever. Very deliberate. Excellent execution. Pollard gave him a bit of pace on that time and gave him a bit of width, and he was good enough.
Swept away for 4. Very good intention shown by the captain of the Volcanoes, Ambrose. Moves on to 44 now. Sweetly driven. Should go into the boundary line, and he will celebrate his half century. Consistency with the bat from the captain. Again, had the presence of mind to know that the pace is not very fast from Jason Mohammed, and the length was short.
Great shot. Really, really top quality shot. Ah, that's brilliant. It's probably shot of the day. It wasn't a half volley at all. Well, that's close. Yeah, very close. Very, very close, in fact. Gone.
And that man, Philip, again. Getting his 3rd wicket. He has bowled well throughout this spell.
Down the leg side, he's gone. You can say he's been strangled by Jason Mohammed. John, thinking of tickling it, would have been a wide. I guess when he looks back at the replay, he won't be a happy chapter for this one.
Taken, oh my God. What brilliance we've seen from Karen Pollard. It was struck firmly, and he juggled it a couple times before holding on. Edward can't believe it. Let's assess how he goes now.
It's an important part of the game for him. That's 4 runs.
In the air, will it be taken? And settles under it. Completes the catch quite easily in the end. Another wicket for Jason Mohammed. He's been really good throughout this innings, Mohammed. Katoy on 47. Will that be his first list day half century? Will it get to the boundary? It does. So an excellent bit of rear guard action here from the Volcanoes batsman Kieran Katoy. He brings up his first list day half century. Mohammed into his final over, smashed over wide of long off. Too much air, too much width, and too easy for Kieran Katoy.
We've seen throughout this innings that he favors the offside.
Pulled away. Protection in the deep. Can't get there. A boundary, a welcome boundary here for the Volcanoes. Kieran Kotoy. 7 boundaries, moves to 71.
What is that? Oh, he's caught behind. Cotton not looking too happy here, Samuel Badri. He tried a scoop shot. Not looking happy at all, but the dreaded finger was raised and he's gone caught behind by Dinesh Ramdin.
Chance for run, direct hit needed, yes! Might have just gotten back in. And they want to go and check. Not out, I'll say. Confirmation coming up here. Yes, brilliant. Yeah, out. I can understand that. And that brings to an end the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. In the end, a direct hit from Ravi Rampal did the trick. And he's enjoying that now. Ravi Rampal, I thought that the batsman would have gotten back in, but for that unfortunate position of the bat raising past the crease. Pulled away in the gap. Gets to the boundary. Evan Lewis, his first boundary of the chase. A loose delivery and duly punished. Punch through the offside. As we've grown accustomed seeing from Lendl Simmons. Crisply timed. And just going to the boundary. Evan Lewis, so easy on the eyes. Lofted drive. One bounce into the boundary line. Typical Evan Lewis shot. Imposing himself. Sweetly timed. And he gets 4. Average. Superb. That's against the wind. And it will still go into the boundary for 4. Races away for 4. Consecutive boundaries here for Lendl Simmons. No 6s so far in this match. Edged and gone. Ambrose takes the catch in the end, but it came off the gloves of the wicket keeper. Well bowled for Kenneth Demba, his first wicket in List A cricket. And what a wicket it was.
There it goes. That's a huge hit. Lendl Simmons. And you could hear that big bang on top of the pavilion where we are sitting. That was a serious hit.
Whacked over deep in wicket, deep backward square, almost towards that swimming pool area. It brings up the 50 for Lendl Simmons. 52 from 60 deliveries, 2 6s now from Lendl Simmons. And again he goes with the wind, and away she goes over the scoreboard. A magnificent blow from Lendl Simmons towards the airport road. So consecutive 6s now from the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman. To really underscore their dominance. Swept away and goes away to the boundary. So Lendl Simmons in menacing mood at the moment. And again, over long on. Another 6 for Lendl Simmons. The 4th 6 of the innings so far.
Well, short, dragged away, tugged away to the leg side. There's not much protection. Bounce into the ropes. There's a poor ball. Not what it deserved. Yeah, it's good. Hoiked away. It's a short boundary. Not a bad ball, but it's been smacked 40 yards over the rope for another 6. Lendl Simmons 5th. Offside, full toss. It's good timing, it's good placement from Lendl Simmons. He could have hit anywhere. Classical cover drive through the extra. Beautiful, beautiful 4.
That's a century.
His 6th list-day century, Lendl Simmons, bringing it up with an easy single. It's been a brilliant innings by the right-hander. He missed out in the first game. Here he is now, celebrating 3 figures. Taken. Some brilliance in the field. Larry Edward diving away to his right.
Very, very unfortunate by young Nicholas Pooran. Fine leg in the circle.
And Sanford doing the right things. He was searching for the single, didn't get the response from Mohammed, and he'll lose his wicket. What disappointment for him and for the Red Force. Simmons gone.
Not so sure that was a single.
Nice to get down low and sweep hard. That's better. Wonderful fielding. I think he's safe, but it's a great bit of work. Might get a buzzer here.
You should go upstairs there, yeah?
Oh my God, I think he's struggling. Brilliant work. Absolutely marvellous work.
Been around the circuit for quite some time. Is he taken? Yes, he's taken. Another wicket for Larry Edward. And isn't he enjoying that? And that man again, Roland Cato, is it? On the field as a substitute for Andrew Fletcher. Drilled to the offside. Loose delivery from Larry Edward. And Darren Bravo wouldn't miss out on that occasion. Just like that. The power of the man mistimes it. Still goes all the way. Such a strong and powerful. And again, this time much further. Much more in control. Brings up the 200.
So welcome back to Kensington Oval. We are here, of course, just after tea for the resumption of day 3 of this regional first-class match, Barbados Pride versus the Leeward Island Hurricanes. The situation is the Hurricanes, of course, 172 for 9 declared.
How are you doing?
And Barbados would have made 324. And now, in the second innings, the Hurricanes are 202 for 4, a lead by 50 runs, with Devon Thomas on the verge of a century. He's on 96, and the captain, Hamilton, Jamar Hamilton, he is on 3. Beautiful day here at the Oval. I must tell you, lovely weather. We've had good weather for the last 2 days. When I got up this morning, I didn't think it would have been this nice, but it's turned out to be just a perfect day. Linden Yard is with me, and it's going to be Ramon Simmons to bowl to Thomas, who is looking for what will be a well-placed century as Simmons comes in and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas is driving beautifully down the ground to long off. That's his 100, and that's 4 runs. What a lovely shot and a grand way to bring in his 6th century at this level. Devon Thomas, age 32. It was some 11 years ago he was picked for the West Indies team to go to the Cricket World Cup in India. Many thought it was too early in terms of the progress of his career. But now, some 11 years later, he's now beginning to show that promise that the selector showed in him back then. Linden Yard, what a century.
Oh, beautiful innings, beautiful innings, a beautiful way to bring it up. Glorious off drive, straight down the wicket. And out to the Malcolm Marshall boundary. Over pitch delivery by the medium pace or quickest medium, quick fast bowler in young Ramon Simmons in his first class game. A deserving 100 for Devon Thomas, his 6th at this level, Barry. And I think what is the most important is his maturity over the years, showing you the value of experience. Congratulations to Thomas.
And that shot was perhaps one of the best he's played in the innings. So here comes Simmons now, as they go to 206 for 4 and bowls to Thomas. And Thomas is just steering this one along the ground, well fielded there by young Graves at gully position, and there's no run. So it's 206 for 4, 100 to Thomas. Hamilton has 3.
And They're not out of the woods as yet, Barry, because this 100 is only the beginning of things. I think, as all good batsmen normally say, you don't take fresh guard.
Fresh guard, and he needs to at least get another 100 runs for the team. Not personally him, but another 100, I think they would at least feel a bit more comfortable. Here comes Simmons now again and bowls, and this time Thomas is looking to turn the ball into the onside, out to the mid-on area. There's no run. We have a special guest with us for this afternoon period. We want to say a special hello to a well-known cricket enthusiast, sports attorney, QC, and Member of Parliament for Barbados and Christchurch South, the Honourable Ralph Thorne. Hello to you, Ralph. Good to see you at cricket.
Hello, Barry. I haven't come here for a long time. Thanks for the warm welcome. And hello to Lyndon.
Yeah, hello to you.
I've been listening to your commentary. Very refreshing.
Appreciate it.
And Lyndon, I have a question for you that was asked on Brass Tacks earlier that I want to clarify. Here comes Simmons and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas gets a delivery. Why did the off stump taken by the keeper? The question was, why do horses wear a tongue tie, and why do they wear a dilator over their nose?
It's all about breathing. A tongue tie, apparently horses, they have a long tongue.
Right.
And from time to time, the tongue tends to slip down the throat.
Really?
Yeah. So that congested where breathing is concerned. So you fit the tongue tie on to stop it from flipping back. And the nasal dilator, it's called nasal dilator. Similar to how you see Shannon Paul used to wear things underneath.
Yeah.
To keep his eyes steady, is just to keep the nostril open.
Okay. So here comes Simmons again and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas is this time stroking it out to cover. There's no run there for him. The over ends with the Leewards ahead now by 54. 206 for 4, Hamilton 3, and Thomas is on 100.
I began to get a little scared there, Barry. You see, you have a question from me, Brass Stats. I thought the attack was on Andrew and not me.
Well, it was on Andrew, but he doesn't have any questions because they all persecuted him.
Oh, okay.
The questions came for you.
Oh, okay.
But Ralph, it's a good day here in Kensington Oval.
Yeah.
You, of course, were watching cricket here for eons. I don't want to age you.
Please
But
don't.
when you said you haven't come here in a while, you've come to the Oval now, regional cricket is going on, you've seen many a regional game here. How does it look to you? How does the game change in your perspective, Ralph, when you come and look at regional cricket from back in the Shell Shield days to now here at Kensington in this new era?
The first thing that strikes is the new facility. Even if you had 10,000 people here, the new architecture lends to a different atmosphere altogether. The old Kensington was like a cauldron. It was like a gladiator's arena. Where the Kensington stand was, for example, it felt as if it was at short square leg. I'm sure it felt that way to the players. Kensington had a whole different atmosphere. This new architecture removes the crowd from the cricket in a way that changes the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's one of the first things I noticed. I don't want to convey to the public though that the last time I came here was in the old Kensington. I have come here within the last 3 years, I think. But that's the first thing that occurs to me, that distance between the players and the crowd. You remember the St. Catherine people, and this would appeal to Andrew, you remember the St. Catherine people with Matt Fingal gathering at that Kensington stand. And they used to do the loudest appeals for LBW.
Indeed.
But I'll let you get back to the game, Barry.
As Warwick bowls in this delivery, brings the batsman on the front foot. And Jamar Hamilton, who's been there for quite a while, he's got 3 from 20 balls. He's been there for almost a half an hour now. But he would want to make sure that his team doesn't lose any more wickets in any hurry, as this delivery is again well flighted on the line of the leg stump, turning to the onside, and there is no run. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite just coming across to examine the happenings, as they would say. It's been a very interesting game for Barbados. They've utilised almost the entire team to bowl. I'll tell you the scorecard in a minute, as Hamilton bowls again on the line as Warwick again bowls to Hamilton. Warwick just bowling that delivery on the line of the leg stump. Hamilton on the front foot and defence, and there's still no run. This is good cricket from Barbados. Like I said, Hamilton wants to ensure that his side, especially with Thomas, has a much better lead than they have. Again on the line of the off stump, plays it defensively to the offside, there's no run. So we've had Shamar Holder, Keon Harding, Ramon Simmons, Shamar Springer, Jonathan Carter, Warwick, Reefer, Justin Graves and Craig Brathwaite all bowl. This is historic. I think we've had a number of bowlers here today. Holder, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 34. Harden, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Simmons, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30. Springer Bowl, 1 for 11. Carter, 1 for 9. Warwick, 18, 5, 39, none. Reefer, 3, none for 23. Graves, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And Brathwaite, 2 for 6 from his 4 overs. He also had a maiden. When you look at the game, Ralph, we've got England coming here next year. I'm going to get your thoughts about the importance of next month. Forgive me. I'll get your thoughts on that in a minute, as this delivery is on the line of the leg stump and turned into the onside for a single. England are coming calling. They came for a 5-match T20 series. They're coming for a test series. How important is still having the English and overseas teams come in this COVID experience?
Well, as you know, Barry, it's important to the economy. That's the first thing we think of. I remember when it first happened, when the English outnumbered Barbadians at the Oval. And a lot of people commented on it then, but of course the people who work in tourism were not unhappy at all. So the atmosphere, again, I come back to this question of the atmosphere of England, West Indies at Kensington has changed. We don't mind. I mean, the English come and make it quite an occasion. Of course, we'd like to see more Barbadians coming in, but with COVID and so on,
here comes Simmons as bowls to this delivery bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton is defending it into the onside no run. You were saying?
As to the cricket itself, I think the momentum may be with us, having beaten them 3-2 in the last series. A lot will depend on who makes up our team, of course.
Yeah, the chairman of selectors is here watching, the Honourable Desmond Haynes, so he's watching quite carefully to pick his side. The most honourable Desmond Haynes.
Who would be the core of that team, Barry?
Craig Brathwaite, I assume, will regain his captaincy. Retain his captaincy, I should say, as Simmons bowls, and this delivery is cut away, but with no real force. He'll still get a single, the ball going to the cover point area, and it is just 1 run. I expect to see perhaps Craig Brathwaite, obviously Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva, Kemar Roach.
Start from the top, Barry. Who would partner Craig at the top?
This is going all the way out, but I want to see Brandon King open the batting with Craig Brathwaite in Test cricket.
You saw him this morning?
I saw him this morning, but that's just this morning. Brandon King in 2021 was sent to New Zealand with the West Indies A team, and he had the best part as the opener. He was sent because of his first-class average and his first-class performance, and I thought he did very well. As this delivery is cut away down to the third-man area for 1. 209 for 4. And we have tried with openers John Campbell. Jeremy Solozano went to Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, he didn't feature because he got injured while fielding. And I never thought that he was the right person to be selected. His first-class record is not that impressive at all. Brandon King has been playing longer. Brandon King has had a better first-class average. And Brandon King, from what we've seen, can bat better than those who have partnered Craig. And I think that Brandon King is the right man to partner Craig Brathwaite, and I hope that the selectors take note. They took him to New Zealand. He did relatively well in those first-class matches that they had. So obviously they're looking at him. And I think this time that they give him the opportunity to play Test cricket. Yes, he didn't look that great today, as this delivery is down the leg side and taken by the keeper, who has. None of the batsmen have really stood up and batted properly. So
Barry, the question you will avoid is, where are we going to put Bravo in all this?
I don't have a place for Bravo.
You and Lyndon could tell us.
I don't have a place for Bravo, unless you meant Dwayne. He's retired. But I unfortunately don't have Darren Bravo in this side.
How old is Darren now?
Darren is 33. I think he's going to be 34 in June, if my memory serves it correctly. Or he's either 34 or 35. I think he's 33 or 34 in June. But he has. I'll tell you about that in a second. Simmons comes in on bowls, and this delivery, it's a short one, had some pace on it too, and that was played defensively there, but hit the captain on his gloves. He's calling perhaps some spray that had a bit of pace on it. Darren Bravo is an interesting cricketer. He made his debut in T20s before Virat Kohli in 2010, and he has not scored a half century in 12 years. Never scored a half century in T20s, and he's our main batsman in T20 cricket, batting at number 3.
Barry, I was about to raise that. A lot of our spectators have proffered the view that T20 cricket has affected our Test cricket. I mean, the exceptions obviously would be the Kohlis of this world. And it seems as if the statement has some merit now. And Bravo is the perfect case that he's been, from the test, he's migrated between the three versions of the game. And it seems to have hurt his cricket. When is the last time Bravo did well in Test cricket, for example?
Quite well. He had 100 last year in a 50-over ODI against Sri Lanka. As Warwick continues and bowls, and this time Thomas is on the front foot, plays the ball square to the offside, no run. He had a century. He did score a century last year in the ODIs against Sri Lanka. But since then, and before that, his scores have been horrific. And that goes back to the 2019 World Cup, when he got the benefit of the doubt to still get a play, but when he did get a game, he looked at odds.
But Barry, the talent is obvious. Are you also of the view that T20 or that the various versions of the game have affected his cricket?
Yeah, they have, because I don't think he's been well managed. You know, the management in this era of cricket is critical.
Would you have left him in Test cricket, or would you have had him migrating between the
I would have left him in Test and ODIs.
Test and ODIs.
But the problem is that he did well. He did well in the CPL.
Yeah.
And that confused the selectors, because they always given the opportunity to play T20s, but he never performed in the T20s for the West Indies.
Correct.
That's the issue here. As Warwick comes in again and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas gets a delivery outside the line of the off step, strokes it out to cover, and there is no run. So playing in the CPL has compounded the problem with Bravo being selected for the West Indies T20s, because he has merited the play, but has not took it by the bull by the horn when he's been given the opportunity. And that's where things have gone awry for Darren Bravo. Like I said, 2010 he made his debut before even Virat Kohli. His highest score is 43 in T20s. Can you believe that?
T20s.
Oh.
Yes, not made for T20 at all.
Here comes Warwick again, flexes delivery straight to the cover area.
And Kohli made not today, by the way.
Yeah.
He did.
Just Barry, in your discussion, we can have people, you can send us a WhatsApp message at 2534679. Give us your test squad.
Don't
Give
forget
us
the area code, Andrew.
Yeah, well, okay.
The stream is well watched.
246-253-4679. Send us your 15 then, Barry? 15 or so? 15-man squad?
Oh, you know, 13. 13 because
okay.
they're playing at home.
Okay, 13. So send us your 13, and then we can discuss it. So 246-253-4679. And if you're in Barbados, still call 246. All right, so we're going to look forward to interacting with you. Send us your test squad, and Barry Wilkinson is making a very interesting statement. He's saying that Brandon King from the land of wood and water should be in that squad. I'm interested to get your reaction. So we look forward to your teams. 246-253-4679. Here's Barry.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, you know you always ask people for squads and then you don't give your own. So please go and write yours now. He's notorious for that. So Simmons is going to be continuing and bowling to Hamilton. And here he comes in now as he passes the umpire and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton is on the defence, playing the ball out to the mid-off area, and there's no run. So we were talking about the squad, Ralph, and I said, yes. I mentioned the name Brandon King. I'm quite interested to see how a couple of other youngsters that have been on the radar are doing for the Wimbledon Islands. I look very carefully at Athenaeus, who I think has been very consistent.
I think we'd reach Bravo. I don't know if you'd answer the Bravo question.
No, but I did. I said I won't pick it.
You wouldn't? Oh, okay.
I won't pick him. He has not shown. I thought Bravo would have been better off staying home, playing in this format.
So who's your number 3?
I'll get back to you on that, as this delivery is on the leg step. And then it was just played into the onside. I am likely perhaps to go for Shamar Brooks, who I think would have scored some runs in his last Test appearance.
Again, Barry, a casualty of selectors' inconsistency.
Well, no.
In and out.
No, what happened with Shamar Brooks is that he refused to go to Bangladesh.
No, I'm blaming the selectors, not Brooks.
No, you have to blame Brooks.
Brooks has been a casualty of that.
You have to blame Brooks for this the one, though, because he refused to go to Bangladesh.
Oh, did he?
Because he said that the bubble fatigue.
Oh, yes.
So he actually gave his play up, as this delivery is struck down to the third man boundary and just one run. So Brooks actually gave up his play.
Because of COVID?
Because of COVID.
Well, that's a big issue. If you follow basketball, Kyrie Irving is refusing to be vaccinated, and therefore he cannot play the home games.
Right. Yes.
So it is an issue. It is an issue in international sport. You know of the famous case of Djokovic, of course.
Oh, that's a landmark case.
Yeah. So that I mean, you have individual rights to protect, and a chap is entitled to say that he doesn't want to be vaccinated. Brooks was entitled to say that he did not wish to expose himself to the danger of Bangladesh. Is it? You say?
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll go with Nkrumah Bonner at either 3 or 4. So Brooks Bonner. 5, I'll go with Chase. 6, I like Jason Holder. I think he needs to be promoted in the order. 7, Joshua De Silva, but I will still have in the squad, I will have Shane Dulrich, but Joshua De Silva, I don't think he's done anything to lose a play.
Let me slow you down a bit, Barry. I think you've gone past Blackwood, who was your last opener.
He's not in.
He's not in at all.
No.
Wow.
Come on, no.
Barry, you're going wholesale then?
But if you're going what the criteria, there's a criteria for selection for the West Indies team, and if you're going to follow the criteria, form, performance, fitness, and commitment, then Blackwood, based on form, performance, does not get in.
Well, not a lot performed the last tour in Sri Lanka.
Before that as well.
But by basis of playing the last tour, I figure they would basically qualify. It doesn't matter how many of them are you going to take out.
What is the average in Linden in the last
His average has really dimmed significantly. His average has about 20 odd.
No, in the last year.
In the last year?
What's his average in the last
very,
year?
very, very.
The average can be very good.
You have to call Mike King.
It's not more than
Keith Holder.
Oh yeah, Keith.
Keith is right there.
I'll get into the fast bowlers after Joshua De Silva because he got 8, 9, 10, 11. As this delivery is a Yorker delivery. Well bowled, well played there from young Jamar Hamilton, and well bowled from Simmons, who's bowled to me, he's improved a lot.
Barry, the word we would have used for Simmons is busy.
Very busy.
Busy.
But I know that Dwayne Smith has had a very big hand in Ramon Simmons. I'm sure that Dwayne would have called him and said to him, look, you bowl the wrong line and length. You got to tidy up. This is what I've taught you to do, and I'm sure that he knows he's a different cricketer.
Well, he's a YMPC man.
No, he's a big YMPC man. Dwayne would have had a big hand in his.
He was very short in his early spell today.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a big.
He's bowled well.
And by the way, you've had excellent pictures on the stream.
Yes, the
pictures
stream has
really
been very good.
Yes.
We compliment David Green and his team for doing the stream. They've certainly done a good job, and I think Richard Berridge has been in charge of the graphics.
Matched by good commentary, Barry.
Oh, well, we thank you for that, Ralph. Some people haven't felt that way. But your opinion comes so long.
No, Lyndon, who is to my right, Lyndon has been quite a refreshing voice to hear.
Have you enjoyed Andrew Mason?
I'll come to Andrew shortly.
It's going to be Keon Harding and Bowles, and this delivery is down the leg side. And take it there by Dorrich. Well, stopped by Dorrich there to avoid what could have been an easy bite. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, you were coming to the fast bowlers.
Ralph, you're not usually one to you're not usually one to be avoiding. But
I think he's rotating well between the wickets.
He's got me stunned. Well, Roach, of course, is the #1 test fast bowler. Must play. Jaden Seals must play. I think the off spinner is going to be critical. Yes, Chase is going to be playing in my team, but I would still play Raheem Cornwall, and I like Alzari Joseph.
Well, of course, it depends on where you're playing.
The first test is in Antigua.
Antigua,
Barbados, Grenada.
Yeah. You need 2 spinners there then.
Yeah, so you can play Raheem Cornwall. He can bowl in tandem with Chase, and you can also play. You also have Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, and Kemar Roach.
So you're going for Joseph ahead of Gabriel?
Of course. Well, Gabriel does not get in the criteria of fitness.
But I'm just.
He doesn't meet the criteria of fitness.
You saw him this morning.
He made the last tour.
You saw Joseph this morning.
He made the last tour.
Looked pretty good this morning.
Yeah, but Joseph has been very unfortunate not to play more of the 3 levels of cricket: Test, T20s, and 50 over. Alzari Joseph is bowling much better than Gabriel. He's fitter than Gabriel, and therefore he has to play in my 11. So that's my 11, Ralph. I'll give you my 11.
Again, I don't understand the inconsistency with Joseph. When Joseph came on the scene a few years ago, everybody was singing his praises. I mean, he was supposed to shake the earth. And he's been in and out. And I wonder about that.
And if I look at his record off the top of my head, I think 17 matches, roughly 36 wickets. It isn't what I'm looking for in 17 test matches.
Okay. It's a little modest, you think, Lyndon?
Yeah.
Okay.
This delivery is on the line of the all-stop there from Keon Harding, and a good delivery that Devon Thomas pushes at. He has not looked the same batsman since he's got 100, I must tell you. Since he's got 100.
Lost some pace, Barry?
Keon Harding has lost a little pace. Don't forget
sorry, not Harding. I was talking about Joseph.
I don't find Joseph has lost some pace.
Because when Joseph came around a few years ago, we were talking about Joseph
he was the
in
top
terms of pace.
of straight over on the 19.
Lyndon,
You
have
to remember that
he lost some pace, and I think for me it's about confidence.
But don't forget, Lyndon and Ralph, you're looking at Joseph bowling against on the 19s, whereas when he's now met international cricketers, even if he's bowling at the same pace, he's not going to look as quick.
Yeah.
So that's why I think where Joseph is concerned. Because he's now stepped up, but he's a young man. Joseph's only 24 years old.
Yes, he did.
And he's bowled very well.
Yes, he still has
only
time.
24.
He still has time on his hand. I'm saying in 17 test matches with 36 wickets, not really cutting it for me.
Yeah.
He's not going on. And to me, he was more or less bowling that shortish line, like if it's a shot factor. So it's not getting the desired results. He has room for improvement, and that's what you want to see. Now let's look at Jadam Seal, who comes in unknown and has just leapfrogged. He looks the part, and he has delivered straight away. Now he needs to build on that.
How quick is Seals bowling? 80?
He's bowling very quick. He's bowling 85 and up.
85?
Yeah.
Is he quicker than Joseph?
Yeah, on par.
On par.
He bowls a better Yorker than
par.
Joseph. He bowls a much better Yorker than Joseph.
And his lines are a lot better. Lines.
211 for 4 at the end of the over. You're not missing any cricket at the moment. Someone says they agree with my team, except that they will put Powell in for Brandon King. How many chances has Powell got in?
Powell that we saw here today?
Yeah.
He's had multiple chances. He just has not grabbed these opportunities.
Too many chances. Listen, Powell is the only player out there with Jonathan Carter that has been playing since Stanford 2020 and is still yet to make his mark. Come on.
The problem Powell had today is that he did not look head and shoulders above the others.
No,
exactly.
He just falls right in
and
line. For a guy who's been playing since, I think, 2008.
Yeah.
To still be knocking around looking just like these fellas who are now coming on. You know, you have to stand heads and shoulders.
Yes.
Which is...
You must look like the test player in the group. Yeah.
The most experience of the Leeward Island batsman, and he's just showing it. You know, but so when you go to the next level, then these fellas are going to struggle, especially when the cricket steps up.
Yes, precisely. Like Carty, though.
So it's going to be Simmons now to continue as you resume and bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton gets a Yorker again. Oh, this one hits the stumps, but the bails don't fall. Oh my goodness! Can you believe that? A Yorker delivery, he dug it out, it came off the inner portion of the bat, it went on to hit the stumps, and the bails have not dropped, so he's not out.
This is a very impressive spell by the young man. In comparison to how he went this morning, he was short, deliberately, better length.
How old is he, Lyndon?
I think he's
Simmons.
only 20.
20? Is that young?
Yeah, he's that young.
Yeah.
That young.
In 5 years, he's not going to be this busy. The exuberance of youth.
It's true. It is so true. It is so true.
But that's really unfortunate there. We saw that happen a lot at the 2019 Cricket World Cup when the bails were very heavy. I don't know if those bails are made out of lead, but that should have dropped. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time is on the line of the all-step, defended back to the bowler who doesn't feel to his own bowling.
Barry, I have a question I want to put to you.
Go ahead.
Joshua De Silva is your opener to partner Craig Bradford?
No.
Why not?
Joshua De Silva is not an opening test batsman.
Neither did Jermaine Blackwood when he opened last test match.
But that's what I'm saying. So why repeat it? Why make the mistake twice?
We went to South Africa. Sherwin Campbell open, Phil Wallace open, Darren Ganger open, Junior Murray open, and one tour we had 5 openers.
You know,
and it was a disaster.
Lyndon, they should be queuing up to open in the absence of Anderson and Broad.
You're perfect.
If I were a batsman, I would want to open now.
This delivery is outside of the all-step. He goes to cut, misses, taken there by the keeper.
And I think, saying that we are struggling for openers, I find it hard how we can have Sprinters Clinic conducted by Sacklin Mustat. We have a wicketkeepers clinic. We have Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Hayes, Carlisle Best. You go around the Caribbean, we have some of the best openers, and there's no openers clinic. When there's 6 territories playing, which is 12 openers, if you take the 2 openers each from the last 2 workouts, that gives you 16 openers to work with over a period of time to get them ready.
Yeah, and if you saw the game this morning, Lyndon, it was really sad. The openers weren't moving their feet at all.
I haven't been for a long time.
Yeah, I called Barry early this morning and told Barry, look, our little man Shea isn't going to do well today. Shea simply was not moving his feet, and the commentators kept asking him, stop anchoring yourself in the crease.
It's a good name you bring to fore. Here's a guy who started really in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And had to utilize the opening position, which he failed for a long time. He was continued in the slot. And even though, for me, it's just a matter of confidence. He just doesn't seem to know what he really wants to do.
Yes.
So the pressure is just surmountable.
Correct.
So we have to find a way to work these fellas through these problems.
And Lyndon, something must be wrong, because his keeping was excellent this morning, which is normally a barometer as to how a fella is going to perform with the bat. And his keeping was really good, but the batting just wasn't there.
This delivery again is down the leg side, and the short leg field is pretty deep, but he was able to stop it, and there is no run.
I have a team coming in here, Barry, from Big Supporter.
Go ahead.
Craig Braffett, Brandon King, Shamar Brooks, Roston Chase, Kyle Mears, Jason Holder, Josh De Silva, Kimar Roach, Jaden Seal, Alzari Joseph, Nkunma Bonner, and Rakeem Cornwall.
Yeah, that's my team.
No, Barry, you forgot Kyle. You forgot Kyle Mears.
I didn't have Kyle started.
No, you didn't.
Kyle would be my third team, but I wouldn't start with him. I wouldn't start with Kyle Mears. Because Kyle has been too inconsistent with the bat.
Well, since the double century,
too inconsistent with the bat.
Not a lot has happened.
And he could play, as this delivery is down the leg side and turned into the fine leg boundary for 4.
I have a posing question then, Barry.
Yes.
If Kyle has been consistent with the bat, what has been Roston Chase's return in the last 4 Test series as a batsman?
Yeah, he too has some questions to ask.
He's doing well with the ball. Suddenly, I just think that his bowling has taken over his batting. It just seems to me as though he's forgotten how to bat. Yeah.
Because
and he's a better batter than he's ready to produce.
Is that Kyle is not sure how to bat in tests anymore. Should he attack? Should he defend? Should he do a mixture?
Again, Barry, he's migrating between the three games.
Correct.
Yeah? And I think that is impacting our players, certainly in terms of approach.
Yes. So I will have Kyle in 13, but between him and Chase can start. But I will probably start with Roston Chase.
So you'll go with the 2 spinners?
I will go with the 2 spinners in Antigua.
Yeah, I will go with Kyle. I will start with him. I will start with Kyle. You see, because you've got to understand it's also a learning process.
Yeah.
Against Bangladesh, even about a soft opposition. Let's face it, they're not the best at that level. So as the competition gets harder.
Yes, yeah.
It's going to be Keon Harden now, and bowls, and this delivery is cut away nicely. That's going to go down to the boundary for 4. It was too short. He didn't move his feet a lot. He actually just cut the ball, and it was successful into the gap, and it's gone for 4 more. In the meantime, as we have the discussion, the Leewards are moving along nicely to 219 for 4, with Hamilton on 9, and the man Thomas, who's got that 100 a while ago, is 107. The lead now 67 runs.
Speaking of Thomas, Barry, a team coming up to Trinidad. Craig Braffett, Shea Hope, Bonner, Thomas, Blackwood, Mears, Holder, Cornwall, Roach, Joseph, Chase, and Gabriel.
That's Harding.
It's definitely coming over to Trinidad.
Harding bowls, this delivery is on the line of the leg stump and played into the onside, and there's no run. Remember the criteria: form, performance, fitness, commitment. Gabriel cannot get in there on either.
How about the Hope insertion, Barry?
No, Hope doesn't make the criteria either. Hope has had a lot of chances in Test cricket. Too many.
No, the listener sent in Hope's name.
Hope, in fact, opened the batting. Hope batted at number 4. He batted at number 3. He batted at number 6. We're hoping for Shea.
Yeah, I think we need to move past Hope and look for some production.
Indeed. Here comes Harding now again and bowls to Thomas, who gets a short ball. He cuts it and is just hitting it over cover. He was going to pull it, but in the end, he recognized it wasn't there for the pull, and he ended up splicing it over the head there of Shamar Springer for a couple more runs. 221 now for 4. The lead now going up to 69, and Thomas moves on to 109.
Yes, I think Barbados still needs to stay in the plot here, and you've got to stem the flow of runs that's coming from the back of Thomas. Despite the fact that he has 100, we've noticed that he likes to attack. So you have to go on the defensive and make him work for each run. Don't give him the boundary. If you take out the boundary ball, I suspect we get a similar result to the first. In his way, he just surrendered his wicket because he can't score.
Lyndon, I was about to ask Barry, how is the match poised? 69.
69 for
last
4.
Session on day 3.
Yeah.
Right now, I still think Barbados is a little ahead, but Leewards are making a game of it.
You're going to call it?
I won't call
What
it
are we
yet.
going to be
No.
doing this time tomorrow? Are we going to be playing cricket, or are we going to be
Yeah, we will be playing cricket.
having after-match discussions?
I still think at this time, tea time, Barbados might get, 150 to win or more?
4 wickets down.
With you got Craig Brathwaite to bat, that could take a while. So yes, I think and Mosley. But Mosley is a bit more attacking than Craig. Here comes Hardy now and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas is flicking nicely. But there's a fielder there on the boundary, so he won't get 4. He'll just get a single. Simmons is down there. 1 more run to him. But we cannot forget that you still got Rakeem Cornwall to come, Ward, Archibald. They can
You can get a 150 out of them, Barry.
Yeah, I think. But this pair here, you have to dislodge the batsman first.
Yeah.
They're going quite nicely. The partnership is now worth 37, and they seem to be quite entrenched. Hamilton has only got 9 of that 37, and Thomas seems to be the aggressor. But Hamilton is due, and he.
What is our 4th-day pitch going to do?
This pitch seems to be pretty fair and pretty balanced. So we have to give credit to the ground staff. As Harding comes in again and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton gets a wide delivery at the side of the line, the all-step taken by the keeper. I think this pitch has been very balanced. You saw Simmons bowl a short ball 2 overs ago, and we saw the bounce still very even. And we also see that a man is 100. So it has something in it for both the batsmen and the bowlers, and it's been a very balanced pitch. I won't be critical of the pitch.
A 180 or a 200 to win?
Trouble.
Yeah.
So anything above 200 for sure.
Yeah.
Anything. Cornwall is not going to put the ball down.
Cornwall is going to be a handful.
Cornwall will not put the ball down.
If it's 45 overs, 25 going to be his.
Yes.
And that's where we're struggling in Caribbean, against spin.
Against spin, yeah, correct.
Here comes Hardy now and bowls to Hamilton, who gets a good short ball. He has to duck, taken by the keeper. So there you go, Ralph. The pitch is still giving that even bounce, and the batsmen are still relatively comfortable.
My question to you, Barry, for the Antigua test, do you play 2 spinners and 3 fast bowlers?
Yeah, in Antigua.
And if you play 2 spinners, who will be your 3 fast bowlers?
Well, I'll give you the 3. The 3 were Kemar Roach, undoubtedly, Jaden Seals, and Alzari Joseph. And then you got Jason Holder. How can we forget the best all around in the world?
Yes.
So you don't need anyone else. You got those 3 plus Jason.
Yeah.
And then you have the 2 spinners of Rakeem Cornwall and Roston Chase. You got a good attack.
Former Maple player Paul Allen sent in this team, Barry.
Yeah.
Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell comes back. Blackwood, Bonner, Brooks. So he's going for the Bees. Mears, Holder, Chase. Dowrich comes back. De Silva. So he's taking 2 keepers. Roach, Joseph, Seal, and Permall.
Well, he's picked that team based on reputation. That's not part of the criteria.
In all fairness to him, Permall did have a good game in Sri Lanka.
Permall will be in the 13.
Okay.
Permall will be in the 13.
I think you should let Dowrich play a little more before you draft him back in.
I agree with you.
That's why I didn't pick Dowrich, because I still think he needs, another couple of matches to really get himself back in order. There's no need to rush Dowrich as well. He's only 30 years old. We've got a lot of cricket this year, Ralph. New Zealand are coming here. India are coming here. Who's the other team, Andrew? We heard from
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh are coming back.
Who are the other keepers around pressing?
Well, the one that's batting, Hamilton. You also have Josh De Silva is now the de facto number 1 keeper.
Yes.
And Hamilton, Dowrich, and De Silva are the 3 that will be in contention for that final play. So it's going to be Shamar Holder to come back now and bowls a short ball that he's pulling in the air, but it's going to go safely down to fine leg, and they'll be is that 1 run? Almost 4 overthrows.
So back to this game, Barry. Tomorrow could well be the day of Cornwall.
Yeah, I think that Cornwall will be the man that they'll turn to get the wickets on this pitch. He got 4 for 99 in the first innings. And what the biggest thing you like about Cornwall is that he's not afraid to flight the ball.
Yes.
He does not run from, as the Bayesians say, he doesn't run from licks.
Yeah.
He's going to flight the ball, and he's going to make you play. As Shamar Holder continues, goes back to his mark now, turns and runs in, bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton gets a delivery that he's beaten out the line of the all-stop, played at it. He actually acknowledges it was a good delivery taken there by Dowrich, and there's no run. 223 for 4, lead by 71.
A team from Canada that supports yours, Barry. Craig Brathwaite, Brandon King, and Kuma Bonner, Shea Hope, or Roston Chase. Shamar Brooks, Jason Holder, Shane Dowrich, or Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, Kemar, Jamal Warwick-Khan, and Jaden Seals.
I got a team here from St. Kitts I'll read in a minute. He's a Bajan though. living in St. Kitts, as hold the balls, and this time Hamilton is defending into the offside and there's no run. Andrew Jamin Emptich says Craig Brathwaite, Jeremy Solizano, Nkrumah Bonner, Shamar Brooks, Shimron Hetmeyer, Kyle Mears, Jason Holder, Shane Dulrich, Rakeem Cornwall, Alzari Joseph and Kemar Roach, with his reserves being Chase, Joshua De Silva, Jamal Warrican, Marquiro Minley and Keon Harden.
That's Jamin side?
That's Jamin. Unless it's what was hacked, yes.
He got a 20 today then.
How much did Hetmeyer get today?
I think I heard 20.
20 odd. I think 25 or something like that.
No, Hetmeyer is not ready to come back into Test cricket.
I was to ask you that, Barry. The possibilities of having Hetmeyer and Puran round the cricket, because they're the future, and having them round West Indies cricket.
Puran does not play enough first-class cricket. That's his problem.
Well, basically, almost the whole T20 side does not play first-class cricket,
exactly.
and that's part of the reason the failure.
But
because unless you're playing...
Puran did go to New Zealand last year with the West Indies as the first-class side. He played a couple of matches, but he has not played enough. And Puran has not scored any runs in T20s or 50 over. So
because you're not playing the longer version of the game. The only way you're going to get your act together is playing the longer version of the game.
Here comes Holden now and bowls to Thomas, who's playing quite a bit of this version of the game.
You think he's good enough to play?
No,
yeah, I think he's good enough. I think both he and Hitmar are good. You have to have them round the cricket. If they're young enough, they are the future, you have to have them round the cricket. But I think Barry speaks specifically to the criteria for selections. And I think the key is to be playing 4-day cricket, because in T20 you're going to bash, you're going to create agriculture shots, which is get out shots, because T20 is about production at all costs. Now when you're in a rut, you're in a rut. And then you come in a 4-day game, you don't spend 2 overs at the crease, because in 4 balls you want to get 15 runs.
Correct.
So then they forget how to bat.
Yes, yes.
Here he comes in again on balls, and this delivery is played out the third man, and there'll just be 1 run. Reef is there. Reef has bowled only 3 overs for 23. The over ends. It's Leeward's 225 for 4. They lead by 73 now, and the partnership is now gone to 40. Thomas has 112. Hamilton has 10. More comments from Linden Yard and Ralph Thorne, and then your next commentator will be Keith Holder.
Team from St. Lucia: Brathwaite, Shea Hope, Shamar Brooks, and Nkrumah Bonner, Nicholas Puran, Roston Chase, Jason Holder, Kyle Mears, Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, Rakeem Cornwall, Kemar Roach, and Jaden Seals. So as I was making the point, with reference to playing the 4-day game, it's essential. The top class players, the Steve Smith, the Virat Kohli, the Kane Williamson, the Ross, those guys, they don't change a lot to suit T20 cricket.
Correct.
They just play the normal cricket, and they get good scores by playing simple shots. And they play a lot of 4-day cricket. That's their strength. And as Keith Holder comes back, what's your strength, Keith?
It's good to be with you two gentlemen. And out caught at the wicket, essaying a drive, healthy edge found, and moving in front of first slip, taken by Dulwich. So a vital strike here to leave the Leeward Islands now on 225 for 5. They lead overall by 73 with 5 wickets standing, and an excellent knock by Devons Thomas as Craig Brathwaite runs past him and gives him a touch on the back going towards the pavilion. Brathwaite will get there before him. He probably has an urgent bathroom call. And 112 off 140 balls, 194 minutes, 17 fours. And looking at the replay, Ralph and Linden, here we go. Dave Green and his crew doing an excellent job again. Oh, and he bobbled it and took it on the second attempt, ended in front of first slip. A big relief for Dulwich, the keeper. And here comes Andrew Mason's best friend, Rakeem Cornwall, to replace him. It's 225 for 5, and Harding 1 for 34 in his 10th over. Comments from Ralph Thorne, our special guest and the legal representative for both Barry and Andrew. I wouldn't rule myself out, but I'm not in their class. Ralph?
Keith as a West Indian and being interested.
Look at the replay again, Ralph. Look at the replay again. Learning to drive in and out of the gloves of Dulwich, and then look at how his feet went up, and he was really relieved as he took the rebound in front of first slip. Yes, Ralph?
Yeah, I was going ahead of you and saying that as a West Indian, I would like to see another 110 runs so that we get good cricket tomorrow. I don't know how you feel.
Well, like Philip Spooner before you, in the period between lunch and tea, he was expressing a similar view in for the sake of West Indies cricket. I know that we in Barbados have been spoiled with the
we want to crush
excellent background, you know. Some on the contrary will say, what are you talking about? But you can't get away from the fact that sponsored cricket started way back in 1966 with the Shell Shield. A record 23 titles. Such a number, that doesn't walk about. So we've come up in the days, Ralph, 2 slips in a gully. Here is Harding into Cornwall, and he defends his first delivery out towards short leg. Harding, a wonderful athlete, former Barbados junior goalkeeper, skips across to do the fielding himself. So we've always had this thing about winning titles, but with the decline of West Indies cricket, you must look at the wider picture.
Yeah, we want to see our players playing the full 4 days. And if you can find a good batsman out of that, doesn't matter where he's from. That's what we want to see in West Indies cricket now. I came up, like you, Keith, spoiled on Barbados cricket, wanting us to win in 2.5 days. But at this point, we need every game to go 4 days.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so that we know that when we pick a West Indies team, we're having a group of good cricketers. That's a fine shot.
Yeah, drive on the front foot to the left of mid-off, almost taking the ball with him into the long-off boundary, but having it under control. Holder, and a couple runs to Cornwall to get off the mark. It's 227 for 5 with Jamar Hamilton, the captain, on 10. That's an overall lead of 75 with 5 wickets standing. As we look at Susan's monitor, as many Ralph as 26 overs and 3 balls remain. So
it's a lot of cricket.
We're going to go to at least 5:30. Under the rules, unless rain had interrupted, you cannot go beyond that extra half an hour. What can the batsmen be pushing and prodding at on that occasion there? Have you picked up Mr. Yard?
Well, I'll tell you what, Cornwall needs another 89 runs to get 2,000 first-class runs. So that's a start.
He has some motivation.
Back he goes to this next delivery from Harding. The plays it square on the offside. There is no run, but there have been a couple of remarks. I wouldn't try to identify everyone who have responded to the discussion which has been raised, those who may have a personal number. I got a call from one guy who wanted to know if we had some special drinks during the tea interval with some of the remarks and whatever being made. You know how some individuals can get a bit mischievous. Then there's another who says that in relation to Brandon Keane being picked, no. 2 slips in the gully for Harding into Cornwall, pitches short, and he pushes it out to the vacant mid-wicket position, the mid-on and the deep backward square conversion. That's a single. He goes to 3, 228 for 5. In relation to not picking Kyle Hope, a comment which says that
Kyle or Shea?
Kyle Mears,
Okay.
sorry. My bad. And the comment is that if you're saying that Kyle Mears is inconsistent, then after 10 tests, how can you be saying that he has more runs than anyone in his team after playing 10 tests? That's an interesting observation, short lifting delivery, and not taken cleanly by Dorich, but he has it under control.
What is Kyle's average now, Keith?
Right, so let me pull that for you in a minute as Lyndon comments on the over just completed. A successful one for Harding with figures now of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37, 228 for 5.
Yes, and while you do that, Keith, I can tell that in terms of coming into this game, Cornwall, having had 227 wickets, he needs 7 wickets to overtake Gavin Town for the Leewards as the leading bowler. And in that, he took 4 in the first inning, so he only needs another 3. So it's a good game for him. As I said, if he could get another 88 runs now, that will carry him to 2,000 runs. But they would need this partnership to bat them into the game so we can have a good game tomorrow. And it isn't necessarily about the results, but I think the wicket is a wicket worthy of going deep into the 4 days.
Yes.
228 for 5 there, 2 slips and a gully. Point is out on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg. In their second innings, the Leeward Islands 228 for 5. Shamar Holder is to start his 11th over. The luck has not gone his way in this game. And in the first innings, 10 overs, 41 runs he conceded as he's into Cornwall. And Cornwall drives it uppishly but safely over mid-off. And a couple meters, the ball will be picked up in front of the boundary. And Simmons' return comes into the far end, taken by Dorich. 5 is Cornwall, 234 for 5. So Ralph, to answer your question, After 10 tests, 20 innings, 2 not outs, Kyle Mears has 636 runs, a best of 210 not out, memorable match-winning knock on debut, averaging 35.33, 100, 250s. But let us look at the all-round game that he brings as far as this equation is concerned with his handy medium pace, right arm, 13 wickets at 25.15. He seems to have a golden arm, and you cannot rule that out.
13 test wickets?
13 test wickets at an average of 25.15. I think his bowling...
As an occasional bowler, that's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think he's more than handy. There's a school of thought that when he played for the Leeward Islands franchise, that he was used in the wrong way, and that they used him as a bowling all-rounder. And once he was released, and ironically his father, Shirley Clark, is now the head coach of the Leeward Islands. And back to Barbados, he got over 500 runs, and that performance put him into the West Indies test side. Short delivery from Holder and helped down to fine leg for a single, 231 for 5. And now, coming on strike is Hamilton, who is on 10 from 45 deliveries. So the question of Kyle Mears being part and parcel, you know, I recognize a very hawk-eyed Desmond Haynes, the most honorable. He sat in one particular chair in the president's suite. I know Andrew has been hoping and lurking for an interview, but now with your presence, Rob, you can walk over there so that he has representation in asking the question as the lead selector, talking with the lead commentator and down the leg side, and doesn't get a touch, 231 for 5. So that's another team that you have there to share, Andrew?
Yes, Craig Bradford from Barbados, Jeremy Serlezano, Shamar Brooks, Joshua De Silva, Kyle Mears, Jason Holder, Shea Hope, the wicketkeeper, Raheem Cornwall, Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, and then the reserves will be Anderson Phillips, Brandon King, and Versami Permal.
That came from Bank Hall.
That's a good observation.
This one is edged between the first and third slips. A long chase here for Reefer, and he gives it up as the ball goes into the boundary. And Hamilton, with his second boundary, moves to 14. Cornwall has 6, 235 for 5. That's an overall lead now of 83. And gentlemen, while you continue the debate, someone has sent me a kind of a naughty message asking me to remove Kyle Mears' unbeaten 210 from his aggregate of 636. But that's the way that cricket is played. Gentlemen, as you all remember when Jimmy Adams called Padams early in his career was averaging in the 70s, and it comes down. It tends to come down. In the end, say, for instance, a guy like Sir Vivian Richards finished with an average of 50, roughly. But as you play, you can have fluctuating fortunes, and after 10 tests, I don't want to be judging a young batting all-rounder like Kyle Mears to say remove 210. He made that, and you can't remove it.
Lara started with what, 277?
Yes.
But there we are.
And that is how it goes. But continue with your lot there. I will endeavor to bring another aspect in relation to what's going on, because mind you, gentlemen, as the over comes to a close, after these first 2 rounds, then
we're going to take a break.
There will be a break, and first-class cricket doesn't resume before May. So you take a break for the 3-test series. But I was looking, Ralph, at the other 2 games which are going on, and Andrew and I were making the point yesterday that based on how they have played over the years, and I also emphasized it in a deep discussion with Coach Dexter Toppin last evening, that the Leeward Islands, they have the thing about them is that they will score X or Y among the runs, and then suddenly they fade away. And looking before he came on at what was going on in the other 2 matches, for instance, let's first check the match between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, because you all were talking about openers and potential openers. And what's his name? Barry, my mate, put in the name of Brandon King quite early. Brisk delivery outside of the off stump from Harding, just passes the outside edge of Cornwall on its way to Dulwich. So just to look at those updates. For instance, Jamaica 141 and 176 for 6 after Trinidad and Tobago made 273. I don't recall if anyone mentioned John Campbell, but he's been there or thereabouts before.
His name is in top
Okay, right. So he got 45 in the second innings. At the crease now, Derval Green 28 and Jimmy Merchant 29. And let me check the others. I had brought up Brandon King's figures earlier. I'll get back to that in a minute. Here is Harden with 2 slips and a gully on the pads and whip. Lovely out through forward square by Cornwall for boundary. He can bat. There's no question about his ability. He's an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder. And we talked about his bowling over the first 2 days. Highly respected by the Barbados players as an off-spinner. 239 for 5. He goes into double figures. Cornwall on 10 from 90 degrees.
If he stays there for an hour, they are going to reach the 180.
But I think they need to adjust the line to him. They need to make him work for his runs rather than just give him a freebies. Because this is freebies for him. You got to make him work for his runs.
Harden again. And he edges lower down to second slip. And there's no run, 239 for 5. Now the Windward Islands made 339. Again, they had that last wicket record partnership of 124 between Maxwell 86 and Lewis 31 not out. Ghana responded with 327, so just a first innings lead of 12. They are now 112 for 5 in their second innings at the Queen's Park Oval. That's the Windward Islands. Devon Smith didn't score. Teddy Bishop, the exciting West Indies on a 19-player 15. Hodge, 15 as well. Alec Athanaze, talented player, is 51 not out. Outside of the off stump, pushing at it for the second time in the over from Harding. Just passes the outside edge of Cornwall's bat, taken by Dulwich, 239 for 5. Munchin Hodge, 5. Kieran Powell, 27. Casey Carty, 55. Amir Jangu, 1. Devon Thomas, a brilliant 112 off 140 balls with 17 fours. The wickets falling at 21, 55, 183, 185, and 225. 24 overs and 2 balls are left in the day's play. It's going to be a long day like day 1, which was interrupted by rain, but wonderful conditions today. Again, pitch on the pads, and he's going to be out caught at the deep forward square. Flick straight into the hands of deep forward square, and Harding strikes for the second time in quick succession. And the Leeward Islands declining here, and Raymond Reefer down at that deep position, taking the catch, judged it well, fell into his hands quite neatly, and then virtually, if you were to have a perfect replay, you would say into his lap. 239 for 6 as Cornwall goes for 10. And Harding now 2 for 41 in the 11th over. Ralph and Linden.
Yeah, and again, we talk about trying to get the game into a 4th day. But here's a situation where the field is set. The field is on deep mid-wicket. And as I was saying, bowl the ball back in the wicket. Make him work for his run. That's a freebie that you actually hit in the fielder's hand.
Yes.
You pick up the fielder, which is lack of awareness again.
Yes.
Or maybe because he doesn't want to be running up and down between the wicket, because that was an opportunity for the Barbados bowlers to stifle this partnership.
Yes.
Hamilton wasn't getting away the ball. We already know Cornwall is not going to be running turning the 2s into 3s or 1s into 2s. So stifle them, line and length, make him feel for the ball.
And very
got a freebie, exactly.
Yeah.
He got a freebie, and he picked out the only fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So this is the reason why all cricket fall down. I want to get back to you with this Kyle Mears thing about him being a medium pacer or a changed bowler. Our batsman is desperate need to bat. And needed to bat first, and hence the reason why since his double hundreds, his scores have been on the decline. I'm not going to use his bowling, whether it's to break a partnership or get 2 wickets. If he does get 2 wickets,
to boost him in the team.
He's picked as a batsman. He has to produce. Like the others, I'm very concerned with the form of Boston Chase. He's picking up wickets, but he has not scored runs for eons now. And he's a way better batsman than he has produced of recent times. And as you say, I could even join you with playing 3 formats. He had an exceptional T20. For me, he's not a T20 player.
Definitely
not. Had an exceptional T20, and then comes in test matches now for 4 test matches and hasn't gotten a good score. So again,
Lyndon, you sound as if you're saying they're getting in the test team of false pretenses.
It is. Because when you get there, then you don't produce.
Well,
the new batsman is the all-rounder Terence Ward, and here goes Harding from the Jewel Garner end. Pitches short, and he guides it down to gully. A bit of loose work. Is that Mr. Graves?
Yep.
How can you do that, Justin? Your Uncle John, who just sent me a WhatsApp message, wouldn't be too proud of you. John Graves says, Keith, A batsman should be able to score runs in all three forms of the game. It's head and heart as well as fitness. Gentlemen, you can comment on that comment from John Graves, former Empire St. Catherine Bristol player.
Yeah, my good friend from Bristol. Perhaps if you have the talents of John Graves, but at the highest level, it
totally
cannot be easy.
Can't be.
Unless you're a great batsman, like the South African chap. What's his name again, Lyndon? One who just retired.
A.B. de Villiers.
De Villiers. Unless you're a De Villiers or a Virat Kohli.
Correct. A natural talent.
Yes.
Someone who especially worked on his game.
Precisely. It is going to be very difficult to migrate between the three games and do exceptionally well all the time.
And again, I go back to the former Australian captain Steve Smith, who when he first came in the cricket could not bat to save his life.
Correct.
Could not bat.
Correct.
But look how he is improved his game immensely to be one of the leading batsmen in the world.
But it is not easy.
It is not easy, but it can be done.
It can be done.
Hold the pitches up and dug out by Ward, played down to gully. There is no run. 240 for 6. Hamilton, correction, is the batsman on strike. He has 15 and it's 1 to Ward. He did get a single off the last ball of the previous over when there was a misfield by Justin Graves.
Lyndon, it won't be done by the ordinary players.
I agree. I
mean, it takes a special talent to move between the three games.
So here is the next delivery outside of the off stump, and Ward allows it to go through to the keeper. It's 240 for 6 with Ward on 1 and Hamilton 14.
Another area look at is you accept a fellow for how he is and see how best you can get the best out of him.
Yes.
Look at Bumrah. He was always awkward. They never changed his style.
Bumrah,
and he's very effective.
Yeah.
Ashraf Chandapur, who stands up facing square leg.
Yes.
But yet he finishes with X amount of thousands of runs with his style. So you want the coaches especially get back to that.
2 slips in the gully for a holder and driven back down the pitch through the legs of the bowler as mid-off comes across to do the fielding. There is no run. 1 toward 14 Hamilton, 240 for 6.
Right, to see how you could effectively get the best out of them. And for West Indies cricket, I think for us, we pay too much emphasis on winning.
Yes.
I think you're going to draw games first, for me, to show me that there's improvement.
Yes.
Get down to those 5 days.
Yes.
Too often we've been beaten in 3.5 days with a day washout.
Yeah. You begin to wonder about fitness.
Exactly.
And I want to make the point, Lyndon, that to move between 3 games, you have to be amazingly fit.
Hold is in, pitch is short, and Ward right in behind it, plays it out to extra cover, fielded by Warwick. There is no run, 240 for 6. Barry has asked me to bring up the stats of Brandon King, and I'll endeavor to do that because he wants to make sure that his point, which has been disputed by some of our listeners. So Brandon King, age 27, from a first-class perspective, and his first-class stats read 31 games, 58 innings, 1 not out, 1,867 his aggregate. Here is holder into bowl to Ward, and Ward drives it back down the pitch to the bowler who knocks it down, and it gets out of his reach and it will be tidied up by Warwick, and there is no run. His highest is 194, averaging 32.75, 200s and 12 50s, and his last first class game would have been for West Indies A against New Zealand A at Nelson, December 10th to 13th, 2020. So Barry raised his hand. You like Brandon King, Barry? Okay, Barry. So who? Okay, Solozano. After this next delivery, driven straight, wonderful shot by Ward, down the ground, heading towards the boundary in front of the Coppin Cozier and short media center. And that was well executed, textbook style by Ward, who moves to 5. His captain Hamilton is on 14.
In the old days, was that a pot belt?
Pot belt or buckle pop. And not a man move. 244 for 6. You're from the old school, Ralph.
Yes.
How much of a cricketer were you at Harrison College when the late Hatton calendar was with you?
I couldn't get in the team with Hatton, trust me.
Yeah. I'm certain you would want at this time to give a couple words about Hatton. I had Andrew Seeley here on the first day when we talked about Hatton and Tyrone Smith from the lodge along with Wayne Holder.
Keith, I know it sounds like a cliche, but it's hard to imagine a chap like Hatton, so full of life.
Yes.
Without it. Hatton played just about every sport for Harrison College.
Yes.
He had the advantage of height. I mean, Hatton was over 6 feet, which is always an advantage in sports. And I think the only sport that Hatton did not play was lawn tennis. Back to the game, Keith.
Yes, this one is defensively played into the covers and there is no run. I see that Andrew's finding some extra work for me to do. I don't know if he figures it should be an all-college affair. So he's now pointed out and said to me, Keith, you have to interview the CEO of the BCA, Dr. Roland Toppin. So come in, Dr. Toppin. Please come up, Mr. Toppin, because you see, Rav, when I see this guy, I have a bit of fear in my heart, and I'll tell you why.
You played against him at Spartan?
No, I played against him at Vaucluse upon the hill.
Our club, Central.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I had a season there.
Yeah, he took 8 for spit and destroyed us, along with the late Bill Morrow. Anyway, no, the pitch was a good pitch. It was just the wind. This one is pushed down to mid-on and there's no run. Good afternoon to you, Dr. Toppin. How are you?
I'm fine, Keith. How are you?
Yeah, I like your shirt. You're representing the BCA quite well. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
We try to look good.
I know, like Rav, you want to ensure that you don't ease the mass from in front of your nose, but I think you're fairly safe here once Andrew moves from behind you. in case, you know, yeah, so you can just ease it down a bit so that we can hear you much better. Andrew looks at me quite disconcertingly. I don't know why he does that. This last delivery is going down, but he's giving me the job.
So you're not hearing me well then?
You sound a bit muffled, but do like me, you're safe, you know. You're social distancing. If you ease it down, yes, let me hear you now.
No, I don't know you.
Much better, sir. You're safe. And Ralph has his mask on. His mask sends the sound through better than the one which you have, so you have to talk to him about where he got his from.
Roller has a very thick mask.
I see that.
244 for 6.
You know that virus, we can't really see it.
That is right. Two slips in the gully, short lifting delivery, and fairly well handled by Ward. He's been around for some time as an off spinning all around there.
Oh, yeah.
And with Hamilton now looking to rebuild the innings, that was Hamilton on strike getting a single to go to 15. Ward now comes on strike, 245 for 6. So after the fast-paced game of the 5 T20 internationals, Dr. Toppin, recently you're back into the more pedestrian stuff, but I'm certain that from a regional perspective, being one of those who would have been in constant discussions with the other CEOs from the regional boards, you are much relieved that regional first-class cricket has returned after 2 years. After this delivery from Harding, and it's driven down towards mid-off, intercepted that extra cover by Springer, and there's no run. Welcome again.
Yes. Thanks, Keith. Of course, we're very happy to see red ball cricket again. You know, this is a welcome. Well, as you said, a fast pace. I mean, I love T20 and one-day internationals as well, but it is nice to see red ball cricket in the region again, because as you know, performances at the test level, you know, test cricket always has a special place in our hearts. We'll always have that special place, and we want to see the West Indies back on top.
Yes.
And this is where it starts.
Yeah. And I'm certain that you're open-minded, Dr. Toppin, like Ralph Thorne and Philip Spoon et al., who suggest that although if you want to get parochial, you want the Barbados Pride to win, for the sake of cricket and West Indies cricket at this vital stage, this game going into the 4th and final day tomorrow, and perhaps a fighting end. I'm not too certain if I'm correct in making that statement, so I'm putting you on the spot. But Ralph has said it as well.
Well, to be quite honest, even if I had a bias, I can't really express it.
Yes.
So therefore, I would have to say I would love to see a good game. You know, we don't really want a match finishing in 3 days, and so on. So we all want to see it go into the 4th day. And hopefully And then, as I said, I wouldn't even express my bias. But we want to see a good game.
Yes, short delivery from Harden at the start of his 13th over. Hamilton, the captain, plays it towards Gully. There is no run. He's on 15. Ward has 5. It's 245 for 6. That's an overall lead of 93 with 21 overs and 5 balls left in the day's play. It's now about 6-7 minutes after 4 o'clock on day 3. And for sure we will go down to 5:30 since there were no interruptions for rain. You cannot go past 5:30. On the opening day, we went to around 10 minutes to 6 interruptions for rain. And on the front foot, it's played on the onside by Hamilton, and there is no run. Dulwich will run down to have a word with mid-on and his captain, Craig Braffett. Dr. Toppin, obviously there were some challenges in the lead-up to this tournament. You started the BCL Legends Cup, and after just one round, you had to abandon that, and then thankfully, you managed to get in 2 practice matches, as they call them nowadays. They like to get away from the word trials after this next delivery with 2 slips and a gully for Holder. And it's a drive officially just to the left and low of Gully and Graves, and Reefer showing some good footballing skills, running around the deep point boundary and tapping it back just inside of the boundary as they take a couple. Hamilton now 17, 247 for 6. So tell us about the challenges you would have faced ever since the Legends Cup, which was played in the last week of November.
Yes, well, as you mentioned, Keith, we had we started Legends Cup, and we had about 4 matches planned for that tournament, and but it was curtailed by COVID. Just one case initially, and then that infected a whole dressing room. So basically, you know, we had like 11 or 12 players out just after the first match.
Holders in again to Hamilton. Pitches short. It keeps a trifle low. He squeezes it out just to the short backward square. They go through for a single. 18 he has Hamilton. Ward is on 5. 248 for 6. I wouldn't want to use the word compounded, but that may be applicable because after the squad then was picked for this opening round match, 2 guys who would have made their first class debuts for Barbados and Jonathan Drakes from Wanderers and Akeem Jordan, both of whom have played white ball cricket for the combined campuses and colleges, and last year Jordan was in the Barbados Pride lineup. That was in February. Seems a long time ago. 2 slips in the gully. Still here is Holder, and the forward defending it out to the short extra cover. Ward, there's no run. 248 for 6. So one would say that it was a bit unfortunate for both Jordan and Jonathan Drakes coming down with COVID as well after they look set for first class outings.
Yes, very unfortunate, but you mentioned 2, but there were actually 2 more.
Yeah, Zachary McCaskey, and you also had Jarian Hoyt, the former West Indies on the 19 fast bowler, officially defending screw on the offside. Yes, no, and then they go through for the single. The ball is fired at the non-striker's end, but getting home safely. So 6 now is Ward. Hamilton on 18, 249 for 6. When you face such challenges, and this is going to be a double-barrel question, you would have been part and parcel of the decision by the regional officials for squads to have 15, but in a worst-case scenario, if, for instance, as the refreshment cart comes onto the field so you're not missing any play, the Leewards 249 for 6 in their second innings, an overall lead of 97. We are talking with the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Cricket Association, Dr. Roland Toppin, and the Member of Parliament for Christchurch South and his former Harrison College teammate. They weren't big cricketers in a way, but still they knew a bit about the game over at Crumpton Street. And at one time, Dr. Toppin boasted that he played for Pickwick at the first division level. So, in terms of the idea of having locals also available in case 5 of the Leeward Islands players had to suddenly come down, how do you read that?
I think that's a good idea because, as you were saying before, it isn't so much about Barbados and or Trinidad or whatever it is, you know, we need to look past that. Cricket, yeah, cricket must be the winner.
Yes.
And we want to be able to put the best on the field. We want, you know, we want to produce another Sir Garfield Sobers.
Yes.
Whether he comes from Antigua or from Jamaica or wherever.
Yes, yes, that's a good point. You know. Some would say, though, that the fixturing could come into question. You're playing 2 rounds. Barbados here to host Jamaica next week. 2 rounds are currently on in Trinidad and Tobago. And then after the second round, there's a break to accommodate the 3-match test series with England. And then you resume in May. When you look at that lull, I call it a lull, is it not, on reflection, too much of a break?
Well, it is... that's the schedule that Cricket West Indies has right now. You know, we have the 3 test matches against England, and that's occupying most of March. I am not too sure what is happening in April. Because I don't think a restart in May is cast in stone either, because we don't even have the fixtures for the next 3 rounds.
Right. Yes, you know. that was bothering me a bit. I didn't want to put Philip Spooner under any undue pressure. Let's look on the positive side. I've consistently heard your president, Mr. Conde Riley, saying that when it comes to the second test here, starting on the 16th of March, that he would be happy if he could up the ante in terms of spectators in the stands. Based on your review of what would have transpired during the 5 T20 matches here recently against England, would you be in Conde's corner?
Definitely. I definitely would want to have. I know how it looked, and I know the criticisms that we have had, but I think that at the end of the day, we still have to look past. We still have to look at the Barbados economy. You still have to look at the fact that there are a whole load of English people that want to come down here to watch cricket. And we got to try. We will try our best. We will try much harder this time to ensure that people put the mask on, keep the mask on, and perhaps eject some people from the stadium, because I suspect that didn't happen this last time. But at the same time, we got to get people. We have to get people. The Barbados economy is built on tourism.
I am not as political as the gentleman who invited you here, Mr. Mason, but you are the brother of a former long-standing politician, government minister, and you are sitting beside another member of the Barbados Labour Party government, Mr. Thorne, Sir QC. Can you follow up for me? I kindly ask of you for what Dr. Thompson just said.
What's the last thing he said?
It relates to upping the ante. Okay, after this delivery as play resumes and Harden is in, and it's stroked nicely between extra cover and mid-off. This is a fast outfield, but we pull back just inside of the... Oh, my dear, has he hurt himself? I said it was going to be pulled back, but chasing after that delivery and tumbling over, has he hurt himself?
Oh, he's fine.
A bit. That's Mr. Holder. He's very athletic, and he normally comes out tops when they have all of these pretty tests by Cricket West Indies. And he ran at the inter-school sports for St. Leonard's. He's an athlete, full stop. And dug out some of the turf. So you have some work for the ground staff, Miss Dr. Toppin. A couple runs taken. Ward is now on 10,253. And they went into the boundary when he made that tumble. So 253 for 60, 250 coming up off 438 deliveries in 314 minutes with 31 fours. Thank you very much, Susan Bell, our score. So Harding in his 13th over, 2 millions, 2 for 47, still with the 2 slips in the gully. Bit short, and in behind it is Ward. There's no run. So did you get the question, Mr. Thorne?
You let me have Ralph.
Okay, translate it to Ralph for me, please.
No, I was hearing about ejecting people from the stadium. But my mind went to Djokovic in Australia. He was ejected from Australia.
Yes, but which is, I just wanted to put on the table that at selling 50% of the stadium only, at 50%, the first 3 days of the test match are already sold out, and there are people in England cancelling flights.
Appeal for cash at the wicket. Knockout says umpire Braffett, the bowler Harding was a bit belated in his appeal. Yes, Dr. Toppin.
Yes, as I said, there are people canceling flights or not booking to come down here simply because the test match is already sold out at 50%.
And sold at 50%. I think I heard Condé referring to the first 3 days. Can you?
The first 3 days.
The first 3 days. Right. 250 for 3 for 6. Brace yourself for a couple of questions from a domestic point of view because Rob Thorne QC wants the Masters tournament to return. He wants the over 60s to have some cricket.
I won't be playing.
Okay. That is part A. I will come to part B, which relates to the more serious players as Harden is pushed back down the pitch by Ward and there is no run. You did not have a single ball bowled in local cricket last year for the first time in 76 years. You had just one tournament, the T20, in 2020.
Yes.
And you made at least a couple attempts, and then you told all and sundry that the COVID unit, the authorities, whatever phrase, and with all due respect to those responsible, you couldn't play any cricket. But with what's going on, the Prime Minister, Mayor Mortley, has said that we have to live with COVID. So what's set for you at the BCA for the 2022 local season, Dr. Toppin?
2022, we are definitely planning, I can't show you my plans.
You don't want to give me a scoop for Barbados today to get Andrew envious?
No, not going to give you that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll speak from it. Because primarily because and Susan is sitting next to you. And Susan would admonish me.
Yes.
Susan would admonish me for coming and disclosing my major plans.
But after all,
without consultation with the cricket committee.
Yeah, and after all, she's a St. John too. So you know when it comes to brought up sea, how she is going to operate. This one is pushed up on your own side and there is no run.
Yeah, so I'll give you enough that I don't think she could be too upset.
Okay, pause a bit.
Right.
The over has been completed, 253 for 6. I think they got a single there, Susan, 254 for 6. Hamilton 18, Ward 11. That's an overall lead now of 102 with 4 wickets standing. Yes, Dr. Toppin.
Yes. No, as far as we have dusted off the plans that we had for last season, which would basically be the season you would know, which would be the first division, elite division,
intermediate second division,
and then will be picked up from the when we ran the T20s in 2020, which was that the clubs, everybody was happy that we had broken out the intermediate and second division for the competition rather than having a combined intermediate second division competition. There were separate competitions in T20. So what we will do this year, once everything goes well, is we would want to have an intermediate T20 competition and a T20 and a second division.
Here's holder wide of the off stump in his 14th over, no stroke from Warden taken by Dowrich. Yes,
right.
Quietly continue. You've at least alerted Dr. Roland Butcher. I've given him that title since he was to come on as an analyst. So I allowed him to get a snooze, and he still has interest in UWI.
Right. So by thinking also,
yes.
In addition to that, we would normally have the 40 over competition, which would have been. Sorry.
Hold this in again. Pitch is short and defend a bit awkwardly, but defensively. Back down on the pitch by Ward. There's no run. 254 for 6.
Yes. So an intermediate. So again, we're thinking about splitting that out as well and having an intermediate 40 over and a second division 40 over competition.
40 over.
That's a new one there for you, Keith.
Yes, 40 over seems outdated though. But you mentioned intermediate. Yeah. You know when the idea came up, when it was mooted about playing 30 over cricket, someone in the media said 30 over cricket. That's when UWI tried to organize an inter-parish cricket. No longer, if you're going to play cricket, bring it in line. This is serious business, Andrew. This is not meant to be a joke. Yes, 30 over cricket going through the others. From a first division / or elite / first division, I'm certain that you will want to have the established Super Cup of 50 overs.
Of course.
Right. But you still believe that the lower division team should have 40 overs?
But we normally play the 40 over shield competition.
Yes.
Right? So, and on top of the regular second division competition.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, it's a matter of, I just decided that I figured that we could, rather than having again a combined intermediate second division 40 over shield competition.
Yeah.
Right? That we would have a 40 over intermediate competition and a 40 over second division competition.
Okay.
So that a club like Wonders would basically be playing then 3 competitions. Wonders would play elite and first division, and they would play the T20, right?
Hole is into Ward, pushes outside of the off stump, misses, and it goes through the Dulwich 254.
So they would play a T20 competition and they would play a 40 over competition.
Let us hear a bit about red ball cricket though, because for me that is the one that matters. 3 days, we haven't had the elite divisions played since 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, time is running away. This is 2022. For me, that should be priority number 1 on the list. You're hoping to start in which month? April, May?
If you could see my first day there,
I can see I can see something on the line in yellow. Back it goes. Ward and plays it into the covers. There's no run. 254 for 6. You can feel at ease. You have legal representation to your left.
One of the best too.
One of the best, QC, yes. Yeah, he's represented me. Although there's still one outstanding case that I'm waiting on. So in all seriousness, Dr. Tubman's the overs completed. The Leeward Liners are 254 for 6 in their second innings. Hamilton 18, Ward 11. That's an overall lead of 102, and 19 overs are left in the day's play. So you go back to the top.
I would say
red ball.
We're looking to start early April. I actually have April the 2nd written down here, but it may be
April
2nd.
2nd. Oh, that sounds exciting. It gives St. Catherine, the real country team, demoted in 2019 to start their road back to get into the top division.
Yes.
Yeah. Andrew will be happy about that one. He needs to spend some money on recruiting young players, grabbing them, not allow them to leave St. Philip and come down to Spartan and Empire. He needs to keep that country thing right in the forefront, He cannot allow those players who would have built St. Catherine at the highest level since 1978, to drift and join other clubs. Wouldn't you agree?
Totally.
Very good. What about the Everton Week Centre of Excellence in light of the possible return to face-to-face school?
Well, we would have, before we move off the domestic competition, we actually, one of the plans that we had before that we would have, to be implemented a couple of years ago.
Okay, let's pause a bit, because Warwick with a change in bowling comes into the attack. The left arm spinner from around the wicket, and his first delivery is punched down to the extra cover boundary. That's a very good stroke. I can hear you just quietly complimenting it there, acknowledging it in the background. The captain Hamilton with his third boundary goes to 22-1, 258 for 6, leading overall by 106. You enjoyed that shot, Dr. Toppin?
Oh yeah, that was sweet.
That was sweet. Probably reminds you of your old Central teammate Keith Peanuts Eiffel.
Not exactly.
This one is driven up on the offside. What about Trevor Allen?
But I played some shots like that myself,
Look, we don't want to have any debate in that line. I knew you when I first met you as a swing bowler. I think you got 8 for 25. Belmar got 7 for spitting the second innings, and you beat Foundation up at Vaucluse in the intermediate division. That was around 74?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think you were still at college in 6th form, but you found a way to play for Central. Anyway, it's good to have on the side and let people know that you were a cricketer of note. And you went to under 19 trials, you came down to Pickwick, you sought to get in the Barbados under 19 team and just missed out by what? Just a flick?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. 258 for 6.
I do remember having 4 wickets for 1 run in my first 8 balls.
Wow.
I was on a hat trick twice.
On a hat trick twice.
That's right.
Well done. You were a far better cricketer than your brother Ronald, the former government minister. Pete. When you played up at Central on that occasion, I think he was 12th or 13th man, but you were telling me he was just a spectator.
Yeah, he was just watching.
He was just watching. Okay.
Nice shot.
But he's 2 years younger, even though he doesn't look it.
No, he doesn't look it. Driven down to deep cover for a single. No, 260 for 6 with Hamilton and Ward at the crease. So you were making the point, though, going back as we get back to the planning of the BCA for the forthcoming season. Seems to be very near at hand now, Dr. Toppin.
Yes, I was saying that we were planning for the second division. We were planning on incorporating the schools, all the schools, into the second division, rather than having a separate schools division.
Repeat that, please. You were thinking?
We're looking at incorporating the schools into the second division and the intermediate.
Yes.
Instead of playing a separate schools division competition.
Okay. On that note, as this delivery is played down behind point for a single, which takes Ward on to 12, Hamilton 23, 261 for 6. I think it is fitting that you, as the CEO of the BCA, should really publicly thank Goddard Enterprises for the number of years they gave that wonderful sponsorship for the cause of schools cricket, Dr. Toppin.
Yes, definitely want to thank Goddard's for a number of years. And also, I take the opportunity to thank Guardian General also for sponsoring our first division team.
And I've left the best to the last. When I was at school, a company by the name of Barbados Fire and Commercial started sponsoring the one-day cricket. Then turned into Sagicor General for over 4 decades consistently. And when the T20 started here in 2008, they were right on board as well. So they sponsored the Cup, the Shield, ultimately the T20. They're no longer with you. Is your marketing arm led by our friend here, Mr. Stephen Leslie, going to push again to have the return of Sagicor General?
Well, I can tell you, I know he's working hard.
He's working hard.
Yes.
Yeah. He was very evident during the last election, chairing some meetings and speaking pretty on the platform. Yeah, so I guess he's going to double up now.
I can let him pass outside the off stop.
That's okay. I was a pelted never bowler.
I know Stephen is working on talking to companies and trying to secure sponsorship for our competitions this year.
Yes, with assistance from Sherry.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, is it Sherry or Sherry?
Sherry.
Okay, I have to get it right. 261 for 6. We're talking with the CEO of the BCA, Dr. Roland Toppin, and mentioning about the local season, hopefully coming on course in the next couple of months after not a single ball was bowled in 2021. COVID, but we have to overcome that while still being as safe as possible. And this one is pushed uppishly down to the short mid-wicket by Ward, and there's no run, 261 for 6. So you were emphasizing the point about how you have plans in training for the various competitions, Dr. Toppin.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
And then I think you were asking me about the Center of Excellence.
Yes, in light of the fact that Dr. Toppin, I may even incorporate Mr. Thorne QC here, because the 21st of February has been given a busy date, but listening to some of the call-in programs and news, etc., it seems as though the Barbados Union of Teachers, blah, 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 down the leg says he shapes the turn into the gloves of Dulwich, and there is no, 261 for 6 to score remains. How confident are you, though, that once school restarts, that you can have the students here at the Center of Excellence?
Yeah, well, we're hoping that once you restart, within 2 weeks, normally 2 weeks after the start of the school term, we would open the Center of Excellence. We had about 125 or so youngsters who had been picked since last September, but again, let me just say that they haven't been idle all this time. as some people would like to have you think that we have been doing nothing.
No.
Is that the fact is that there's a strength and conditioning program that has been designed for all of the cohorts of the Center of Excellence.
Okay, it's 261 for 6. I know that Andrew likes to work me hard, but I'm in good company, Dr. Toppin and Rob Thorne, QC, so I don't mind going for an extra 5 or 10 minutes, and that will be my last for the day until, by the will of God, tomorrow short delivery defended back down on the onside, 261 for 6. I know that I've gone down a particular line, but when you talk about center excellence and preparations, etc., you have a number of coaches here now at the Barbados Cricket Association, Dr. Toppin. What's the number like now?
We have full time. We have 6. 6. Yes.
Okay.
But we also utilize, as you know, a number of part timers like Sherwin Campbell and Jamal Smith and so on that come in and do various things. Like Jamal assists us particularly with wicket keeping.
Yes. You know, when you have these discussions, everyone listens. And Barry's dad, Samuel Algernon Wilkinson, has just sent me a message. And Sam, you're correct. I'm going to open my phone and read it. You're giving me a reminder that we talk about Barbados Fire and Sagicor General. I was talking about the period that they sponsored over 40 years. But I'll read your message, Mr. Wilkinson. I have the greatest respect for you. Someone said today that you played until the age of 80 and still want to play. You still keep noise to play at the lower division, although you can't run between the wickets. And he says, hi Keith, did Derek Robbins 40 over precede the sponsorship of Barbados Fire? Very good discussion on the local cricket regards. Thank you, Sam. You're perfectly correct. And Derek Robbins, as this one is pitched short, is punched into the covers for a single, 262 for 6. I don't want to be admonished by Samuel Algernon Wilkinson. 72, 73, 74, Derek Robbins was played, and Barbados Fire took over from 1975. Now, Barbados Fire and General, they called them Barbados Fire and Commercial, then rebranded into Sagicor General, all the same. Although people tend, Ralph and Dr. Toppin, to associate Sagicor with the old Mutual out and out. But I always recall that the late Roger Spence and Michael Holt and David Dean would always say to me, when you're talking about Sagicor UWI as a sponsor of a team, say Sagicor Life. When you're talking about BCA competitions, ensure and emphasize Sagicor General. Yeah, so thanks, Sam. You're correct. 72, 73, 74. I was at secondary school and I played not in the Barbados, in the Derek Robbins, but in what was then the Barbados Fire and Commercial. But it's a good observation, gentlemen. Like Samuel.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sir Samuel.
Sir Samuel.
I have called him that now for years.
Yeah, okay. What about changing it to the most honorable?
I confer that title on him.
Okay. Wonderful.
Algernon would have a better ring.
262 for 6. Here's Warwigan. And it's driven back down the pitch to the bowler. Spectators catch. He's in his 21st over 6 maidens, 9 for 47. And no ball. Thanks very much, Susan. I was looking at your monitor, and I didn't look fast enough to see the outstretched arm of the umpire, Gregory Braffett. A drive back down the pitch again to Warwigan. The Leewards are 263 for 6 in their second innings. 75 overs and 4 balls. 16 overs and 2 balls are left in what is a long day's play. Just gone past 4:30 here at Kensington Oval. A slip on the silly point, and it's driven down to extra cover by Ward. He's been in for 39 minutes, 34 balls for his 12, and Hamilton is captain, 24 off 64 balls with 3 boundaries, 111 minutes. Quickly, we will recap the batsmen dismissed for any late listeners. A drive again, and a spectator's catch into the hands of the short mid-off, and there's no run. Warwigan now completes his 21st over 6 maidens, none for 48. Hodge was caught by Doric off Simmons for 5. Powell was caught, Carter bowled Simmons 27. Carty leg before wicket bowled Braffett 55. Django caught Carter bowled Braffett 1. Thomas caught Doric bowled Harding 112, and Cornwall caught Reefer bowled Harding 10. Those wickets have fallen at 21, 55, 183, 185, 225, and 239. The bowling holder 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. Harding, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 48. Simmons, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. Springer, 1 over, none for 11. Carter, 1 over, none for 9. Warrican, 21 overs, 6 maidens, none for 48. Reefer, 3 overs, none for 23. Graves, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And Craig Braffett, the captain, the 9th bowler used by Barbados, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. I had a couple of WhatsApp in the interim, not trying to break the discussion, but since Andrew had invited messages to be sent in relation to picking the West Indies team, let me read one from one of his family members named David Mason. I think that's a first cousin. All the Masons in St. Philip, especially those from Mason Town, are related. 263 for 6. And this one, Braffett coming back into the attack, stroke down to long off for a single. So Hamilton now on 25, 12 is Ward, 264 for 6. Now, Dr. Tobin, I guess this one will relate to you. And David Mason says, my concern for St. Catherine is that COVID has made things even more difficult, given that the players we were hoping to help enable us back to the top tier are now 2 years older. That is the Bishops, Ken Roy's and Alcinders, referring to Derek Bishop, Ken Roy Williams, and of course Alcinder Holder. I'll continue with the message from David Mason in a minute as Braffett is pushed down to the forward short leg by Ward and there's no run. And he continues, Dr. Toppin, these fellows are not spring chickens by any stretch of the imagination. More after this next delivery from Braffett with a slip on the short leg. And it's down the leg side. He allows it to go through to Dorich, 264 for 6, Ward on 11. And since Braffett is bowling his off breaks and gets through them rather quickly, I will give the last 3 balls and then get back to David Mason's message with concerns about St. Catherine. That should encourage Andrew to soon come in and replace me so that I can have a little water to clear my throat. He's given me this assignment and he's going right in the background to say, do some work, Keith. Well, that will be another discussion for Barry Wilkinson on brass tacks. 264 for 6. Hamilton is 25 and Ward is 12. I miss every word. I have to go on the what do you call it to get that late discussion? You had to listen tonight, or you go on the podcast. Barry, don't you have that recorded so that we can all listen to it at the end of the day's play today while having a drink in the President's Suite? Compliments of Dr. Toppin with Andrew around. I'm told he was blasted today on brass tacks, my friend Andrew. Andrew says they like to talk about him. He's popular. His ratings have gone up. He may be infamous. 264 for 6. Now, the final message, or the remainder of the message from his cousin David Mason, he says these fellows are not spring chickens by any stretch of the imagination. So I do agree with you, we need young quality blood. On another note, a concern, to be honest, with Gladiola now based in St. Philip, it makes it even harder to attract some of the better, younger, to be fair, Ashley Nurse has done a brilliant job over there. So Gladiola based at Rice's. David Mason may add that before Gladiola moved from Dighton Griffith, and before that, when they were named Cable and Wireless, Lime, BT, whatever you want to call them, over at Wildy, that Pickwick, Dr. Toppin's old club, moved from Kensington Oval, went up to Barclays, had a couple of games at UWI Cavil, and have settled in St. Philip as well at Foursquare Oval on the border there with Christchurch. So, do you want to speak about the concerns raised by David Mason, Dr. Toppin? If you don't want, you can withhold your responses. I say responses because I believe you have a little bit to say on that matter. If you don't care to fine with me, 264 for 6.
But to be quite honest, Keith, it's difficult to comment on that because I guess players will drift around. Everybody is 2 years older, and it's going to be a matter of how clubs attract younger talent.
Chance for a run out here at the non-strikers end, but he gets in a single, 265 now for 6, and Hamilton goes on to 26, Ward 12. Sorry about that, Dr. Toppin.
But the last point he would make is, and Ralph could probably back me up, because the former Minister of Sport said that he's going to be building a mini stadium at St. Catherine.
Oh.
Is that true?
I'm not sure of the venue.
I thought St. Catherine was supposed to be one of them.
Yes.
So you should be able to attract some good players.
St. Catherine would be justified in making a claim for an upgrade.
I think so.
It's been one of the clubs with a great spirit.
Well, I hope I haven't spoken out of line, just in case the club names were not mentioned.
I don't know.
It's 265 for 6. This is the 78th over of the Leeward Islands second innings outside of the off-stump Warwican. And the partnership now having realized 26 and an overall lead of 113. After this, 14 overs are left in the day's play. Still waiting on that signal from Andrew, but it's fine with me. I just need a little water to quench the thirst. Lyndon, can you see if you can get a bottle of water for me if any is left? Dr. Toppin, I need you to increase. Sorry? No, like two more minutes and then you can leave.
Keith,
Thank you very much, Lyndon. Yes, sorry, Ralph.
What score will give us a good game here?
I would say 200.
200.
Yeah. To be honest with you, because you never know, it's still a matter of 14 overs to be bowled, or we go down to 5:30. If, for instance, the Leewards were to lose another couple of wickets before getting into 150, somewhere around there. On the last day, I think that Jamar Hamilton can be a vital bowler on this surface.
What about the bigger chap who got out earlier?
Cornwall.
Right. Did I call a different name?
Yeah.
I meant Cornwall.
You meant Cornwall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Sobers.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. You see, that's when the brain is getting tired and Andrew doesn't want me to come off. But Dr. Tomlin, I'm glad that you've said you have 2 more minutes. So the floor is yours now. And we are operating from Worthing.
My final word, Keith, is that I have another one here. This one here is definitely top secret.
Okay.
And I gotta fold it up properly that you don't see.
Well.
Because
I wouldn't eavesdrop. I am going to respect that. And here is that's a fast delivery, pitch short as Graves comes back into the attack. His 9th over went over the head of Hamilton on its way to Dulwich, 265 for 6. So medium fast ball is in operation. Do you care to speak during the over, or do you want to leave it until the end of the over? You say you have 2 minutes.
I don't have any. I finished. I'm finished.
You're finished. You have reeled it up.
Yes. I got to ensure that you don't see this before Suzanne.
So here is Graves into ball to Hamilton. Pitch is short and it's played on the offside.
But she's going to see it soon.
Okay, but I would wish you still to give your summation. Yeah. As far as this interview was concerned and the hope for local cricket in particular in the next couple of months.
Yeah, well, thanks, Keith, for having me here. I think I'm happy to see that we've restarted the 4-day tournament. And I obviously wish Barbados, but I wish all teams the best, and I hope that we get a
drive here, a lovely shot between the extra cover and mid-off for a boundary. A half volley from the medium pacer, Justin Graves. His first over of a new spell, is 9th all told. And with that boundary, the 4th for Hamilton, he goes to 30. Ward is on 12. The partnership now worth 30. 269 for 6, an overall lead of 117 with 13 overs left in the day's play, or we'll finish at 5:30. Yes, Dr. Toppin?
Yes. And finally, I would just say I hope that a superstar emerges from this tournament this year.
Wonderful.
From whichever country, it doesn't matter to me.
Yes.
So let's wait for this ball.
Yes, here is Graves, and he pushes this one a bit uppishly, but safely out to extra cover, and there is no run. Right. 2 balls are left, so you can speak along and then say goodbye.
Yes. So we have, as I said, I think we have some pretty good plans for the coming season.
Yes.
And let's just hope that COVID will allow us. I think we may be starting on the down side of things, and hopefully a new variant doesn't emerge.
Yes.
That would cat spread us again. So with that, I think we have good plans, and our Centre of Excellence and everything should be back up and running. Hopefully the schools will reopen and we can get back on track.
Mr. Rob Thorne, QC, as his former mate at school and as one who comes from the same political party, the ruling party, the Barbados Labour Party, how would you rate his presentation and the hopes in the COVID climate for local cricket to start in a couple months?
As always, much clarity of thought. A lot has gone into the new vision for Barbados cricket. I'm particularly curious about the schools playing with the older people. When I was playing second division cricket a few hours ago, I was playing in the second division with older clubs.
Yes.
Sometimes you wonder if,
as Graves is in again, sorry, Mr. Thorne, played down to fine leg, and they will go through for a single. So the over is now completed, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28. Graves, Leeward's 270 for 6, Hamilton 31. He's the captain, Ward 12. They lead overall by 118 with 4 wickets standing. You were saying, thanks very much, Dr. Toppin. Yes.
Sometimes you wonder about the benefits, Keith, of schoolboys playing with older people. There's a lot of pressure when a schoolboy is playing with older men. But of course, the young boys are fitter. The young boys are actually fitter than the older men, but the older men have the experience, so that there are benefits and there are disadvantages to schoolboys playing with older men. Playing with each other, the standard, they may not be exposed to the quality of cricket that the older men play. And when I talk about quality of cricket, I'm talking about older men who heckle them. That was my experience when I was playing second division cricket as a schoolboy.
Yes.
That there's a greater spirit of competition. When I don't know if it comes down to generational jealousy, but older men playing against young boys seem to have something to prove.
Yeah. Do you know Wendell Spencer?
Wendell Spencer.
Yes, he's Colin Spencer's brother, former police photographer,
bowling sharp. Oh yes, of course.
Mr. Spencer, you're calling my phone, but I'm live on here. I'll call you back, sir. Yes, Rob, in all honesty, it's been a privilege speaking with you, but I'm going to leave you with your close buddy. I hope you represent him well.
But you're my close buddy too, Keith.
Yeah, precisely, but I'm in a different league, and after what I heard happened today, I don't know if he may be desirous of coming to you, because he said that he listened back to some of the tapes and he was murdered on VOB today. So let him, I hope you defend him well if he decides to go to litigation. Mr. Mason, come in and finish the ball-by-ball commentaries, please. Are you asking Roland Butcher to do the ball-by-ball commentaries? Oh, he's the analyst, so oh, okay, so another word from Roland Butcher and Rob Thorne, and then to take you to the close, the man of the day, Andrew Mason.
Yes, and with 79 overs gone, the Leeward's fighting here. 269 for 6 as we're going to welcome back Andrew Mason, who will perhaps take us through to the close.
Roland, I was asking all the others all afternoon, what is the score you think would give us a good game here? Because we do want a good game.
Yes, you do.
We have a lead of 113, I think he said just now. For the sake of cricket, what lead would you like to see?
Well, I think
for the sake of a good game.
And this delivery from Carter is very slow outside the off stump, also too wide. And Hamilton Ward decided not to have anything to do with that delivery. Late in the day, and 269 for 6. Hamilton is on 30, Ward on 12, and Jonathan Carter operating from the Joel Garner end. He comes in now to bowl to Ward, and Ward's on the front foot, defends that ball to shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Carter bowling with one slip and a gully, a very fine gully. In actual fact, would be about a 4 slip if there were other slips in place. He's got a man out at point. I'm not quite sure on the point boundary. I'm not quite sure why that is relevant at this point, because Ward is only on 12. I thought single would be important. Carter in bowls, and this one's turned off his pads, down to fine leg. The fielder comes in off the boundary. Looks like Simmons, and he gets an easy single. Takes the score onto 271. Brings Hamilton on the strike. Let's see if the field will change. Absolutely not. There's still a slip in the gully. Shortish extra cover mid-off. Man on the cover boundary. Mid-on, mid-wicket. A man on the deep square leg boundary. And also a fine leg. As Carter runs away from us now. Passes the umpire. Bowls, and this is outside the off stump. On this occasion, the batsman reaches forward, raises the bat above his head, allows that one to go through low to the keeper, and there is no runs.
You know, Roland, what I'm here thinking, 271 is quite a good second inning score, and you reflect that this game swung with a good partnership in Barbados' middle order.
Yeah, I think what is important, Ralph, is that they try to get them out this evening, and this delivery is driven hard back along the pitch. Carter does very well. He's a good fielder off his bowling, completes the field, and that's also the end of that over. 271 for 6, Hamilton 31, Ward on 13. We've now had some 80 overs bowled, and now we joined by Andrew Mason.
Yes, nice to see you.
And Andrew, I wanted to ask you, after all those licks, I was not surprised to see my colleague here, Mr. Ralph Thorne, arrive at that moment. I was. Did you make a call?
No.
Or was it Barry Wilkinson thinking ahead?
Well, I don't know what licks you're talking about. 271 for 6. No one has told me anything at all. Well, it looks as if it's going to be Graves, who really to me has bowled well enough to have picked up a wicket. I shall look at what has happened so far in the day's play. 271 for 6. Hamilton is firmly entrenched now. He's playing a captain's knock. He's got 32. Ward has joined him, and this is an important partnership. They've added 32. Ward is on 12. Here is a delivery from Graves, which is on the line of the leg stump, tipped off the hip down towards long leg by Hamilton for single to go to 33. And Ward comes to the strike. He's on 12 with Archibald, Henry, and Louis to come. The lead is 120. I would think the Leewards would love to get to maybe 200. On the last day, you never know. This has been a tremendous fight back by them, because at the start of the third day, I'm sure that many would have said, look, the Leewards are going to fall. Would it be a meek surrender? That has not been the case by any stretch of the imagination. Here we go. As Graves comes in and bowls to Ward. Ward is flashing outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Short outside the off stump. Eyes open very wide, looking to play the ball square. And it went very close to the outside edge, taken by the keeper. But I think when we look at this gentleman, this has been a very good response.
Yeah.
Overall, 120 for 6. Barbados still with the advantage. But at the last day, you never know. Roland Butcher and Ralph Thorne, QC, MPQC, and of course Attorney General in waiting. 272 for 6. Had to slip that in.
Andrew, I was noticing in the last over, something seemed to be developing between Graves and
yes.
I think it was Hamilton.
Yes.
Gave him a bounce to the first ball.
Yes, he did.
And then he got his revenge in ball 3 with a exquisite drive to the low off boundary.
I know.
And I'm watching how he's coming in at these players. He looks really busy at this time of day.
He does, yes.
And he's coming on the body quite a lot.
Yes, and he's fit. I mean, he's a good bowler. Yeah, and he's also an underrated cricketer in my view. 272 for 6. Hamilton 33. Ward has got 12. And the partnership is 33. The lead is 120. This is over number 81. Here's Graves as he continues now to bowl to Ward, who's on 12, and to this delivery. He's allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Drop it in front of the keeper, so the pace is completely out of this now. Let's look back at what happened today. As you will recall, the Leeward's 172 innings closed. Barbados replied 324 with a very healthy lead of 152 in the first innings, and batting the second time in deficit by 152. They are now 272 for 6, which represents a much better reply. In fact, they've added another 100 runs to their first innings score. Here's the ball pitched up full by Graves and played away down towards that mid-on area. Didn't put it away Ward might have just played slightly across. He rehearses the shot now. Hits the bottom of the mat, goes up towards mid-on for the captain of the Barbados side to come across to collect it, and there's no run. Now, Hodge was caught Dowridge ball by Simmons for 5. Powell caught Carter ball Simmons 27. And it was Carty leg before to the bowling of Brathwaite 55. As Django was the next man to go. Here's a delivery outside the off stump. The batsman nibbles at it, bowled by Graves, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. The batsman being Ward, and that was pretty close to the outside edge. So we are coming down the home stretch on the third day with another 11 overs left. It's been a very interesting day, and I would think this last maybe under an hour left in the day's play. Two things we can look at. Firstly, Barbados looking to prize a couple more wickets. On the other hand, the Leewards, gentlemen, looking at, and hoping that these two will bat until the end and come back tomorrow and try to get that lead up to 200 or more.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the Leewards, their sole concern really today would be to get to close the play without any further damage. That gives them a chance tomorrow of perhaps saving the game.
Here's Carter in bowls to the captain, who's played responsibly. Hamilton just comes forward to one of the off stump, pushes down towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to collect it. There's no run. So we got as far as Django, caught Carter, bowled Brathwaite 1. And the man of the day, Thomas, wonderful knock. He got a half century in the first innings, and this has been a good game for him. He got 112. Here's Carter in bowls. The ball pitched up and driven. The bowler picks it up and hits the batsman, cock in the arm, and actually throwing it, hitting it in hitting the midriff of the batsman. Thought he might have been out of his crease. But let's look at the work of Thomas. 6 first-class 100. He's 32 now, and he was eventually out, and it was a caught by Dowridge off Harden for 112 on the second attempt as well, diving to his right. Here's Carter, comes up now to bowl to Hamilton. Hamilton is forward and drives firmly through mid-on, and a good save by the field at mid-on, just a single. It was going down the slope, ball pitched up, and it was driven away, diving across the left to make the stop. That was good work by a goalkeeper representing Barbados at the junior level. Had that gone past him, it would have been 4 runs.
Andrew,
of course, you're talking about Keon Harden.
Andrew represented Barbados at the senior level.
Senior level. So 273 for 6. Yeah, it's a goalkeeper. Here is Carter. Comes up now and bowls. This ball is out. Wrapped in the pads of the pill, and he's gone. So Carter gets the wicket. There was a batsman, neither forward nor back, struck on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. Umpire Brathwaite had a look at that. So just before the close, Ward goes leg before to Carter, who in my view has been on the ball. I think the captain, because his first over 2 was a bit short, but he's a good enough bowler, and only to be in his third over, I think something is wrong with that. But he's come into the attack. He's an underrated bowler, getting rid of Ward for 12. And as we head towards the end of day 3, what an important wicket to get. Is now 273 for the loss of 7. As we look at the monitor, have a look at that. Roland Butcher and Ralph Thorne. Of course, David Green will bring it to you again, as we see on the telly, as they say, Ward walking off. But an important scalp to get before the close. 273 for the loss of 7. First of all, Ralph Thorne. Good wicket, Ralph.
Yeah, from the time I saw it, I thought he was out. And I wanted to compare that with a wicket Brathwaite got earlier today. I was watching it.
Have a look at it in the monitor there. Tell me, gentlemen.
Yeah, pretty much out.
That looked plumb.
Pretty much out.
It would have missed the off stump, missed the leg stump, gone into the middle.
Yeah. I thought that Hawkeye might have undone Brathwaite's LBW today. True. He was coming from around the wicket.
Yeah.
And there was every chance that it pitched outside
the leg stump.
Yeah, I thought so.
That would have been a consideration. In fact, I got a WhatsApp from an umpire as well, and he reckoned that it might have started outside the land of the leg stump.
I thought so. But that's cricket.
Yeah, that's cricket.
Luck plays a big part in it.
So,
but this one was pretty adjacent.
Yeah, very adjacent. And good work by David Green and his wonderful staff. No batsman to come is Jeremiah Louis, who didn't bat in the first innings. So here we go.
Oh, he was the missing man?
Yeah, he was the missing man. Here's Carter as he comes in to bowl to Louis and bowls to Louis. Louis is forward.
Oh, he looks good.
Looks good. He's a good little player. One would have thought he might have gone on when he came onto the scene.
In the first innings?
Apparently he wasn't well. He wasn't well at all.
Well,
and
That is a shot of a man who seems well.
Yeah, yes. So it means he's recovered, maybe with the good old Bajan food he's gotten from the BCA.
Good straight bat, Andrew.
Oh, yes, he's a useful player. In he comes. This is Carter. Shallow alongside him, comes up and bows to Louis. Solid comes to the line and plays a bit of a Ralph Thorne.
Let's hope he's not flattering us with those first two shots.
So the end of a fine over from Carter, an over in which he got the wicket of Ward. At the end of it, Hamilton is 34. Louis hasn't scored as yet. 273 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, and Carter, as you know, he's the sort of guy that, you know, when nothing's happening, he makes something happen. He goes wicket to wicket. And really, that was a poor judgment by Ward. I mean, someone like Jonathan Carter, really, you should always be thinking to get on the front foot. There's no great pace. Shouldn't be surprised by the short ball. And Ward get caught on the crease playing back.
Roland, I was noticing that when he was facing Graves, he wasn't coming out. And I think it may have been the short ball that Graves bowled to Hamilton that made him apprehensive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's been very apprehensive against Carter. Really, you've got to be getting forward, and even if he bowls it short, you've still got time to go back. But once you play it back to that length, and Carter's always doing something with the ball. It's either going away from the batsman, the right hander, or it's nipping back.
We were finding a lot of words today to say he looked frightened.
But
the rabbit in the headlights.
Yeah. There are 3 sips in place now for Louis and Justin Graves. 10 overs and 1 ball, 1 made, none for 30. And in he comes on his way to bowl to Louis, and to this delivery, Louis is hitting the ball away down to the backward square area. We'll get 1, we'll get a second, and may even contemplate the 3rd here. No, he won't. There's a return is about to come in. Left-handed return from Simmons to the base of the stumps. Moving from long leg to backward square. Didn't hit it very well. Didn't time it.
Is he an all-rounder, Andrew?
Who's this? Louis? Yeah, he's supposed to be an all-rounder. In fact, a couple of years ago, he came to Barbados and destroyed Barbados. He got 6. He's a good cricketer.
Yeah,
good cricketer. Yeah.
Not too bad at all.
And I think every run is important here.
And I think if he didn't bat in the first innings, they certainly missed him.
Yeah, that extra 20 or 30 runs.
Yes.
Now the backward square is gone in, which is interesting, as it's the action continuing, as it's going to be Graves to continue. 276 for the loss of 7. Louis goes to 2. He's off the mark now. And with him, Hamilton is on 35. This has been a responsible now. Here is Graves, comes in to bowl to Louis. Into this delivery, Louis forward, straight back, up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up.
He does a little dance.
Yeah, he does a little bit of a dance, yes. A Catitian dance, of course, Sugar City. Port Zante, I love to go there when I go. And in fact, if you want to shop for drinks, you'll enjoy the wonderful duty-free shopping in that wonderful country. It's Louis on 2, and with him is Hamilton, who's from Anguilla. He's on 35. Here's Graves, comes up now and bowls to Louis into this delivery, short, and he swings the ball away. Where's that gone? Split in the field, 4 runs, down towards that backward square position, short of a length, and there's a man at long leg, and he split the field, and he gets 4 runs. These runs are important here, Roland Butcher. He goes to 6, the lead goes to 128, 280 for 7.
Yeah, and Louis showing good technique for a low order batsman. He's prepared to get forward when the ball is pitched up, and he's not afraid to take on the short ball. There's 2 men back set for that, and he controlled that one quite well.
The backward square is in quite a bit. Is he in the right position there?
Well, I think they're trying to adjust it now. He was squarer than that.
Right, he was. So where should he be, Roland Butcher, in your view?
Well, he's just, I think the slowness of the pitch, I think he needs to be more in front.
Oh,
he's also shielding his eyes from the sun.
Oh, he is indeed,
yes. But I think he was also trying to get the captain.
Also as well, the backward point is going to go to the boundary now. So that's interesting. But that's a modern day thing, you know, Roland.
That's the top edge.
Yeah, here he comes. Graves, he's up and bows to Louis. Louis forward, edges down to 3rd man. More runs. They'll get 2. So running across to pick it up just about now that's Harden. He's a good athlete, moving to his left from backward point to 3rd man. And Louis back for 2nd. So he goes to 8 now. It's 282 for 7. Let's continue to tell you about the lead. It's now up to 130. This has been a very, very good response overall 130 for 7. You still think Barbados with the advantage, but you never know when you start to get past on the last day 175, 180, up to 200.
I would
begin
think
to
180,
wonder.
Andrew. 180
I would think
is
so.
giving us a fairly good game.
I would think so as well. With Cornwall, your favorite cricketer, bowling tomorrow. We
Yes,
shall see
yes.
on a Saturday. Of course, after you go Bridgetown early morning, of course, you go over and everything like the mighty Gabby and come to Kensington Oval. Here we go, as this delivery is on the line of the leg stump, bowled by Graves, coming right across the stump, says Louis, pushing up towards mid-on, looking pretty comfortable already at the end of that over. Louis is on 8. Hamilton 35 is 282 for 7, which is the latest score at Kensington. Roland.
And Leeward's continue to frustrate the Barbados attack. The pitch is still very good. So as a tail ender, you can still bat on this pitch and provide a little bit of support for the more accomplished batsman.
Roland
in
Hamilton is having a problem?
Probably just changing his... Doesn't seem to be a lot of concern. Is he just changing his pads, or is he...
No, he has the umpire's attention.
Yeah, he does, yes. And yes, he's undressing for the public as well. He's gonna. Yeah, he seems to be okay now.
I think he's doing something to his boots, isn't he?
Yes. So something is wrong with his boots. It would appear. But let's hope he's all right. This player very responsible, not Jamal Hamilton, and it's not a bad leader tactically. I think. I thought he handled the side well as the two Barbadian batsmen approached hundreds yesterday.
I think he's either removing studs or inserting them.
Yeah. Okay.
Into his boot.
Yes, and of course we can look at the stream thanks to our very good friend Mr. David Green, and everything seems to be right. Umpire Brafford is up there having a little word with him. We've got another 9 overs left in today's pitch, 282 for 7. Yes, Ron.
Andrew, as an opening batsman, Roland would want to tell us why he would be making an adjustment to the studs in his boot.
Well, that's a hard one because you surely on this type of surfaces.
Oh, he gave them to the umpire as well?
Yeah, I think he took some there. I
see. Well, he's settling now, and here's Card as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to him, and he's forward to one of the off-stump. Good length, pushes up towards that extra cover area. There's no one. Carl is just bowling his 4th over, and I think he's been seriously on the ball. And I think because the first over was a bad one, he didn't bowl him. But I think in these circumstances, you need a Carter. He is an underrated cricketer, and he bowled beautifully in the first innings, I thought. And he comes again on his way to bowl to Hamilton. Hamilton is on the back foot, pushes out towards cover. There's no run. Springer, right, fleet of foot comes across to make the stop move into his left. The score is kept in 282 for 7. I've always felt that Carter is that kind of a bowler to come in to pick up a wicket for you. Underrated. And also clever with his variety. And I thought pulled things back for Barbados yesterday and got wickets. In fact, we look at his figures in the first innings in a moment. And he comes again to bowl to Hamilton, who's 35. He goes past the umpire, bowls Hamilton. Hamilton is guiding the ball away, down towards that backward point area for 1. Will he come back for the 2nd? No, he won't. Yes, they will now. Bit of a fumble by the field out there, very sloppy out there. Looks a bit tired. That's Shamar Holder. And they will get a run for that.
Andrew, on day 1, you had a very lively discussion as to the absence of a spinner.
Yes.
And I'm here sitting thinking, in the old days, you would have put 2 spinners on these batsmen and plugged away.
And particularly, when you look at the history, Barbados would always particularly against the Windwards, 2 spinners, and the Leewards as well. It was a rather interesting selection. Carter comes in and bowls, the ball pitched up, driven into the offside for a run. The return comes in, doesn't hit the stumps, as the fielder in that position comes across to pick it up. And that is Springer, and they will get a run. So these are runs in the offside. I wonder if Captain Brathwaite may just tighten the field, bring the man from backward point, and just have that extra cover mid-off. They're not trying anything now, and these are precious runs, and I'm not sure it's necessary to have the backward point, but he's got the field in now. I think we're going to make the adjustment and have that cover, the mid-off, and the short extra cover now. 285 for 7. Hamilton is on 38. Louis is on 8. Partnership already of 12, but they're precious runs here. Here's Carl as he starts his run again. Comes up now on his way, he's in, and bowls to Louis. Louis is forward and pushes the ball away with a very broad bat as broad as Monkey Hill in St. Kitts.
You see, that's the problem, Andrew. Further to your discussion in the first innings, you have 5 medium pacers who are all coming at you at the same speed.
Samey bowlers, yes.
And,
well, it'll be interesting what they do.
Saying earlier, try something. Have a spinner who can toss it in.
Here's Carter, comes in now to bowl to Louis. Louis is on the back foot to one, which is on that middle stump, but no problems. Pushes down to mid wicket, there's no run. Hamilton 38, Louis on 8, it's 285 for 7. Barry Wilkinson in the back there along with Erskine King. We can hear them. Wonder what he's talking about there, Mr. King. 285 for 7. And of course, Ralph Thorne, you should know Erskine King very well. You're from the same party.
Very well.
Yeah?
I answered too early. I was answered very well.
Indeed, yes. All right. But I hope I got that right, Ralph.
Erskine and I do know each other very well.
Yes.
In a good way, by the way.
In a good way, yes. Erskine King is the long-standing director of the...
As to the discussion about a lack of variation here.
Right.
At this time of day, if you have medium pacers coming at you and everybody's bowling the same way, it becomes easy.
Yeah, it shouldn't bother you.
Yeah.
It shouldn't bother you at all. And, you know, these are the little periods where, you know, players batting would like to sneak another 10, 15 runs, get it up to maybe it's 150.
Work the ball around.
You're tired. And this is sometimes when you have to change your tactics and just get the field tight. And sometimes I don't see that. And I know, you know, people sometimes criticize me for these things, but I just sometimes wonder why we get it wrong in terms of the basics of the
Andrew,
game.
it may be the composition of the team.
Yeah.
As you were saying on day one, you probably needed 2 spinners.
Oh, yes, clearly. I mean, they did. They've got Brathwaite who can bowl a bit. And the new ball has been taken, thanks to Susan Bell for telling me that. So after 84 overs, the new ball has been taken. And I shall ask Roland Butcher, would you have taken the new ball, Roland?
Well, yes, I mean, because, you know, you've got a tail ender in Louis. You know, Hamilton, okay, he's there, but, you know, a much harder, newer ball late in the day. You know, you're hoping to get the breakthrough now. You know, even if they survive, you know, tomorrow the ball is still going to be relatively new. So you got to take a chance to get some wickets tonight.
Two bites of the cherry, because we've got, 8 overs left. So it should still be relatively new. So this is going to be an important period. The weather is good in Bridgetown. And what time is it now? It's 14 minutes past 5. So it's going to be interesting. I think
not that Barbados needs to panic, Andrew.
Right.
I mean, there's no need for panic. But I mean, we want a good game.
Yeah, you do.
We want a good game.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'd like to see these two batsmen. Batters, I'm told.
Are you coming tomorrow, Ralph? You're not going to be campaigning tomorrow. There's no need to do that.
I would like to come in the afternoon. That's why I want this game to. That's why I want the Leewards to give us about 250.
Yeah. Ooh,
yes, and
that's a lot.
I feel we could be here in the
afternoon.
And so
here's Holder with the second new ball. Comes in to bowl to Hamilton, and Hamilton is getting one down the leg side, and the ball didn't carry to the keeper, Roland Butcher. Keeper having to move to his left. The other thing too, what do you think, Roland? Do you think tomorrow the pitch may keep a bit low? What are your expectations? Can you tell me, Roland?
I mean, the odd ball will keep low. You know, the pitch still looks a pretty good one. Once you get in, you know, it is possible to stay there. But as you know, a fourth day pitch, you will expect on a fourth day pitch that some deliveries will keep relatively low.
The lead is 133, and with the second new ball is Holder. Comes in to bowl to Hamilton, 38. He's in and bowls, and a good delivery on that off stump. Coming forward, I think Hamilton is very happy now to just see out the rest of the day. And he pushes in front of him. There are 2 slips and a gully. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's an extra cover, saving 1. There's a mid-off, there's a mid-on. There's a man about 20 meters inside the backward square boundary and a long leg. So we've given you the field placings. 2 batsmen, they converge in mid-pitch. We'll have a discussion. The shadows are already lengthening now, as we look forward to the end of the day 3. Holder comes in again to bowl to Hamilton. Hamilton is turning the ball away, needing the onside. That was on the leg stump, just working the ball away. This very risky shot for a single. Holder would want to get that ball on top of the off stump, and it was just picked off, really, down to backward square for 1. So with that single, Hamilton goes to 39, is he? And Louis is on 8. It's 286 for 7. Yes, Roland.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, Andrew, that I would give Carter the new ball.
You would give him the new ball. Okay.
I would let Carter bowl
the new ball.
With this time with a new ball.
Interesting.
Because I think he would have a good enough or better chance.
And he looked a little more nippy than the others.
I think what happened early, as I said, his first over went for, I think, let's have a look at that. His first over went for 9. I think the captain, said, and that happens sometimes with captains, but I think the captain, in my view, should have been looking at what you expect from Carter. And I would suggest that at 286 for 7, with a Carter in your side, he cannot be bowling 4 overs. I think he's much better than that. Do you agree with that, Roland?
Yeah, I think in these circumstances, particularly when things were going well for the batting side,
I agree.
He does make things happen.
I like Carter as a bowler, clever, and gets the ball to do a bit as well. Here is Holder, comes up now, he's into bowl to Louis, and Louis is getting one past the keeper. A little nudge onto that, I believe that's the umpire runs. It was a ball outside the leg stump, the keeper, would have had to dive a long way across to catch that, but it is into the boundary, and again Holder's line is not right, it's outside the leg stump, and it's picked away. 290 for 7, 4 to Louise, into double figures. Let's continue to keep our eyes in the lead, Roland Butcher. It goes to 138.
Yeah, badly line delivery there, and should be meat and drink for a batsman like that. He's only got to get something on it, and just exactly what he did. Got it very fine. There's a fine leg, but
there's a fine. It couldn't get across.
No chance of getting across.
Well, here is Holder again, operating from the southern end, on his way to bowl to Louis, who is on 12, goes past the umpire, bowls to Louis. Louis is back, and that's what is banged in short, pushes up towards that mid-on area. Good pace.
Andrew, I was about to
ask. No run. Yes.
I was about to ask Roland, at this time of day with a new ball, what are you asking Holder to do? You're asking for the short ball, you're asking him to bowl the Yorker. What are you asking him to do at this time of day?
You'd be asking him really to bowl length. You've got 2 slips in the gully. You don't want to soften up the ball too much by just keep banging it in the turf.
Well, here we go. As Holder again starts to move, and last ball of his over, he's up and bows to Louis, and Louis is getting one once again. It goes down towards the long leg area, and that was outside the leg stump again. The line has not been that good. He's strayed and has been punished. It goes down to long leg for 1 to end the over. At the end of it, with another 7 to go. What a day it has been for the Leewards. 291 for 7. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Shoulders are drooping, Andrew.
Yep.
Yeah, they battled well today. Excellent innings by Thomas. He's had a good match. I thought he was good in the first innings. He was even better in the second innings. And Andrew, he certainly he's setting a marker at the start of this series. As you know, there's just a couple of games before they pick the side for the first test, and he couldn't have done any better.
Yep, you're right.
You got your goalkeeper taking in your ball.
So you reckon that Thomas will be in contention? You reckon that?
Well, I mean, listen, if he goes in the next game and he does, I mean, his name has to be discussed in the squad. Because you want people who are in form,
right?
In playing. So he really. He's been around the team recently, so he's not someone new.
Right.
And if he comes in with form, you'll have to look at him.
Well, it's going to be Harden to bowl to Louis. He's up to the wicket. He's in, bowls to Louis. Louis gets one, which is turned fine. The line is not good. It's just on that leg stump down to long leg. Simmons comes across to collect it, and the batsmen have time for a single. The lead is 140 now, and a partnership, although small, important. It's 19, and after Barbados got rid of Ward, they might have been looking to just wrap up the tail. That has not been the case. Louis can bat. I've seen Archibald, he can bat a bit. Don't know too much about Henry, but this is a side that when you look at it from Hodge right down to Archibald, they can bat. 292 for the loss of 7, and we must compliment those who prepared this pitch, because I think it's a good cricket pitch. 292 for the loss of 7. Here's Harden. As he starts his run, he's operating from the northern end, comes in to bowl to Hamilton, who's 39. He's forward and drives out to cover, not the full-blooded drive, and the ball is picked up by Mosley. So let's look at the field, Roland. But do you like it? You got two slips?
I'm not too happy with a deep square leg and a man on the point boundary.
No,
I've got my fastest bowler operating late in the day with 6-7 overs remaining. The batsmen are not going to go on the attack.
No.
They're about survival.
Yeah. Here is Harden, comes up now to bowl to Hamilton. This Livy Hamilton is off the back foot, punches the ball away down to that backward point area for a single, which really should not be had at this stage. But you know, when you criticize that, people say you don't like cricketers and all. That's a basic mistake. I mean, it's a new ball. Batsmen are looking to survive. Why are you giving the batsman a single with a feeling on the backward point boundary? Why are you doing that? 293 for loss of 7. I don't understand it.
Andrew.
Yes, very long indeed.
The shadows are very long.
Yeah, they are indeed. And may get longer. 293 for 7. Here is Harden as he starts to move in again. This time he's going to bowl to Louis. He's up to the wicket now. He's in and bowls to Louis, and Louis is forward. Look at that, Ralph Thorne, just coming under the front foot. Looks a good picture and just plays it down to mid off. He can bat a bit.
Yes, he can.
A couple of years ago, people felt that by now he would have been, somewhere around the West Indies. But he hasn't really come on. In fact, 3 years ago, he came to Barbados. He got 6 wickets in a game that the Leewards won. And it was a very good performance from him, Jeremiah Louis. He's got a Dominican connection. In fact, his father from Dominica. I had a chance to meet him when I was there. In fact, I actually had some wonderful dinner at his house, and I had a chance to meet Louis. He's quite an interesting personality. He's on the back foot and steers the ball away into the offside, as this one is pitched up and leaving the batsman, bowled by Harden. It goes down to that square cover. There's no run. It's 293 for loss of 7. Hamilton is on 40 and Louis is on 40. Yes,
Andrew, and he has a brother who's around the team as well. Mikel, Louis, who is also around the team, close to selection.
And when he came to Barbados, he was nippy and he got the ball to move around and can bat. There's no doubt about it. As we've seen so far, good technique. Here's Harden. Once again, comes in to bowl to Louis. Into this delivery, Louis is allowed the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. It was full and wide, and he just said, I won't go after that. I want to come back tomorrow. The ball is taken by Dowrich. So as we come down the home stretch on this, the third day of a tremendous battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride, it's 293 for 7, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Excellent second innings score, Roland.
Yeah, good performance by
293.
The Leeward Hurricanes. I mean, if they're if you score 300 in a day, which they'll actually do,
and in the second innings,
it's not often that in our cricket you get 300 in a day. So they played their part. Just that first innings deficit was, was big.
Built on one partnership.
But they have done well.
Well, interestingly enough, the new ball was taken. It seems as if you're going to have spin. Is it because of the light, you reckon? Yes, it's going pretty quickly, so I suppose the captain reckons now that, look, I'm going to bring my left arm spin in, and we see what happens.
That's what I was hinting at, Andrew, when I told you the shadows are long.
Yes, indeed.
And I was wondering how long the fast bowlers could continue.
Okay. Well, Barry Wilkinson comes a call in. He tends to get wickets, and we'll see what happens here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm going to leave you for the final time today. Thanks, Ralph Thorne, for coming through.
My pleasure.
Good to see you. Looking as young as tomorrow. Yes, please come after your campaign in the morning. In fact, Ralph Thorne, I'm told, your PR man, Barry Wilkinson, tells me you're going to be campaigning what area? In the Oystons here. Ralph Thorne's going to be in Oystons tomorrow campaigning. 293 for 7. Yes, Oystons, a wonderful place. And I understand you've got big plans for Oystons. Is that right, Ralph? All right, tell me tomorrow. I'll just do this last ball before Barry comes a call in. Here's the delivery, which is almost like a medium pace delivery from the left arm spinner. And just coming forward and just blocking it is the captain on 40. That's Hamilton. 293 for 7. Lyndon Yard is with us. Lyndon, hello to you. After you, it's going to be Barry Wilkinson. I'll just do this next delivery, as this one is beating the batsman outside the line. The off stump coming forward, well bowled there by the left arm spinner, beating Hamilton, who comes down to prod at the pitch. 293 for 7. Here's Lyndon, and then to take it to the close, it's going to be Barry.
Yes, I heard you talking about hairstyles yesterday. And when I see Warwick, and do you recall the first cricketer who came to Barbados with that hairstyle?
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you a clue. I think he was from the Leewards too. Heath would know this one.
With that hairstyle.
Victor Eddy, was it? Victor Eddy, that's correct.
Yeah, from St. Kitts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And I remember it created quite a stir around Kensington. Yeah.
Victor would only love to have that much hair now.
Oh, really?
I know he's listening. Hello to you, Victor, there listening in St. Kitts. So it's going to be Warwick now to continue to bowl to Hamilton, the captain, who showed some responsibility with his batting. He's got 40 from 97, 4 fours. Usually he's a bit more attacking, but I think he sensed the situation very well. And he's given his team a big chance with a lead now of 141. Louis got 14. And they seem to be attacking a bit more now because they're bringing, they fielded there from the point boundary, and they're bringing a short leg and a silly mid-off. You agree with that, Lyndon Yard?
A smart move at this hour.
Here comes the left arm spin of Warwick and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton is on the front foot and again defends, plays the ball into the onside, and there is no run. We've just got about 5 overs left, and then we should have a day's play. It's been a very full day. Congrats to the Leewards. They really made a game of this and played very well. Thomas with 100. This delivery again on the line of the off stump and played out to cover. The run, there's no run, and the over ends with the Leeward Islands 293 for 7. A lead of 141. Hamilton 40. Louis has 14. The latest score here at Kensington Oval. As we look forward to what should be a very enticing day on day number 4. Anything is possible, but I would
300 would be a psychological boost for the Leewards.
Yeah, and they'll most likely get that 300, but the lead is the most important thing here, Ralph. Anything above 175.
That 150
anything
area,
above 175 is going to be
is a good
a
number
very
to
good
go
game.
in at.
Yeah.
And you would perhaps favour someone like a Rakeem Cornwall, who I reckon is going to do a lot of bowling in the second innings.
What I would have loved to see here, Barry, this second new ball. I personally would have given the new ball to Graves. Of all the balls that I've seen
from
fast boot
that end or this end?
From that end.
For the Malcolm Marshall end.
Yeah.
Well, this is the Joe Garner end, and here comes Keon Hardin and bowls to Louis, and Louis on this occasion is defending into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips in a gully, a backward point and a cover. There is a mid-on, a backward square leg on the boundary, and there's also a fine leg, short leg as well.
Barry, I wanted to ask Lyndon, why that end? Why?
I find from that end, he's found his rhythm and length perfect from the end in both innings, both the first innings and
for
this
the
innings
from Marshall end.
From the Marshall end, yeah.
Here comes the blonde-haired Hardin again, and bowls a delivery that's full, but defended, blocked by Louis. Andrew Mason was correct in his assessment about, 4 years ago, I think it was. Louis came here, he got wickets and runs. I think he got 8 wickets, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got an 8-wicket haul.
Yeah, he got an 8-wicket haul.
8-wicket haul.
He had a good game.
Many people were saying at that stage they thought that he would have gone further. He actually he was picked in a West Indies team, but he didn't play. I think he was picked in a squad, but he didn't stick in the 11. But he had that kind of talent and ability, both with bat and ball. This delivery, he's beaten on the front foot. The ball dies on the way to Dulwich outside the line, the off stump.
That one kept a bit low, Barry.
Very low. The bounce there was not as even as I was discussing earlier.
And that's what made it total interesting for the last day.
Yes,
that will create that uncertainty with the batsman.
Yes,
that would actually give them some jitters.
And it inspired them to have a conversation.
Correct.
As I look over to the beach section, the party section, they still left the jet skis there, perhaps for the test match coming in the middle of March. I hope the security here is good at night. Here comes Hardin, and the passes the umpire on bowls again. A short ball dies on the way to the keeper, and it's also a no ball, or is that just signaling something?
Just making a signal.
Oh, it's okay. It's just making.
Barry, I hope the BCA didn't intend that to be a secret.
They're not showing it on the. They're not showing it on the stream. Well, put it this way: if you're coming to stealing that in the middle of the night, you better bring some water.
I was very amused when Lyndon asked Andrew yesterday if he dug the potatoes at midday or midnight.
Here comes Hardin in again and bowls, and this delivery is full. Wow, down the leg side. Good effort stopping it there from Shane Dulwich, but he was unable to cup it. But he did stop it from going for 4 byes, because I don't see the umpire signaling anything. Oh, he signals the byes, yeah. So it would have gone for 4 byes had he not stopped that. So well done, Shane Dowrich. How does he look in your opinion, Ralph? You haven't seen Dowrich in a while. How does he look in your opinion?
I was pleasantly surprised. I was pleasantly surprised. You mean with batting or keeping?
Well, both.
I didn't see a lot of him keeping. Actually.
But his batting was very eye-catching.
The batting was good. I saw a bit of it yesterday, and it was a pleasant surprise because he'd gone out with a total loss of confidence.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Many thought that was it.
Yes.
But he's only. So. I was always confident. He's only 30. He's still very much a young man. Shamar Brooks made his debut at 31. He's already got a big start. He's got 3 centuries already in Test cricket. Here comes Harden now and bowls to the captain Hamilton. Hamilton gets the delivery. That's down the leg side. There's Dowrich called into action again.
And Harden is down on his haunches.
Down on his stomach.
Seemed to have lost his footing.
And that's play. That's the end of play on day number 3 in this enthralling contest between the Leeward Island Hurricanes, who have really batted tremendously well. Full credit to them.
Day 3 to Leewards, Barry.
Day 3 to Leewards. Who will day 4 go to? Someone, because this game will not end in a draw.
No,
unless it's rain, of course. But someone will win this game. And let me tell you, it could be the Leewards or it could be Barbados. At this stage, the Leewards have got some momentum. They finished the day leading by 142. The Leewards all told 294 for 7. With the captain Hamilton, a very responsible knock on for 40. Louis is unbeaten on 14, but it was built around that partnership of 128 between Casey Carty and Devon Thomas. So let me give you the scorecard. Hodge was caught Dowrich off of Simmons for 5. Paul was caught Carter off of Simmons for 27. Carty was LBW to Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite for 55. He brought the partnership. Devon Thomas caught Dowrich Will Harden for 112. 140 balls he faced, 17 fours. Amir Jangu was caught by Carter off of Brathwaite for 1. Hamilton comes down out on 40. Rakeem Cornwall, after a couple of lusty boundaries, was caught by Reef off of Harding for 10. Terrence Ward was LBW to Carter for 12. Louis is unbeaten on 14. Archibald and Henry to come. And we've had some 9 bowlers rotated. Shamar Holder, 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 58. Harden, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 50. Simmons, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. Springer, 1 over, costing 11 runs. Carter, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. Warrican has bowled the most of the overs, 23, 7 maidens, none for 49. Reefer, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 23. Graves, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 38. And Brathwaite, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. 294 for 7, a lead of 142. It's all set for enthralling day on day number 4. Comments from yourself, Lyndon Yard, and then final comments from Ralph Thorne.
Yes, I dare that the Leeward Island Hurricane will be very happy to have gone through the day without being bowled out, which gives them a fighting chance, not only of trying to save the game, but they now can throw the pressure open, throw the game open to Barbados. You've got a lead of 142, you would probably want 150 at the start of the day. Having to erase a deficit of 152. They went about it purposely, and the positive batting of Devon Thomas, he played really well for that 100, and that's the difference between the two sides. He took the fight to the Barbados attack, who I thought were not as effective as it needed to be. The line of concentration was outside the off stump. However, the boundary balls that came were the balls that were straightest to the stump, and once Thomas came to the wicket, it seemed to you fight fire with fire, and I think that paid dividends for Thomas in that they utilized the short balls, and he loves the hook, he loves the cut, and he got going in a hurry. Went past Carty, who I thought batted well, he was patient, but then here's my problem with batsmen at a time when West Indies need batsmen, at a time when there's opportunities to get into the senior side, because those in position have not consistently been producing. So you get a wicket that is good for batting up to day 3. You get in, you're in no trouble whatsoever against spin or pace, and then you just get yourself out. With Casey to Craig Brathwaite, and there was nothing spectacular about the delivery, nothing whatsoever. Lots of concentration, and this is what separates the good batsmen from the exceptional cricketers. When they're in, you're going to pay the price. It's going to be a cost that you're going to pay. They're going to get big scores. So a big score is not 90, a big score is not 115. At the close of the play, say Thomas could easily be 175, and Barbados firmly pushed back against the wall. Now, Having batted well, I'll pay some kudos to Hamilton as well. He assessed the situation. He was more reliable today. He worked the ball around. He soaked up the pressure. And the Barbados, despite they were just in the game, it's a game of two tails where one side doesn't go that far ahead. And then it just allowed the other side to crawl their way back in. Not that they earned their way back in, you know. And for me, the best of the Barbados bowlers without getting a wicket for me was Graves. I thought he bowled well when he came in. He looked to create that problem. He looked like he would get a wicket. Something, as I said, the statistics don't always tell the tales, the true story. And in the end, the Leewards, I would say, day number 3 to them, they will obviously have a goal and they will be setting themselves a target that they will want to reach by a certain time to give themselves enough time to have a go at Barbados in terms of restricting them and bowling out. They will have to contend with Cornwall for the final day. So a beautiful day of cricket, excellent action, and this is what you want our first-class championship to be. The games to go into the 4th day with neither side having a sizable advantage.
Yes.
So it's like a first day game.
It's even Stevens.
Even
Ralph,
Stevens.
Do you think who you think will win this game, Ralph? From your,
I wanted to agree with Lyndon and to say to you, I'm hoping for a 190-200 lead. I want a good game. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for tomorrow. I think at
another
some
50
point,
runs.
Yes, and I think at some point you're going to get 2 or 3 wickets going, and somebody will be very sad tomorrow afternoon.
So the summary scores again: the Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared, and 294 for 7. Barbados 324. The day belonged to Devon Thomas, 112. A lead overall of 142 runs. It's all set up for a mouth-watering and enthralling day number 4. Join us live for commentary from approximately 9:55. Cricket starts at 10. But we want to thank all the persons concerned: Keith Holder, Lyndon Yard, Roland Butcher, Andrew Mason, Susan Bell, of course, our scorer, Michael Sobers, the top technician and the technical producer, none other than David Green, who has done a great job with the stream, and Jalea Bess, who has been fantastic with the replays that you've been watching. She's really been outstanding. And we can't forget Ralph Thorne, who indeed helped us out later on this afternoon. So thank you so much. I'm Barry Wilkinson. And Dr. Ronald Toppin, the CEO of the BCA. Roland Toppin. I was thinking about Ralph's opponent in elections, some 1994 or 99. But it's his brother, so I guess it's close enough. So thank you so much. We look forward to you joining us tomorrow morning. 9:45 we'll be on, and cricket starts at 10, but it promises to be a great day. Bye-bye for now.